FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. CJ takes a knee. It is over. The Houston Texans get the job done in a big way, defeating the San Francisco 49ers 26-15. They had to have it. They got it. They played outstanding offense for much of the afternoon, and the defense came up with the big stops when needed. And Houston goes to 3-4 with Denver up next week at home. The homestand starts with a bang.
Mark Vanderbang yesterday. That was a great game yesterday for the Houston Texans, for C.J. Stroud, for the coaching staff, for everybody. They kind of stay in the hunt here a little bit at 3-4. Now you got Denver coming to town next week, and Denver looked unstoppable yesterday, but it was against the Cowboys, so grain of salt with that one. But 26-15, the final score. Hope everybody had a great weekend. This is my big question.
Give it to me.
And we're gonna look. C.J. Stroud might have had his best game as a pro yesterday. I will make that argument. I'll make that argument in a little bit. But this team, how do you go from your worst game of the year with 15 days to prepare?
Yeah.
To, I know by scoring margin, it was their third highest scoring margin. You know, it was of their 3 wins, it was the closest of the 3 wins. But I would submit, given the opponent, given the circumstances yesterday, I mean, you had to have that win yesterday.
Yeah.
And the fact that San Francisco, on their 2 scores that they did get, they needed a huge mistake on special teams by the Texans at the end of the half, and then they had to make a 3rd and 17 down near the goal line. Like, they needed some somewhat outlier type things to happen, even just to get on the scoreboard. How do you go 15 days and throw up your worst performance, and then you get basically like 4 days with bad sleep to throw up your best performance?
It's simple. It's because it's not about the preparation. It's about the matchups. And the Texans have shown that when they have matchups where they can give CJ time, in pass protection. And I know Caserio told us, but Caserio was claiming that pass protection wasn't an issue. It's an issue when it's an issue. And in the games where CJ is afforded time, and yesterday I'll credit Nick Caley and the offensive staff for having Blake Fisher out on the field for 26 or 28 snaps as an inline tight end. That was the most he's had all season.
Huh?
Yeah, as an inline tight end. And they were going against look, I'm not overall the sum total of it. Yes, injuries aren't an excuse at this time of year. The Texans had their 2 top wide receivers out. I'm not making an excuse, but it created a matchup where the 49ers didn't have guys that were going to win consistently in pass protection, especially with the extra heavy bodies on the field. So when CJ has time to operate, and yes, I understand CJ's part of the pass protection and getting the calls right and everything, but it was that kind of a day where if he can slice and dice and carve offenses or defenses up, it's a matter of getting the protection right. And the whole part about having Blake Fisher out there, it's just a classic 80-20 principle of, all right, 20% of these things are causing 80% of your problems, or at least that's one way to interpret the 80-20 principle. And pass protection is part of that 20%. Run blocking is another part of it. Slap an extra fatty out there and make it easier to pass protect. Make it more physical in the run game, especially when you only have one viable tight end on the roster anyway. CJ can do with one less receiving option out on the field because he can find the guys if he has time to do it.
He's upright.
If he has time to do it, he can find the guys. When you've got 5 receiving threats out there, but he's got no time, it's all for naught. So I think it's really about that. It's not about the preparation. It's about the actual matchups. And so the offensive line continues to be a concern, even though I give them credit for that performance yesterday. But versus the better defenses, they've got to keep making improvement. They've got to keep getting better. Blake Fisher being on the field, I think, is one solution. That sometimes it's not the ideal solution, but you have to do what you can with the resources you have.
Can I just tell you something? That's a really good answer. I wish I had just turned to you yesterday while you were sitting next to me in the press box and said, hey, why are they playing so much better on 4 days of prep instead of 15 days of prep?
I had mentioned it to you a couple times during the game, but you were scribbling in your notes.
I carried it around with me all day long.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah.
Sorry, you and I both get hyper-focused on our own things sometimes.
Yeah.
So, that's a really good answer. The matchups.
Yeah. It really is, and I'm not trying to take away from the win or anything. This is where we are with the Texans right now. There's some teams that the offense matches up well against. They're going to destroy them. They destroy them, and that shows you. I think that's probably our best indicator of yes, everything good about CJ is still there. The potential and his ceiling is still very, very hard sometimes when things are so unstable around a quarterback to figure out what's his fault, what does he need to do better. It's just the clock and the timing and the rhythm in his head starts to get screwed up when you've got all of these things working against you. I think these games versus the good matchups show that, there's a lot of quarterbacks that would go out under those same circumstances and not nearly be as efficient and methodical. And what did he end up with, a 75% completion?
He was, I was just going to say, he was 30 of 39, which I think is 77%.
Yeah.
And he missed a few. He was 30 of 39. He probably had at least 2 or 3 throws he'd like that back.
That's the part early in the game, and this happened with CJ a few times, where early in a game he's had a few bad throws, which every single quarterback in the history of football has. Every Hall of Fame quarterback has some bad throws. But then when you pile on some more bad throws or some interceptions or just the pressures and sacks and everything, those bad throws, those misfires really start to weigh heavily in you. So this game, and then I think the Titans game would be the other one I'm thinking of, where you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you missed that throw. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you missed that throw. And then all of a sudden you look up and he was like 17 for 20 or whatever. So you're going to have those misfires. It's the sum total of what are you doing. And he was very, very accurate. Yeah. That's what I take from that game. I'm excited about the victory versus a good football team. And I don't make any excuses on either side for injuries. Both those teams had some very significant injuries. It's that, man, when you are right and the surroundings are right for CJ, he doesn't put in a Mac Jones type of performance.
Right.
Mac Jones has been winning games, but it's not like he's just been destroying people. That was a vintage, hey, this is the quarterback of the future type of performance.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, he had some vintage CJ type of vintage. He's his third year. But you know what I mean? Like, he had some elite throw. I mean, the throw to Jalen Knoll for 44 yards, dropping it in the bucket, that's an elite throw. Dude, the touchdown to Xavier Hutchinson, it might have been on Channel 11 last night when you guys were on, where I saw where you guys showed replays of some of these. And at least somewhere I saw the replay of that Xavier Hutchinson touchdown from like sort of an all-22 behind CJ type of view, you know, the end zone view of it from behind. It looks like a video game throw coming off of his hands. Like it looks like something that AI generated coming off his hands. Like it was a laser, like off to the, you know, just it was.
Sean, he had one in the Seattle game when he was under duress where he flipped it with a flick of the wrist, and I want to say that one was to Hutchinson as well. I can't remember, but it was a perfect touch throw when under duress, and he made it look so easy. And that's the part that, man, it's hard to find that, and it's a matter of, with quarterback, it's always how consistently can you do it.
Yeah.
But again, going back to the circumstances around him, it wasn't great circumstances in Seattle. It was really hard to. And yesterday, the thing I thought one of the really encouraging things though too was when he was pressured, when it wasn't a perfect pocket, he looked very comfortable.
Yeah, he was stepping up in the pocket yesterday.
On the broadcast, I went back and I watched the first half of the broadcast. I try to, because they give us information that we don't get sitting up in the press box. But Moose Johnson was talking about their meeting with CJ, and I'm happy to hear that CJ told them, I gotta be better on first and second down on some of these easy throws. And some of the, they didn't use the any of the old cliches about don't go broke taking a profit, take what the defense gives you or whatever, but I think that's what they're hinting at. And you go back and you look at the third downs. I went and never trust my arithmetic, but I think the average third down was 3rd and 6 in this game, which is a very, very manageable, very achievable third down, as opposed to some of these games where it's been like 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 11 or 3rd and 12 on average.
Yeah, I thought, well, and not getting sacked in the game helped that for sure. There were no sacks allowed by the offensive line, and I would say that's a combination too with CJ. The 0 sacks, kudos to the offensive line, kudos to CJ for, to your point, when things are breaking down, he was stepping up in the pocket and getting rid of the ball. Even times where they did get into bad down and distance situations, because they did have 8 penalties. They weren't all on offense, but most of them were. They worked their way back into manageable down and distance. Like there was, and DeMeco brought this point up in the postgame, there was nothing really torpedoing their offense yesterday.
And 8 penalties isn't that far out of whack. 6.5 is the average number of penalties. 5.5 or 6.5, whatever it is. Yeah, I'll tell you what the difference. I'll tell you the whole story about everything, though.
You mean Laramie? Yeah. Defensive Laramie?
Yeah, but that's the thing. That might explain in a nutshell the difference between Laramie and Will Anderson. When Laramie Tunsil would be doing it, it's coming from a guy where you're just like, this is not my kind of guy. Will does it, and it's a little Altuvian. Like Altuve with a base running hair. Where you're like, but he provides so much, and he's the right kind of guy.
Good job.
This is my kind of guy.
Good job. You're on a heater this morning. That's a much better. I like that analogy a whole lot better.
I gotta write that down in my notebook.
I thought this might have been C.J. Stroud's best game as a Texan, and I know that he's probably played in more important games. Well, he definitely has. He's played in more important games in the playoffs. He's played in more important games in a Week 8 matchup with the 49ers. He's had better statistical games in terms of overall yards. I thought, just given the circumstances surrounding this game, now the stats were there. He was super efficient, 30 of 39, 318 yards, couple of touchdowns. He had that pick at the end of the half, which could have been a disaster. 9 of 16 on third down. That's a big one to me. To your point, being in third and somewhat manageable probably helped that. They were just he was taking that little slant on second and medium and third and medium all day long. But I thought, given the absences of Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, that you're operating. Once Braxton Berios was out, he was operating with a receiving core that had a combined 51 catches in the NFL. Yeah. The thing we didn't know about CJ, he's never played a game before yesterday without Nico or Tank or Steph or some good receivers out there. Can he be the guy that takes just a ragtag group and elevates them? And yesterday, against a good defense, he did that. So I thought the absences, I thought the stakes of the game, again, it's week 8, but if you lose that game, you're 2-5. And boy, what are we talking about this morning if they're 2-5? Going into a game against Denver, who looked unstoppable yesterday. And then the last thing, Seth, though, if I were to argue that this is his best game, was just he was in control the whole game. He had a great feel, whether it was in the pocket like you were just talking about or at the line of scrimmage. I thought even when they were getting out of the huddle late, he was, he was changing plays. There were no delay of games. There were no plays I felt were rushed, even though there were plays that I'm going, okay, 3, 2, 1. I just thought he had the whole package yesterday.
The funny thing to me was, and it's I know people get into needless debates about certain things, and because CJ hit a few deep shots, I saw people saying, "Yep, nope, see." It doesn't need to be death by 1,000 paper cuts. It can be. It was in the middle of a 12-play drive. Yeah, it all works together. Yeah. And this is the problem. An addiction to the deep shot is like an addiction to a drug. It fuels you for a little while, but at some point, if you haven't been eating your 2,500 calories a day, you're going to all fall apart. And sometimes this lust for the deep shot. It creates problems and often. So that was the really exciting thing I know both you and I sit in the press box was you kept showing me the number of plays per drive on as the time of possession was so lopsided in the first half. It was 25 minutes to 5?
It was 24 and a half minutes to 5.5 minutes.
My goodness. It ended up being about 40 to 20, I think.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and especially when you can keep that defense fresh and keep those pass rushers fresh, that's when everything starts to snowball because those guys in the third and fourth quarter are not fatigued whatsoever, and you can close out games.
Until that last drive that was fueled by two special teams mistakes.
Last drive of the first half.
The last drive of the first half, yep, sorry. The kickoff return to midfield, and then Dylan Horton gets a face mask. So now an offense that had not done anything all day. You give them a little bit of life at the Texans' 35-yard line. Up until that point, the defense, and that was with a minute to go in the half, the defense had played 10 plays.
Yeah.
10 plays. I cited you in the postgame show where ultimately I think San Francisco ran 44 plays.
Yeah.
And I cited you saying, that feels like a day off.
That's it's funny because a text came up just as you were talking about that. Let's not ignore in victory. We collapsed at the very end of the first half on defense. No, they didn't. George Kittle caught a touchdown that was like a stupid throw. That was credit to Mac Jones and George Kittle on that. That was a
3-play drive.
That was the riskiest of all possible scenarios right there. Yeah, look, you don't collapse when you let it touch them 35-yard line. That's not a defensive collapse. That was a special teams collapse.
Yep, absolutely. So I thought that was good. Here was DeMeco Ryans on C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday.
Yeah, when C.J.'s locked in, we know when the quarterback is playing well, right? And C.J. plays well, and he's upbeat, and everybody can see he's going to the right spot with the football. He's making great decisions, stepping up, escaping the pocket, converting some runs there, converting some third downs. I mean, you just see the energy, the vibe of our entire sideline just changes, right? Because everybody's looking for the quarterback for that leadership. And it's just about nothing special or nothing grand. It's just about him just remaining disciplined as a quarterback, doing exactly what he's supposed to do on every given play. And when he does that, he makes great decisions. And with the O-line working the way they work today, that's what you see, man. One of his best games ever. Right, the way he operated today, it was very clean football, and I'm proud of where he is. We just have to continue to stay with this every week.
Got the only game ball yesterday, C.J. Stroud.
And then he gave game balls to the offensive
line.
line.
I love that audio at 7 o'clock.
More dissent within the locker room, him trying to take over coach's job, sounds like.
Giving out game balls? I'll tell you what.
No, DeMeco.
Yeah, no. You're only giving out one. I'm giving out 6. look, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. We just get these little snippets of in the locker room. Yeah. I don't think we've seen – I can't remember seeing a victorious locker room video where CJ was getting up and talking to the team the way he was afterward. I was about leadership.
There was a little bit of There's a okay. So DeMeco talking about outside noise and everything, and kind of defiant at the podium yesterday.
We'll have that in the next segment.
Yeah. Okay. I've got a thought on that.
You do?
Yeah. And then because that was yeah, I've got a thought on that.
Okay.
And then also we might need to listen to the actual raw version of the final question to CJ in the press conference because I'm not. It might have been a plant. I don't know.
He talks about how much he loves Houston.
Yeah.
H-Town represent.
I felt like one of those moments where somebody was instructed to ask a question.
It's one of the media members, but they've got like a Groucho Marx glasses on over there.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, CJ.
I'm curious, which is fine. People do it. It's just always funny when it happens.
That's funny. Okay, you're such a cynic. I heard that, and I'm like, oh, good. He likes Houston.
It was almost like there was the last question, and then all of a sudden at the very end, one more question. It was like, CJ, how much do the people of Houston mean to you?
Well, the last time they did a one more question with CJ was at his Wednesday press conference, and he stormed off, seemingly kind of pissed off.
I didn't recognize the voice at the time. Maybe you'll recognize the voice. We can do that later in the show.
Yep, we'll do that a little later. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. God, we got to like 20% of what we were hoping to get to in the open. It was so much fun yesterday with that game. All right, up next, we will get to what Seth talked about. DeMeco Ryans, a little defiant, I think, against talk radio is how I heard it yesterday.
I think it's I disagree in a mild way.
Okay, well, good. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys to the men's tea clinic. I think
The Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Christian's a great player, phenomenal player. I talked about it all throughout the week, and we knew we had to stop him. Run game, passing game, we knew he would be their highest targeted guy, and we were able to hold him. I don't think he had got many yards today, but it was a collective effort from everyone, starting with the defensive line, really disrupting the run game up front, and then I think we tackled really well. And he had a couple check downs there in the 2-minute drive, but overall, thought he was a really great player.
Yeah, they did a great job on Christian McCaffrey. Nothing super explosive, no game-changing plays. 11 touches for 68 yards for Christian McCaffrey yesterday. McCaffrey's had a great season so far.
Yeah, he's had a great season, but he hasn't had a great season rushing the ball. It's been the combo effect of him running and passing and doing them both, and how that keeps defenses off balance. But he went into that game averaging 3.5 yards per carry, and a lot of this.
So it went down.
Versus the Falcons, who are a light-waisted, tiny-waisted defense.
Yeah.
They're a bunch of. They might as well have 11 defensive backs out there.
Yep.
So they did a good job keeping him from. What they did a really good job of was keeping him from being lethal as a receiver.
Yeah.
Henry To'oTo'o. If you had asked me, Henry To'oTo'o's rookie year, did he be making a clutch play in the red zone to break up a Christian McCaffrey pass or reception? No way in hell. Not that doughy bastard from 2 years ago.
Not that guy.
Yeah, Henry To'oTo'o now is a chiseled coverage machine.
If you'd asked me last week, I would have said.
Well, To'oTo'o, I mean, that's the one thing. EJ Speed especially has done a lot more in coverage than I had hoped for, because that was always the knock on him in Indianapolis.
Yep.
Really good against the run, not so hot in pass coverage, and he's come along these last couple of weeks, and they've used him more heavily. It's been really nice to see.
It's been great to see. All right, so after the game, this was a question about to DeMeco. Action Monday, 26-15 yesterday. The Texans win. A lot of stuff to dig into. A lot of good from yesterday. This was the answer that got the most traction in the post-game press conference, because it just started as a question about how Nick Caley did yesterday, and it turned into an answer about how Nick Caley has been doing all year, and then turned into an answer about how we don't listen to any of the outside noise or the recommendations that people make on how they should be running their operation. This was DeMeco Ryans yesterday.
Caley did a great job again today, and he's done a great job with what we were asking him to do. He's doing a great job. He has the guys have his back. Everybody's in this together, right? From Caley, myself, the player, we're all in this thing together. So it really doesn't matter about outside noise. And we hear a lot of that every time you lose. Everybody wants to come up with something of get rid of everybody, fire everybody, you lose a game, you go out, don't play well. Well, it's just the noise is just a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about. Because here in this room, as a team, we stick together as a team, and we know it's only about us, right? And you never let that outside noise creep in and control who we are. We know who we are. We know what we're about. We know the formula. We know what it takes to go win games. And we just understand that the outside noise is just noise. We would never go ask anybody who's giving the noise. We would never go ask them their opinion about how to game plan or how to play football. So we keep that in-house, and we press forward, and we go out and play good football. That's what it's about.
I guess go ahead.
I love it. We would never ask their
the record's straight on that. There's a little bit of a straw man there.
It's weird. DeMeco keeps texting me.
If that's what you're suggesting, is that we need to go outside and ask those people. I think that's how I heard it the first time, and I think he's just saying it is to illustrate the point that, hey, it's not like those opinions, it's not like those are the people we'd be asking for advice from.
It just sounded funny.
But he does a little bit of the head coach thing where we don't listen to any of that, we don't hear it, but then also admitting to hearing it and also not being affected by it.
It's got to be impossible not to hear it.
It's impossible not to hear it. And honestly, I think by and large, when coaches talk about that, to me it always sounds more about like, this is what I'm telling the players and the team.
Yes.
Listen to DeMeco or to CJ after he got the game ball. Just pay attention to the first part of this.
I got this game ball. I'm going to get 5 more for the O-line, man. Y'all been jumping. We need 6 of them. There ain't no me without Watch out, baby. I'm proud of y'all boys, man. Keep fighting, keep crawling. Man, who cares what people say, bro? It never matters. We on the field, bro. It don't matter what nobody say, man. Keep the confidence, keep the faith. It's easy to have faith when it's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy to have faith when it's easy. Now, y'all boys have faith when it was hard, man. And we been out there, we beat a good team, man. So let's keep on doing that. Let's keep stacking, let's keep rolling. Love y'all boys.
And like, who cares what people think of us? Like, I don't. Why do you have to say it?
Yeah,
Because like, somebody's getting sensitive. You know, and it happens. It happens. Because it's impossible. It's always hard as a coach to control the message, because back in the old days before social media, their families, their friends, people, everybody's got an opinion, and they're all crap. But those are the things that affect your message, and now it's 100-fold because they see it. And I think, you know, you had said, you know, it sounds like maybe they're listening to sports radio or something. I honestly think, more so from a player's perspective, it's probably that every time you turn on national television or the podcasters or someone like PFF, the first thing they say is this: the Texans offensive line, they got to get this right. It's been an issue forever, to the point where I think it's an oversimplification, and yet at the same time, like, it's accurate. It's not like the offensive line has been awesome. It's an oversimplification to say it's just the offensive line.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably in trying to really get the O-line culture right and to try to lean into explaining that they are making improvements to themselves and trying to give them confidence. They're just trying to tell those guys, ignore the noise, because we know they see it and hear it.
Well,
very few guys don't.
And CJ, and there's been noise about CJ before, because he, you know, really over the course of this season and the second half of last season, he hasn't played his best football. And I understand it's a complicated thing where it's not just CJ, it's the surroundings with CJ. I get all that. This past week was, to me, felt by far the most critical week of the DeMeco Ryans era for DeMeco Ryans. Coming off of the Seattle game, I thought that everything from the team looking ill-prepared, and I get it, we're talking about optics here, and criticism. Criticism is all fueled by optics. The team looking ill-prepared. I mean, Seth, you and I did a segment where we had buckets that we put all the mistakes in, and we didn't get to all of it in a 20-minute segment. I felt like last week was the roughest week for outside noise for DeMeco Ryans, from how they played against Seattle to how he handled some of the press conference questions to some of the personnel decisions that were made. And that's why I was so glad for the operation to look so good yesterday. I mean, obviously, we all want DeMeco Ryans to succeed, and I think he's a good coach who maybe just had a rough patch in that Seattle game. But the criticism, I mean, DeMeco has been the one guy who's probably been, of all the people who get criticism at some point, he's probably been the one that people have the most patience with, because he's DeMeco Ryans. He's a franchise legend and everybody loves him. It wasn't that way for him last week.
Well, the biggest thing last week was that he multiple times suggested that the game plan wasn't being followed defensively.
Yeah.
And that's where that just raises everybody's ears immediately, or perks their ears up, because, all right, that's your dojo. That's your side of the ball where it looks like, man, things are going really well. But now, wait a second. You're saying that the game plan's not being followed, and then you have Derek Stingley basically saying that he was playing the calls that were played, that it just hinted at some kind of weirdness,
some dissension.
And then not to mention whatever might be going on the offensive side of the ball. And these are the things that get hyper analyzed when you're on a losing football team to an extreme degree. I had tweeted out yesterday, or it's like I felt like there was this fervor over what's wrong with the defense and why are people not paying attention. I more looked at it as, all right, there was some kind of a disconnect, which happens, or based on, my thought was, whatever, they probably had the cornerbacks, they probably gave them license, or were hoping that in certain situations they might come up and press JSN, even if that's not part of the traditional play call. Whatever it might be, there was a disconnect. But it's really important to remember that it's the number one scoring defense in the NFL.
Right.
Like,
they're good.
This stuff does happen. Like, there's glitches all over the place all the time, no matter how good the football team is. It's that when you're 2-4 and these things come out the way they did publicly last week, then, man, people we all are. We're all guilty of it. We're like hyenas on it. Mm-hmm. But the sum total of it is the defense was still operating at a really high level, and obviously did yesterday as well.
Yep. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines are up next. We've got Texans. We've got a crazy week in the NFL from one standpoint. Rockets, World Series, college football. We've got it all coming up in headlines next. Stay there.
It's hard not to listen to the outside.
before you buy it.
Get with today's headlines, powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
On 1st and 10, Jones looking. Jones going downfield to his left and intercepted. The Texans with the takeaway. The pick intended for Jennings. Houston gets it done with Kamari Lassiter with the INT.
Yeah, that sealed the deal yesterday in a game that didn't play nearly as close as the score would indicate. That was a Texans win yesterday, 26-15. Welcome in, everybody, or welcome into headlines here if you're just getting in your car. Texans win yesterday. That was, Seth, that was a game where, the Texans go up 23-7 on that Hutchinson touchdown, and it feels like it's kind of a comfortable lead. But it's really only a 2-score lead with 2-point conversions being a thing. And that's exactly what happened. They made a couple plays, the Niners did, shortly after that Hutchinson touchdown. And you look up and you're like, oh, crap. It's a 1-score game right now. Like, the Texans dominated the first half of this game. Like, you can't overstate in terms of the flow of play how much they dominated. Now, they were 1 for 4 in the red zone in the first half, and that's really what kept San Francisco in that game yesterday. They just couldn't cash in. They ended up being 1 for 5 in the red zone, the Texans. So that's what kind of kept San Francisco hanging around. But that Lassiter interception, that was a sweet play, man. The way he flipped his hips around.
And it was a pressure by Will Anderson that caused the throw, too. Because Will had a classic day where, all right, he only ends up with that revive to a half sack on the day. But it was just, from the very get-go, I was watching Will Anderson, and I'm like, I feel like a 49ers player back in the day broke his great aunt's heart or something.
Yes.
I don't know, like Joe Montana dated his aunt. Yeah. And just like ghosted her or something.
And he's been waiting for this
taking out
matchup.
vengeance on the entire organization.
He was impactful yesterday.
Yeah,
he had 3 quarterback hits, and I think I remember all of them because of how vicious they all were.
He got away with grazing the quarterback's helmet.
He did
a couple times.
Yeah,
I know you're not going to get away with that against Pat Mahomes.
You will not. You got to be careful with that. But Texans win yesterday.
You know what? He would probably be more careful about that with Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, maybe.
Like Mac Jones, screw him.
Splat. Defense was great yesterday. Really, it was a great all-around game. C.J. Stroud asked about that after the game. What did it feel like to play a complete game?
I don't want to say perfect, but I would say we had a complete, 4 quarters, and I think that was the goal, is to, control the line of scrimmage, run the ball, then, use play-action pass and, other things to kind of balance it off. So I thought we did a great job of that, but it really starts up front with the O-line. Kales did a great job. Our tight ends did amazing. Those are, ways you can possibly have a complete game. But, yes, there's always things you can clean up.
All right, so that was CJ after the game. Hey, we got a couple texts about this. People going, hey, was there a Joe Mixon sighting at the game yesterday?
There was.
And there was a Joe Mixon sighting, yeah. Brandon
He's in
Scott.
the building.
Yeah, Brandon Scott was Brandon Scott saw him with his own human eyes. So I tried Joe Mixon there. Joe Mixon very active on Twitter yesterday, too, during the game.
During the game as a fan?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
he was walking around just like a normal guy.
Yeah. Do you have a boot on? Do we know?
No, they said he was just walking around like a normal guy.
Walking around,
yeah.
huh?
Okay. That's not a normal guy thing, right? It wouldn't be.
I just mean he was walking,
I said, how'd he look? And they said he was just walking around like a normal guy.
Okay.
Just like I think Brandon's a pretty good journalist. I think he would have told me about the boot.
There was a boot. Yeah, you're probably right about that. So Texans win yesterday.
He's got an eye for detail.
Yeah, like a walking boot on an injured player.
He was using a walker, and he had a boot.
That's a good point. All right, you don't have to embarrass me over that question.
See, the thing about Brandon.
All right, so the Texans win yesterday. We're obviously going to talk plenty about that in the 7 o'clock hour. I say a wild Sunday in the NFL. It was wild in its lack of wildness. The only game that was a non-double-digit margin, the only game played in single digits, was the Jets' 1-point win over the Cincinnati Bengals.
Hell yeah!
Every other game was a double-digit blowout yesterday in the NFL, and on Thursday, for that matter, with the Chargers.
And the Jets, it was a comeback fashion.
23 in the fourth, baby.
23 points in the fourth quarter.
Yes, yeah. Are you happy for your former teammate, Aaron Glenn?
I am. I don't think that the organization is any less dysfunctional or decrepit.
No, I don't think it cures anything.
I see people are giving the owner, Woody Johnson, credit for lighting a spark under Justin
Okay.
Fields. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, like he's done with so many other quarterbacks before.
Yeah, dude, Justin Fields after the game. Did you see Justin Fields
emotional
on for like 3 minutes, like prefacing it by saying, I'm going to get very vulnerable here, but I laid down in my closet and cried a couple times this week.
And he's been listening to too many Brene Brown audiobooks.
Been listening to too much of the outside noise is what he's been listening to. That's someone listening to the outside noise. So that, NFL yesterday, the games that matter to the Texans the most yesterday, the Colts destroy the Titans 38-14. The Colts are going to be tough to catch. Math is starting to catch up to the Texans with the Colts, although they do play them twice in the last.
Yeah, how you like that math, huh? How about I smack you upside the head, math boy?
We still play you twice.
Yeah.
And then the Broncos, next week's opponent, looked really good. They beat the Cowboys yesterday 44-24 in Denver. A couple other things here in headlines. The Rockets, they are 0-2 to start the season. They lost on Friday to the Detroit Pistons. Disappointing game. This was almost the flip of the loss to the Thunder in that was a game where Kevin Durant made a bunch of mistakes, but Alpi was amazing, and Jabari Smith did some good things, and Amen did some good things. This was like the bizarro of that game. Like Kevin Durant was the only good thing about that game on Friday.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing right now, the
37 points.
The main concern at this point, excuse me if I get too technical here, not having a point guard on the team might end up being a little bit of an issue.
Yeah,
that's
all those solutions we were coming up with back in September after Fred got hurt. They all stink.
All these things that look great on paper and philosophically and everything. It might
be an issue.
All right, point guard might be a big deal in basketball.
Might be an issue. Now Brooklyn's team that you should just be able to roll out the balls and out-talent this team, regardless of who's bringing the ball up the floor. The Rockets are a 15.5-point favorite tonight.
Yeah, like the double bigs and all that. It brings with it some drawbacks when you're going against the better teams. Those drawbacks don't hurt you when you're going against the Brooklyn Nets.
The bad teams, it doesn't hurt you at all.
Can you please? You know what? The Rockets got off. They in my book, they got lucky yesterday that the Texans won because I've put a whole lot of weight on the Rockets to ease my emotional. To ease my emotional pain while the Texans are struggling.
Got you.
And they haven't delivered so far.
So you got a dopamine hit from somebody yesterday. Yeah, that's good.
Now pick up the slack, Rockets.
Yeah, exactly. Get a win tonight, man. I don't want to do these segments like we had to do with the Texans. We're like, are they the best 0-2 team in their sport?
You think I'm happy with 37 points, Kevin Durant? Hit a 50, and then we'll talk.
That's right, man. That's right. You just signed a big extension, dude. KD, we're just kidding if you're listening. That is somebody who listens to the outside noise, Kevin Durant. World Series resumes tonight, tied at 1 between Toronto and the Dodgers. Yamamoto was absolutely filthy on Saturday, pitched a complete game.
What's the over-under on how many times they bean George Springer?
I'm going to put it at 2.5. I tweeted,
a bunch of dirty vermin scum.
I tweeted yesterday, I'm like, why does this postseason seem like a delayed punishment for George Springer on the sign stealing? And boy, it did one of those things. I don't look at my mentions anymore, but I dip my toe in sometimes just to glance in and see what's going on. And it started several of the stupidest conversations between people who follow me.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm so glad I don't look at these.
Fun. Every Astros fans will come in and do your dirty work for you.
Yes.
Usually it's a whole lot of educating people about what actually happened.
Yeah. It was a lot of, you think Yamamoto beamed him intentionally? And I'm like, probably not.
I don't really care.
Yeah.
Jerkhead.
Yeah, probably not. But that's my take. All right. Those are your headlines for a Monday. All right, we got a nice long segment coming up here. Sounds from the locker room. Big progress in one area for the Texans yesterday that we will get to via the voice of Mark Vandermeer, and then we'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20. We got a ton to get to this morning. We're with you till 8 a.m. before we turn it over to Mark and John over at NRG Stadium. Stay there. But first, let's get you guys on that.
It's not.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here's what it sounded like yesterday in a victorious Texans locker room. DeMeco Ryans giving one game ball out, and it was to his quarterback.
Outstanding job all the way across the board. Got one ball here. Offense, CJ. Outstanding job, bro. Outstanding job. All right, over 300 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, great decisions all freaking day, man. Keep it going. Keep it going, man.
Man, that was so nice to see. Everybody was so happy.
Yeah.
That was a long build up to the Seahawks game, and then the Seahawks game arrived, and it completely torpedoed my week last week. I was so angry for 2 days. I was so happy to see everybody hugging, putting their arms around each other and laughing. Game ball, great game. Yes.
Yeah.
I love that.
You're not going to lean into my take that it was a sign of insurrection by CJ that he gave a game ball out himself.
Let's play that right now. Here is CJ Stroud. So DeMeco gives CJ the one game ball, and then in comes CJ, the force multiplier.
Said, "No, coach, I'm taking over.
I'm taking over. Yeah. No, I'm giving them out. I'm giving multiple game balls out.
I got this game ball. I'm gonna get 5 more. Six of them. There ain't no me without y'all, baby. I'm proud of y'all boys, man. Keep fighting, keep crawling. Man, who cares what people say, bro? It never matters. We on the field, bro. It don't matter what nobody say, man. Keep the confidence, keep the faith. It's easy to have faith when it's easy. It's easy to have faith when it's easy. Now, y'all boys have faith when it was hard, man. And we went out there, we beat a good team, man. So let's keep on doing this. Keep stacking, keep rolling. Love y'all boys.
I like it, man. I like vocal CJ.
This has been a 2-year process where it seems like everybody in the organization needs to treat the delicate feelings of the offensive line. Don't worry about what everybody's saying, guys. You're doing fine. Yeah, I had a partially lacerated kidney last week, but you're good. You're great.
I got concussed in week 14.
I thought that one of the best things that Kaylee did yesterday was acknowledging, you know what? We flat out suck at picking up blitzes and, in general, blocking as a unit. So I'm going to have Blake Fisher out there for the most snaps as a 6th offensive lineman than we've done all year long. Mm-hmm. And I think that was a big factor in it. It was one of the reasons they were able to sustain drives, run well enough to sustain drives. It didn't always have to be electric. And you've got to take care, you've got to scratch your biggest itch. And the pass protection has been one of the biggest itches. You can help out a young offensive tackle a lot by putting another offensive tackle next to him. And it's not like Fisher's always on the left side, but it allows you to just make it easier for the entire offensive line and pass protection.
Yeah, math. So
it's kind of like you're like, all right, yeah, exactly. Because what are you gonna? Oh no, you have Dalton Schultz and just some random dude out there at tight end. That's not doing you any favors in the passing game to begin with. It's just making your pass protection that much worse. So just go ahead and slap a big fella there and let that take care of it.
Yeah. Does CJ need to get 7 game balls, though? Because you've got 5 offensive linemen.
But he kind of ignored Blake Fisher there, didn't he?
You ignored Blake Fisher, and they're rotating at left guard. I think you got to get one. You can't. If Juice, Scruggs, and Lake and Tomlinson slice the ball in half, that's not.
Don't care. Don't listen to what anybody says, including the coaches who have clearly established they don't like either of you guys at left guard. Don't listen to the outside noise or the actual offensive coordinator and offensive line coach who really don't trust you guys at left guard. Yeah. You guys are fine.
One of the things we haven't touched on really yet today that was very encouraging, I thought, was the contributions that the rookies made on offense. I mean, this was a game where the Texans and Nick Caley, I don't know if Nick Caley and DeMeco Ryans are pro-rookie or anti-rookie. I have no idea, but they had to play the rookies yesterday. They just had no choice, particularly at wide receiver. And they all made plays, man. They all made plays. Let's look at this through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. The highlights from the rookies, the big contributions. The first one, and this was another encouraging C.J. Stroud play, I thought, Seth, where everything's breaking down, and he finds Woody Marks on a check down almost all the way across the field, it felt like. And then there was nobody marks and took the ball 50 yards.
2nd and 5 from the Houston 18. Stroud under center, fakes the handoff, steps up. CJ pulls the trigger, short gain right side, but Woody Marks on the run. 25, 30, 35, 40, right sideline, 50, 45, breaks the tackle, 40, and finally roped down inside the 33-yard line. Big catch and run into 49er territory for Woody Marks.
Woody Marks, he's got that. He's got a Mixon-esque quality to him in that this one thing is that it feels like where most people would gain 3 yards, Woody Marks finds a way to gain 5.
Yeah.
That play right there, they got hands on him about 35 yards into the run, something like that. 35, 40 yards. He ended up getting about 5 or 10 extra yards afterwards.
Yeah.
He is an always moving forward guy.
The parts in the first half that I was really happy about were the Braxton Berios breaking tackles to get a first down on that third and long. That was huge. And Braxton ended up being kind of overshadowed by other guys having even more production later on.
He was great early, though. You're right.
Woody Marks' craftiness and grittiness and toughness and getting extra yardage, too, on some of his plays.
Yep.
That was a good feeling.
Yes.
But that play, again, Blake Fisher's in as the 6th offensive lineman. CJ's got time in the pocket. There's nothing developing downfield because you've only got a few guys out on routes. And then he steps up and dishes it to Woody Marks. That's the beauty of the check down and the beauty of just establishing things. And the death by 1,000 paper cuts, whatever that philosophy is that people just seem to grudgingly accept, it helps you spring those big plays.
Yeah.
It's the foundation for springing the big plays. If you're just greedy for big plays all the time, I guess defensive coordinators aren't idiots, and they know how to game plan against that.
Yep. Well, it's funny you bring that up. Big play, a big shot play downfield happened a little later on in the first half. This is Jalen Knowles' big contribution. We're going through the rookie contributions here yesterday. Jalen Knowles' big contribution was this 44-yard catch that set up a touchdown.
CJ under center on 2nd and 8 from the Houston 33. CJ fakes the give. Steps out to his right, steps up now, airs it out long downfield, and caught by Knoll at the 25-yard line of San Francisco. And ridden down from there by Mustafa. A huge play to Jalen Knoll. They'll mark him at the 22.
Yeah, that was a beautiful throw, man.
Jalen Knoll, we get a lot of questions about, okay, what happens when Nico comes back? I think that and again, going back to, hey, when you establish a foundation, then a lot of the other stuff falls into place. And CJ spreading the ball around, as he has in the Ravens game and this game, and in the Seahawks game for when it was actually working, that's the kind of thing that ends up, I think, getting Nico back up to the normal production you expect from him. Not that that's the reason you're doing it. I think sometimes people talk about it like almost as if, well, you have to get Nico 100 yards. You have to get Nico 100 yards. That you want to play well enough that, yes, you are getting Nico 100 yards instead of because the defense can't focus so exclusively on him.
Yeah, we'll get to Jaden Higgins' touchdown here. Well, let's do Jaden Higgins' touchdown here right now, and then I'll share the thought that I had off of the Nico thing you're talking about. Here was just a few plays later after Jalen Knoll flips the field. It went from the Houston 33 to the San Francisco 23 on that one play. Here was 4 plays later, Jaden Higgins.
Stroud in the gun. Here's the snap. CJ with a little time throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Jaden Higgins. Houston scores. CJ Stroud pops the touchdown pass over the middle to the rookie Higgins. And Stroud is hot to start this game.
He was hot all day, man. 30 of 39, 318 yards. Jaden Higgins getting into the end zone. So that was cool. The rookies making contributions, CJ spreading the ball around. This was the part that got me excited yesterday, Seth, about once Nico gets back, because the Texans have gone into the postseason the last 2 years with really Nico and nothing else at wide receiver that was able to win matchups and get open.
Yeah.
It was because by the end of CJ's rookie year, Tank had the broken leg. He was done. And then the next year, they trade for Stephon Diggs, probably within the back of their mind going, all right, well, if one of these guys gets hurt, at least we got 2 of these other guys. Well, 2 of them get hurt. Diggs tears his ACL, and then we know what happened to Tank. I think watching that yesterday and seeing Jalen Knowles start to round into form, Jaden Higgins making plays, Xavier Hutchinson starting confident that if this team does work its way back into the playoff hunt here and you start to get into the back end of the schedule, or even just next week against Denver if Nico comes back, there's other solutions out there. Now, it's not just Nico and a bunch of guys who have defensive backs draped all over.
You're right. And Jalen, it's not a direct comparison, so don't people get all touchy or anything. But there's a dynamic there where, as it was with Tank Dell, that you've got a smaller, shiftier, explosive, and speedy guy that can threaten a defense in different ways than Nico Collins or Jaden Higgins can.
Yep.
So it's nice to see that. I think they can start looking at Braxton Berios as well as that complement to Nico Collins. And, in some ways yesterday, not that you would plan it this way, but maybe Nico being out forced them into doing some things and operating a certain way that they can build off of.
Yeah.
And that when Nico comes back, it's just hopefully more fuel to the fire.
Yep. Last one here, Woody Marks again. These are all the explosives from the rookies. Woody Marks with a big 23-yard run in the second half to help the Texans expand their lead again.
CJ in the gun. Stroud hands off to Woody Marks again, running to the left side, has the corner, 30, 25, 20, and knocked out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. Woody Marks does it again, runs it into the red zone as the Texans have a big drive going when they needed it most.
Yes, that's the last part that Vandy said there. Obviously, Woody didn't get into the end zone there, but he helped to get the lead back to a 2-score game. And I think that's another thing, too. Back in DeMeco's first year as the head coach, they played in a ton of close games, and so many of those close games they made close, and I mean that negatively. They had big leads, and they let teams back in it. And it did feel that when San Francisco found some sort of way to be within one score going into the fourth quarter, like San Francisco had no business being within one score in that game, and the Texans responded with that drive right there to kick the field goal and go back up 2 scores. I felt if they were able to get back up to 2 scores, they were going to be able to bring the ship into the shore. The defense was just playing too good snap to snap yesterday.
This is criticism I heard from 49ers fans that I think is probably valid. They watch a lot more 49ers football than I do. Or at least, and some of the 49ers writers and everything is that, man, a lot of Kyle Shanahan's chicanery, the pre-snap motions and everything. Like, DeMeco has seen that. Like, he practiced against
every
Kyle
day
Shanahan
for years.
You know who else saw a lot of it? Aziz Elshire.
Yeah.
Like, that people talk about how competitive the offense and the defense are against each other in San Francisco. The Shanahan versus Saleh or Shanahan versus DeMeco, it's a daily battle. DeMeco's seen all of that. And I think a lot of that is not gonna fool DeMeco one bit, and DeMeco's gonna know how to coach his guys up. When Mac Jones started being more of a hurry-up mode or up-tempo mode, that's when it started to get a little bit scary at times. And I think this is where coming into the red zone and scoring touchdowns. I'm not sitting here whining and complaining about it right now, but it's another step the Texans have to take. Field goals are great when you've got a really good defense and you can play that game. But at some point, it's a lot easier to put a team away if you're scoring touchdowns when you're down in the red zone.
Yep, no question. Yeah, so that Woody Marks run set up a field goal that ultimately the final score, 26-15, the final score in this game. We'll get to Acknowledge Me in a few minutes here. Where are you on the trade deadline next week? The trade deadline is a week from tomorrow.
I am where every single football fan should always be, is reminding myself that this is not the sport of baseball. Yesterday CJ was asked a question. It's a fair question, but CJ was asked a question about the trade deadline, and it was asked, what would you like to see the Texans add?
He had the right answer.
To a football player, anybody but the most tone-deaf football player is going to give you the exact same answer, which is, we're fine. That's above my pay grade. I love the guys that are here. Baseball, it's different because you can always add more bats. You can always add more relievers. You can always add more pitchers. Like in baseball, players will kind of talk freely about it. This is not baseball.
No.
And more times than not, the trade deadline itself is a kind of a popcorn fart around the league. And then the moves that aren't popcorn farts, more often than not, don't really do much for you.
Do you want the Texans to be aggressive in any way at the trade deadline?
Aggressive is a tricky word because everybody's just kind of having conversations right now.
Yeah.
And who are the might be willing to give him up, and then what are you going to do with that offensive lineman when he gets here? It's not a simple thing to adapt to a new scheme, no matter how smart and experienced you are on the offensive line.
I guess my thing is, and you're right. Like, you're right about the comparison of the trade deadlines. I guess my thing is, I'm up for anything that doesn't involve touching first and second round picks next year.
Right. Yeah, okay.
That's kind of where I'm going.
Okay, so receiver, I don't want. This is what I would like. I would like either a tight end or an offensive lineman.
I'll add running back to that, too.
Oh. I'd like a running back.
Yeah.
Okay. So like I've been saying this entire segment.
I want an Oompa Loompa now, Daddy.
Like I've been saying this entire segment, if Nick Caserio gives a damn about this team, he will trade aggressively for one of these guys. No, even if it's a name that they trade for, I get nervous about. It's a cliche for a reason, that it's not as simple as it is in baseball to plug and play.
Right.
And I get nervous about getting super aggressive. Tight end in particular is they just don't have a tight end that they feel good about other than Dalton Schultz on this roster.
Right.
And you're playing with 6 offensive linemen a lot. And that wouldn't be the case, I think, if Cade Stover was still healthy and around.
That should be a question for DeMeco today, I think. I think he's doing media today. He usually does on Monday after Sunday games. What's the deal? I'm not saying we're going to get a good answer.
Yeah, I don't even want the question asked.
But nobody's asked about Cade Stover recently that I can remember.
Oh, I thought
no.
He was eligible for return.
Yeah,
okay,
yep,
it's hard to keep all this straight, Sean.
Yeah. He's eligible, and I don't know if that means he's going to come back.
Yeah,
but they've talked about they've not eliminated him from the conversation coming back this year. So, so we'll see. I'm with you. Tight end, offensive line. There's really nothing on the defensive side of the ball that they got to go get one of those. If they want to go get another veteran corner, I would probably be okay with that, just based on what the depth looks like behind the top 2 guys.
Yeah, that was dumb of me because it was a broken foot on Cade Stover. So, I'm really glad you brought that up.
Okay.
So Cade Stover in his return might end up being a bigger factor than a lot of people outside of Houston would realize. Not because you expect him to be an all-pro tight end or anything, but because he's a viable tight end.
Do you think if Cade Stover were healthy yesterday, they still would have been going with all those jumbo packages they had out there?
I don't think in general they would have been doing it as much.
Yeah.
Depending on how Cade Stover wasn't a good blocker last year. He was a guy that looked eager to learn how to be a good blocker.
Yeah.
So I have no way of answering that.
He was better in training camp.
I have no way of answering that.
Yeah.
I think that if he had developed into a passable blocker, then no, they wouldn't be using a 6th offensive lineman as much.
How did Fisher play?
The reps that I watched, I thought he did well.
Yeah.
Now remember the 49ers were down their top 3 edge rushers in that game.
Yeah.
And this is where so far this year, I mean, you can kind of look at the matchups in the games that have gone well and the games that haven't offensively.
Yeah.
And Josh Hines Allen. Boy, that game didn't go well offensively. The Rams take your guys. That game didn't go well offensively.
Tampa Bay in week 2.
Yeah, some
if
they've got stud rushers, it hasn't gone well for the Texans.
Yeah.
In games where they don't have stud pass rushers, then it's gone extremely well.
Okay.
And
they got Nick Benito coming up this weekend.
Honestly, I just want to point out the hilarity of the organization getting sensitive about criticism of the offensive line. Last year, Nick Caserio said that it was a false narrative that the offensive line was an issue. After the season was over, they promptly got rid of 3 starting offensive linemen.
Yeah.
This year, CJ gives a game ball to the offensive line and says, it doesn't matter what anybody else says. Don't listen to the outside noise. DeMeco's saying, don't listen to the outside. Nick Caserio's telling us pass protection isn't an issue. Meanwhile, they're rotating the left guard, and they're playing a 6th offensive lineman routinely. But I'm to believe this is all just a bunch of stupid media types saying that the offensive line is an issue.
Here.
Yeah.
Stop making a mountain out of a molehill.
Your actions speak much louder than your words.
Why are you making a big deal out of this?
Stop rotating your left guard, and then maybe I'll start listening to you about how stupid everybody on the outside is.
All right, so I know it's only Monday, but you brought it up. You brought up the dichotomy of how they've performed against good pass rushers. How much does Nick Benito of the Broncos scare you?
He's a really good pass rusher.
He's really good at doing that, yes.
He's like 3rd or 4th in win rate on
he's really
ESPN.
good. Yeah.
he's really the fact that they're using Blake Fisher more liberally makes me feel better about it. I also think that sometimes when they've done a better job of sorting things out when they do use max protection. It was so clunky early in the year where we did have a couple moments yesterday where there was one time where a tight end looked like he was in a conga line with Titus Howard. I got to go back. I haven't seen that one when I've watched a smattering of plays on the All-22. But it was when they bring a tight end across to help seal off the edge.
Yeah.
And he was standing directly behind Titus Howard as Titus Howard was blocking, like almost like he was waiting for his turn. Yeah.
That's great. Bring out a limbo pole there.
I'm right here. I got your back, buddy. I got your back.
I'm right behind you.
I really want to fight. Just wait. You just wait. If he gets
over
past
Titus's shoulder talking trash.
Oh my gosh. I'm not going to put this one out on my YouTube channel or anything because it happens to all of us. Anybody who's ever played in the NFL, this happens to. But on one of those QB sneaks, oh my God. Titus got destroyed so bad.
Is it the one you showed me?
You heard me laughing as you were walking past me in the hallway.
And we have thick walls here.
I'm not saying it as a criticism of Titus. It happens, especially in short yardage situations. You kind of get caught up in bad angles.
And Titus
has
been good this year.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. But he's gonna hear it in the O-line meeting
room. Oh, is he really?
Oh yeah. Because he got dunked, man. He got baptized.
He got lifted.
He got baptized in the River Jordan.
Yeah.
It was bad.
He got picked up and thrown, man.
Not even saying this is like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. It's happened to me. It's happened to J.J. Watt. Like it just happens sometimes.
Yep.
But it was hilarious.
It was on one of the QB sneaks.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't even paying attention to the ball. I was so distracted. I was so distracted by Titus getting choke slammed.
I wasn't laughing at him. I was laughing at how funny it looked.
I think even Titus would be good-natured enough to have a good laugh at that.
Oh no! It's gonna, especially after a victory.
Yeah.
It happens to everybody.
Yep.
It happens to every single person.
All right, you ready to?
You know what happened to me was the Hall of Fame edge rusher for the Chiefs back in the day.
Derek Thomas?
Derek Thomas did it to me when I was on PAT, field goal block protection. I was a tight end.
No shame in that.
On field goal. You know what the problem is? I was talking to Drew Hodgson this morning, former teammate of mine. I was like, they stuck me out there as a rookie with zero instruction ever on how to actually handle that beating that they give you. Mm-hmm. This is where I tell people they sometimes be shocked and dismayed at how little technical instruction there is on some NFL teams at the position level. Like they're like, just nope. You just stand there and you just stand up to him.
Oh my
God.
I'm
looking at Derek Thomas and I'm like, he's not as big as I thought he was. Next thing I know, I'm staring up at the Kansas City sky.
You're looking at the lights.
I'm like, yeah. I'm singing that Wilco song about California stars, except it's Kansas City stars.
Did you get destroyed in film that week?
No. It wasn't a blocked field goal or anything, so it wasn't. No, and it is.
It's Derek Thomas.
There's a little bit of, but he's not. He wasn't that big.
Yeah.
I was like, look at that little fella. It was like the cute little dog attacks Ben Stiller's groin. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Look at this cute little guy.
Oh man. Let's get to acknowledge me. Let's acknowledge some of the big performances from the weekend. I will say a name. Ben Gary, our producer, hits the hotkey.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledging things that were worthy of acknowledging from the weekend. CJ Stroud.
Acknowledge me.
We'll be quick on this one because we've acknowledged CJ quite a bit today. I think you can make an argument this was his best game as a pro, given the circumstances surrounding it, the absence of Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, just how in control he was. The stats were there to back it up to 30 of 39. 318 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Here was the mess. This is the one you were referring to earlier, Seth. After the game, CJ getting ready to walk away from the podium. Like, whoa! One more question. What's your message?
Yeah, somebody asked, like, what's your message to the fans? It wasn't a voice I recognized.
To the fans. It wasn't me.
What message do you have for Texas fans tonight?
Appreciate the support. Appreciate the love. I just want to, be able to, give my all every week. And sometimes I do it. Sometimes. It doesn't look as great, but I appreciate everybody, and their love. And I love Houston. I love living in the city. I love, just the camaraderie and the community that I'm in. And I'm just so grateful to be here and be in this position. And I think, our fans, they're showing up and they're doing their thing, and I appreciate that because that really does help. Even in Seattle, like they were all out there. Then today, I thought we were loud, and that always helps. So out. You know,
that was a planted question. I would think. Yeah, I don't. Do you recognize that voice?
No, it's a female voice, right? Yeah.
And none of the ones we know. I don't think it was a San Francisco reporter.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
So it's a message you wanted to give out. You could have done it in the opening statement.
I'm CJ Stroud, and I approve this message. I'm here for it, man. They won. I don't care.
No. I think it's honestly, for whatever reason,
I think it's a big concern with Texan
CJ
fans.
Felt that it was strained or something. Yeah.
I think there's a lot of Texan fans out there that when things are going poorly, have a concern that we get them on the text page all the time, like, oh, Stafford's gonna retire in 2 years and he's gonna become the Rams quarterback.
Yeah.
And there's certain days that CJ's had where some fans are like, good, leave. And then there's others like yesterday, like, no, don't leave. You're the greatest ever.
The most frustrating thing that I hate seeing on social media ever, anywhere, because it's such a stupid thing to say, is whenever anybody says, this is the only fan base that turns on their quarterback anytime it says this is the only fan base, it's a lie.
Yes.
Or it's from an idiot who just genuinely doesn't understand.
Ignore it.
It's like a parochial. They just don't. They don't understand how human beings operate.
Whatever comes after that is BS.
Is a lie. Yeah.
Yes, I like that.
This is the only fan base that does.
Yep. Skip it. If you see it, skip it. I'm going to skip down here a little bit. I want to acknowledge the Cougs.
Acknowledge
Willie
me.
Fritz. Give Willie Fritz one, too, Ben.
Acknowledge
Give
me.
Connor Wegman one also. He had over 100 yards rushing.
Acknowledge me.
That was, AP Top 25. Cougs, number 22, making their first appearance in the AP Top 25 in quite some time. They beat Arizona State, man. ASU was a playoff team last year. Beat them 24-16. Honestly, the game didn't play that close. ASU kind of cobbled some things together in the fourth quarter. The Cougs, for most of this game, were carrying the play. So this is nice to see, man. There's a lot of Texas flavor in the top 25 right now between the Cougs at 22. Texas Tech is still hanging around on the fringe of the top 10.
Yeah.
Texas is still Texas. The win over Mississippi State, they scored a bunch of points in the fourth quarter to tie the game up and then won it in overtime. And we're going to get to the Aggies here in a second. But this is a pretty fun time to be a football fan in the state of Texas.
And critically, ahead of tomorrow's power rankings review, the Texans managed to stay in the top 25 as well.
Yes!
They were at risk of plunging out of the top 25 of 32
the top
teams.
25.
Yes.
They are power ranking top 25. So let's get to so congrats to the Cougs. Let's get to and they've got West Virginia, the Cougs do, coming up at home. 7-1-3, go Cougs.
Oh, by the way, and real quick, Texas Southern's marching band yesterday.
They
that was
were
awesome to watch.
outstanding.
Yeah, they were the halftime performance.
They should do that every week, man. That was a great halftime. They're really good.
Yeah.
Aggies.
Acknowledge me.
I'm acknowledging the Aggies. Look, once they beat Notre Dame in week 3 of the season, whatever it was, I became an Aggie fan. We need the Aggies to keep winning so our resume looks good. But when I can combine that with ending the LSU head coaching career, that the Aggies were trailing at halftime in this game, 18-14. They scored 35 straight points in the second half at LSU at night. I don't know the last time. I don't know if that's ever happened. 35 straight points by the opposition. 49-25, the final score. Most importantly, Brian Kelly gets fired last night at LSU. Okay, a couple things here. This is probably Pettycast worthy as well. Mm-hmm. When Brian Kelly got to LSU, one of the very first things he did was fire longtime strength coach Tommy Moffitt, who had been there for over 30 years.
Yeah.
He was a huge component to the 3 national championships that they'd won in this century here. And Brian Kelly came in. It's not out of the realm of stuff that happens in college football, but Tommy Moffitt happens to be the strength coach for the A&M Aggies now. And so he was a guy that the Aggies were all fighting for on Saturday, to be sure. This is Marcel Reed, the quarterback of the Aggies, talking about Tommy Moffitt.
Moffitt got some Gatorade report on him at the end of the game by the O-line, for sure. Moffitt, wanted this game just as bad as anyone else. And, I remember Thursday he kind of brought in a tackling dummy with Brian Kelly's face on it. We all started kicking and stomping and stuff like that. But, this one was an important one to him. And they kind of told us the story of the night before we even got here, just kind of kicking them in the butt, and the crowd will start to empty out towards the third and fourth quarter. And, they did. Our crowd started to go over there and kind of take over their student section and try to make all the noise at the end of the game. So, it was really cool. But, definitely for Moffitt because he has so much passion for the game and he does so much for us. Yeah.
It was. I checked with a couple people close to the program. I'm like, is that a true story that Moffitt brought in a tackling dummy with Brian Kelly's face on it? And neither of them could confirm it, or at least they wouldn't confirm it.
I can neither confirm
they
nor
can
deny.
neither confirm nor deny. Yeah, they didn't. And they weren't being coy about it. Like I saw that yesterday morning when I was eating breakfast before going to the stadium, and I texted David Nuno's my first go-to on any of this stuff. He's with Texags. Used to be a coworker of mine over at the other station I worked at. And he said he wasn't sure. He loved the story, but he said he wasn't sure.
This is the thing about LSU and it being such a unique place. Tell me, LSU people out there, tell me if this rings true. Peter Burns from ESPN said this, and this feels right.
LSU guy, by the way.
Yeah, it says, it always felt that Saban loved LSU.
Mm-hmm.
It mostly felt that Miles loved LSU. Yeah. It always, in all caps, felt Coach O loved LSU.
He still loves LSU.
It always felt like Brian Kelly liked being LSU's coach.
Yes. I said that the day they hired Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
As you know, I've got Peter Burns has an intimate knowledge of LSU. I have an intimate knowledge of Brian Kelly, having him coach my team for over a decade. I 100% felt that way. I'm like, this is not going to be a fit. And by the way, I spent plenty of time in Louisiana because of my ex-wife is from Louisiana. I've been to dozens of LSU games. I know how those people think. I did not think that was going to work because I know that there were going to be some bumps in the road. Brian Kelly does not handle bumps in the road very well.
Doesn't handle bumps in the road well, and just
he's
like
an outsider. Man,
there's a thing, the difference between Ed Orgeron coming into your house for dinner somewhere up in northern Louisiana or something versus
southern Louisiana.
Yeah, or anywhere in Louisiana, really. Yeah. No, honestly, in the middle of New Orleans, like out in the sticks, wherever it is,
Thibodeau,
Ed O versus Brian Kelly. It's just it's something that Bill O'Brien, I know, had talked about, and this is a Belichick thing, is that there's got to be a culture fit between your head coach and the city.
Especially in college.
Like, there were parts of O'Brien that just didn't feel like a culture fit with the city of Houston.
And
there is something about it being a bristly Northeasterner, coming and coaching anywhere in the South. It's just sometimes not a good fit. Whatever, where's Brian Kelly from? I don't know.
Boston.
That makes sense. All right, that 100% makes sense.
Yes,
that's a bristly fit with especially a Louisiana culture.
Well, and he's not even a friendly Bostonian. Like, he is a bristly. Bristly's a great word. Like, he's angry a lot and he blames a lot.
He's
and he
the
points
stereotype
a lot
of a Bostonian.
Yes.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the accent. That's the only thing he's missing. And who would have thought that when this was the introduction for Brian Kelly? I mean, give him credit, Seth. He did try to fit in the first day that he got there at the basketball game. Who knew that this was not going to work out?
Thank you. Well, this is a great way to get started, and I haven't even won all my games yet. It's a great night to be a Tiger. I'm here with my family.
Okay, we've heard enough.
That's the whole. So
haven't even won all my games yet.
Yeah.
Family.
They do have to explain this every time because it's like if you grow up anywhere with any kind of a Southern twang, it doesn't necessarily stick out to you as much. But it's like, okay, Sean and I know Brian Kelly's accent, and it's like that's a guy that's trying to do a Southern voice, or a Louisiana voice, or whatever.
Just the way he was.
It's like so immediately off the bat, it felt like, all right, you might not spot the disingenuousness, but if you do, it's obvious.
Yeah,
and it was a bad fit in a lot of ways.
It was a bad fit from jump, man. And this is, probably a topic that deserves more than the 30 seconds we have. They're now negotiating a buyout, which I'm guessing the negotiation from Kelly's side is you got to pay me. Like, you got to pay me. Like, what's in the contract? Because it's $54 million. This is
where the college football is coming
around. It's getting out of hand.
Well, and honestly, it's all of these hires that at times seem like slam dunk hires, like Lincoln Riley, or Jimbo Fisher, or
James Franklin. We'll never have to pay any of these,
right? Yeah. It's just, and at the onset, every time one of these guys gets fired, I was like, I could come in and be a mediocre coach for you for $2 million a year. I'll gladly do it.
Yes, yeah. You know what? Just give me a couple $100,000 on the way out, so I go to the beach.
I don't need any kind of a
enough
buyout.
to buy a beach house, so I can just sit there and
Mike
smoke cigars all day.
Elko was not a titillating hire.
No, and he's been great.
Right. Yeah, it just and he's making about $7 million a year.
Yeah. Well, that'll go up after the year. That'll go up.
But it is. It's just there's no rhyme or reason, and I think it is because set all the NIL stuff aside, even before all of that, every single university is so different in the challenges at that university.
Yes.
And success at one place doesn't translate to the culture at another place. And it just, there's so many things that go into it that make it's such a crapshoot.
Notre Dame and LSU are very different.
Yeah.
And Kelly had success at Notre Dame. The criticism was he couldn't win big games. Kelly thought the reason he couldn't win big games was because of the school and the restrictions he had on him in recruiting. He thought he could go to LSU. Man, I can recruit anybody.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to win. And it turns out the problem was not Notre Dame.
And that is, there's a certain type of, especially like when you go to one of the ones that's a more academically rigorous institution, they have certain standards. Like you get kids that are like respond to different types of coaching.
Yes.
And it's just, so the culture fit really matters.
Never there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Texans win yesterday, 26-15. How are they feeling on the other side of yesterday's game? One of the more bombastic San Francisco media members gives a rundown of how he felt about it and kind of disrespects the Texans in the process. Yep. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Oh, man, that's...
Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A lot of people weighing in on Northerners invading Southern jobs. So you guys are saying the New England culture and accents aren't a fit for coaches. What about radio personalities?
I'm not from New England. Those snooty bastards can all go die.
I grew up in New England, but I don't think I have a New England accent at all. I don't know that I have any accent. To answer your question, it's working out just fine on this show.
Yeah, listen.
Right? Our show's very successul.
Listen,
okay?
you stupid hick.
Yeah. You hillbilly.
Yo, listen, you stupid hick. Yeah. I got to tell you one thing.
You want to come in here and grab one of these mics?
None of you knows what you're talking about when it comes to... The area I grew up in is more like West Texas than it is New England.
Than it is?
Yeah, it's very...
upstate New York?
Well, like Western.
Yeah, Western New York.
Yeah, it's very rural.
Very rural. Yeah, very rural. All right, let's get to the other side from yesterday. We've heard plenty from the Texans. What were they feeling on the other side yesterday? Well, it's really just one person. Grant Cohn, who covers the Niners. Is he a streamer, Seth? Or
he's like a big YouTuber, yeah. Like he's very successful.
He's
YouTuber.
very successful. You know how he's very successful? All the stuff we heard DeMeco saying about the outside noise and don't pay any attention to it, and we never asked for advice from any of these people in the media. And whatever those same things, but they name Grant Cohn by name.
Well, and he does to his credit. He's aggressive, and he asks like really aggressive questions in press conference and everything. Yeah.
So you got
fans either love him or hate him or both simultaneously.
He's entertaining for sure. He's got a lot of energy. So he's doing this video yesterday with like a selfie stick while walking through the bowels of NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
You know?
Almost gets hit by a van at one point.
Yes. Okay, good. So you saw this.
Mrs. McNair's van.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. It was Janice's van. Almost plowed
I like
over.
to think she said, "Plow this guy down."
Yeah, this guy. She goes. I like to think she said, "There's Grant Cohn. Hit him." Here's Grant Cohn with his assessment of yesterday's football game.
That was sobering. The 49ers just lost 26-15 to the Houston Texans, who aren't good, and they're going nowhere, which means the 49ers aren't good either. I mean, they didn't just lose by a little bit, and you can't just pin this on one guy. The whole team got absolutely murked by a bad Texans team. They have a good defense, but their offense is terrible, and it's banged up. And the Niners defense gave up like 5 10-play scoring drives. The Niners defense is horrendous. And there's no trade that's going to save it at this point. Brock Purdy will come back, and he'll help the team. Like, they absolutely need his mobility. He's a really good quarterback. But he's not saving this team. Brandon Ayuk isn't saving this team. This team has an easy schedule and could go to the playoffs. But if and when they get there, they're not going to do anything. They're not going anywhere. And put them in the Super Bowl. This team is not very good. They're 5-3. But really, they're worse than a team that's 3-5.
Okay.
So
beat complaining about a 5-3 record.
So basically, you just got worked over by the Texans. How dare you?
What
and
did
I
he
get it.
say?
I think I might be saying murked. It's I think it's from gaming.
Murked?
It's like mercenary.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I think gamers will say that.
Okay, murked.
You got murked.
Okay.
So I'm guessing it's from one of the famous games.
Gotcha.
I'm sure the text line will tell us.
What did he say at the beginning about the Texans, though? That was a little more descriptive and non-slang? What did he say?
That was sobering. The 49ers just lost 26-15 to the Houston Texans, who aren't good, and they're going nowhere.
Going nowhere.
Whoa. 9 seed in the AFC.
Yeah.
They were 0-3.
Hey, listen, Grant Cohn.
Yeah.
Look, it's an AFC team. You have to remember that. You guys are the dullards of the of the NFL conferences, all right?
Yeah.
Over here, people got to work for a living.
That's right.
They can't just feast on a bunch of mediocre, tepid, no-name football teams.
We're in a conference where our defending conference champ is sitting at the 8 seed right now. That's how hard it is.
Oh, remember that glorious offense you guys have in your conference, so the Dallas Cowboys? How'd that work out when they had to face one of the best defenses in the AFC yesterday, huh?
Did yesterday's Cowboys-Broncos game make you more nervous about this coming week's game?
Yes. Yes, it did. 100%.
Cowboys kind of suck on defense, though.
Oh, God, do they? Boaks actually showed up for all 4 quarters in that game, as far as I could tell. I haven't watched it yet.
He didn't need to come back.
He didn't have to do a miraculous comeback in the 4th quarter.
No, we were watching it. When we do the post-game show, we've got Red Zone on in there.
Yeah.
I love late window Red Zone because it really is almost like you're watching there's only 3 games going on, so you get all the good stuff. Yeah, it's almost like you got to watch 3 games, three full games while hosting a post-game show. Yeah.
Do you ever do the quad view and watch 4 games at once?
No. Well, that's typically up to the NFL Red Zone people to throw it on.
No. I mean the actual games. Do you ever do quad view and watch 4 games at once?
No, I don't like that, and I don't like when they go to it on the Red Zone either. I have 3 on my wall at home, but the 2 small ones just are sort of there to keep me updated.
Yeah.
I don't watch them intensely. The big one is the one
on the Sunday Ticket. You can just watch all. You can pick 4 games and just watch all.
Yeah,
I can't. Yeah. You know me. I can't do that.
No. They have on the
got
Red
all this dip to eat.
The Red Zone. The Red Zone. They have sometimes in the early window. Scott Hansen does the Octobox.
Octobox.
He's got all 8 games going, and I'm like, all right. First of all,
a girl in college that. So what's he do? Does he keep it?
It's 8 screens on one. Yes. 8 screens on one.
Oh, that got dumped, did it? Not on the stream, it didn't.
It's a funny joke.
So, probably ill-advised.
8 screens at one man. It's too much.
So what we used to say about my friend in college.
You know the old saying, if you've got 8 screens, you've got none.
Yeah.
It's the old saying.
That'll murk my brain.
That's right.
That'll murk my ADHD.
Murked. So Grant Cohn, basically the loss.
I'm not even going to tell you what I thought murked meant early on because Ben will just dump me again.
Slapped in the face. I don't know if he can dump you twice in a certain period of time. So have that.
So murked comes from mercenary. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. That's good. I'm glad we spoiled Grant Cohn's flight home. That was what they're feeling on the other side of things yesterday. I would imagine Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. I mean, we were talking about them like 2 best play callers in football going into that game. Pupil beat the mentor yesterday.
Saleh was in that power hands on knee stance pretty aggressively for much of the game.
Yeah.
It was a little bit like Urban Meyer always looks just so pathetic when he's doing it because his legs are too far apart and he looks disgusted.
Yes.
Robert Saleh looked like he was still ready to hit you.
Legitimately ready to go.
But hands on knees, but not in a defeated fashion.
Yeah, no, he's an intimidating looking dude, man. All right, so we've got John Harris and Mark Vandermeer coming up next. After that, In the Loop with Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, who owes me $5.
Oh, no.
Yep. And then The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley after that. Monday Night Football tonight, Commanders in Chief. Seth, antibodies to you, my
Antibodies to you, my friend.
Thank you. We are done. We are out of time. Texans Monday is coming up next. But first...
Underdog, yes, you can play
Access the Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
CJ takes a knee. It is over. The Houston Texans get the job done in a big way, defeating the San Francisco 49ers 26-15. They had to have it. They got it. They played outstanding offense for much of the afternoon, and the defense came up with the big stops when needed. And Houston goes to 3-4 with Denver up next week at home. The homestand starts with a bang. Absolutely had to have that game against the San Francisco 49ers to have any kind of season that you dreamed of having. I mean, you could always win 10 in a row or whatever if you lost yesterday, but come on. You needed that game against the 49ers. You needed it for a variety of reasons, not just for your record, but to show you can do it. You can beat a team that's good. They were injury-ridden, no doubt, but the Texans were playing without Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, so I thought that kind of canceled things out, at least in that matchup, offense versus defense. And you're able to pass protect, get C.J. Stroud time. He looked like the virtuoso he is. And defensively, need I say more? DeMeco Ryans, when he left San Francisco, had the number one defense in points and yards. Right now, he has the number one defense in points and yards. It's that good. And the Texans go to 3-4 with Denver up on Sunday, and Denver just blasted the Cowboys out of the building at Mile High yesterday. So they're feeling fat and happy coming in here for a nooner, and it's big, and it's on. We have a season. Yes, it was 0-3. Yes, bad game at Seattle Monday night. But here we go. This is the time to make hay for your Texans with 6 home games, 4 roadies, 2 of them in the division, and the other 2 at Kansas City at the Chargers. Let's go, Johnny. It is on. You've got a chance here, but the AFC, good teams all over the place, at least teams with good records. We'll see how it goes. All you can do is take care of your business starting Sunday. Good morning.
Well, that's the thing. It's, you know, we talked about this with the Titans and the Ravens and this one, it's, you know, you play who's out on the field. Like, they're still wearing the Niners logos. You got to talk about injuries. Look, the Niners played the Falcons on Sunday night. Nobody was talking about how banged up the Niners were as they beat the Falcons by 10 and beat them up.
Yep.
You know, nobody talked about, well, you know, the 49ers don't have this guy and that guy after Christian McCaffrey went off for like 200-plus total offensive yards. So you play what's in front of you. You play the team in front of you, and you go out there and you do what you have to do for that particular game to win a game. And I know, it's funny, as I was driving in, I was listening to Sean Seth, and Sean asked, I think, a really good question. He's like, how can you go 15 days and prepare for a team and play that way on Monday night and then turn around and get it together and play against another really good team but play the way you did yesterday? And, look, if you try and hyperanalyze it, like that, you just forget about it, man. There are just times where everything clicks, everything's right. You get a few things to happen early in the game that get you rolling. I mean, how many games have we been to where, like in 2015, we played the Dolphins, nothing goes right. We're down 42-0 at the half.
42-0.
Had we played the Dolphins later in the year, I think it probably would have been us winning because we got hot. We started getting a little bit of confidence, et cetera. And
that wasn't even a great Miami team.
Yeah, right. And so I think it's, you know, they're just things that happen in a season that you're like, what the man? But we all knew as we watched that Seattle game, as we were there in Seattle watching it, we're like, okay, Seattle's good, but we're not helping the cause.
Right. You could play a lot better.
You could play a lot better. And yesterday they started getting hot and started getting things working. And I think a game is about timing, too, about when you have to come up with a positive player. You have to come up with a positive drive. Can you? And I asked DeMeco, and we'll hear this interview later after the game. He had some interesting things to say, but I asked him about coming out of halftime. And I told him, I said, you know, at the halftime break, I said, you know, you and I have been doing this for 3 years, Coach. We meet at halftime. We talk for about a minute, and we go on. And I was like, I could feel the steam coming out of your ears at the end of the half. And he kind of laughed and joked.
Because of the way it is.
And so, to me, the drive coming out of the half was huge because if they got it to 16-7, which they did, then they picked it off and that ends the half. Now they got all kinds of momentum. Their red-clad fans are going nuts. And then what'd you do the first drive of the second half?
Stuffed them.
3 and out.
Yep.
Stuffed them. Got the ball back, went down and kicked the field goal and went up 9. And that wasn't obviously the end of the game, but it was a huge turning point to me.
No, you got the touchdown then, right? No, hang on a second.
No, you didn't.
No, I think you got the touchdown because, look, third quarter, they punt to you. I'm going over the drive chart here. And then that's when you went 94 yards.
I'm sorry, you went. That made it 23-7.
That was the big 94-yard drive, and
Yes.
you threw the ball to X for the score.
Again, it further proves my point. The fact that drive, that 3 and out stop, they do a nice job of pinning you inside the 10, and yet you just come out and slice them to death on a 94-yard drive. When have we seen that? It's been
94
a while.
yards?
Yeah. It's been a while.
I mean, when that happened, I thought, okay, you got to at least get a couple of first downs here, put them on the long field
That's
so
what
your
I thought.
defense can go to work. Because you mentioned that at the end of the first half, not only did you have the special teams mistake where they got the return to the 50, you got the face mask, and now they're at the 35-yard line, bang, bang, they're in the end zone, and you're thinking, oh, my goodness. And then when the pick was thrown, Lenore, I'm looking at Lenore, the clock, but I'm thinking, why doesn't he get out of bounds and set them up for a long field goal or something?
Right.
But it's hard for him to probably watch the clock as well. In his mind, he's thinking, this is touchdown or bust right here. Because as soon as he started dancing around and doing the dipsy doodle, I thought, okay, clock's running out. At least they dodged the bullet as far as any more points on the board. Because you're right, 16-10 at the break, and they get the ball.
Right.
That would have been catastrophic under the circumstances. But you're able to keep the stiff arm. But, Johnny, let's go later on in the game. When somehow, some way, it becomes a one-score game, you're up 8, and you need to have the drive, at least a field goal drive, and that's what they got. They got a long field goal drive out of it, and they go up 2 scores, and it's exhale a little bit because you know the defense was eating, but you just didn't want to see the 49ers have any life in a one-score game late.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you didn't want. And all I was doing was flashing back 4 years. Because when we played the Patriots, when Mac was a rookie with the Patriots, we had a big lead on them. Now we kind of created our own situation in that one, but Mac brought them back.
Yep.
And I thought Mac's the kind of guy to be able to do that, and I was worried about that. And the defense just said, no, not on this day. I think I saw this after the game, and I've always liked Kyle Shanahan for the fact that he'll tell it like it is.
Right.
He said this in that quote after the game. They kicked our ass, and we've got to take it like men and play next week. They kicked our ass physically. And
it's kind of what happened to the Texans last week. They got their butts kicked by Seattle, came back and took it like men and took it out of the 49ers.
And just like us, we got it within a score. We somehow stayed in the game. The Niners stayed in the game. They somehow had it a one-score game. It's 23-15. I'm like, God dang it. And then, like you said, went down, kicked a field goal, and made it 26-15. And now they've got to have 2 scores. Everything works in your favor. They get a drive going. Kamari has the interception at the 1-yard line. Years past, games past, I would have been really, really worried about having the ball at the 1-yard line. In fact, when you threw it down to me, I'm like, okay, if you don't move it, you got to consider taking a safety, all those things. And then they moved it at least 6 or 7 yards to give Tommy room to punt.
Yep.
And then
killed some clock,
and
too.
then stopped them again.
Yep.
So it was a full performance. I think there are so many players that needed to step up. We've been asked, you and I don't know how many times we're asked about, okay, well, what about the receivers other than Nico? What about the receivers other than Nico? Well, all you got to do is, instead of taking this long dissertation about what they've got and what the potential is, all you got to do is point to this and go, here you go.
Yep.
Here you go. I mean, the number of catches X made yesterday, Jalen Knoll is here. He is here. And you know exactly what I mean by that. He is here, and you cannot reduce the number of targets he gets. Jaden Higgins is here. He's making plays. And I thought it was interesting that in CJ's press conference, his very first question he was asked, and he talked about the receivers. He started mentioning all of them. And he got to Jared Wayne. Ironically, he forgot X, the guy he threw the touchdown to. But he mentioned Jared Wayne, and he pointed out how Jared had his first 2 catches of his career.
Yeah, he has never had a catch before.
And he had that big one going across the middle, I think was on a 3rd down catch, kind of a rolling, kind of diving catch in the middle, which is a hard catch to make.
Looks like he belongs.
Yes, he absolutely does. And his path, I mean, we saw it in preseason. Like early in preseason, in training camp, the first 2 or 3 days, I remember I interviewed him after like the 3rd day, and I'm like, dude, keep it up. You're playing your guts out. The next day, he's hurt. And now he has to go through this. Well, he goes, they release him, injury settlement, all that. Then they bring him back, and they put him on practice squad, and then you get an opportunity. And look, I don't know. Jared Wayne might not catch the ball the rest of the year, but the fact that he was able to step in there yesterday when this offense needed receivers to step up.
That's big. And CJ pointing him out, I thought was really
it was really interesting. I thought that was really
nice.
cool.
Yeah, he just missed X, and he loves X too.
No, I know that.
How about this? I wanted to see the Cyclones have 5 catches apiece. It almost happened. Because X had 5, Noel had 5, Higgins had 4. I wanted 5, 5, 5. Berrios snuck in there with his 5.
How about that?
Berrios was good.
He was really good.
Berrios was good. Woody's 50-yard catch and run. I mean, everybody contributed, Johnny. You look. I just listed.
Hold on.
Those guys with 4 piece.
I want to read Woody's receiving stat line real fast.
All right, Woody Marks 4 catches, 49 yards, along of 50. Okay, so he lost. Gotcha. Behind the line of scrimmage.
-1.
Yeah. Okay, checkdowns. It didn't always work, but the 50-yarder, Johnny.
Here's what I find.
Funny. The net is 49.
So this will come up with my interview with DeMeco, and it came up yesterday with the interview or the press conference with DeMeco, talking about all the noise and everything that had been going on throughout the week. And I think there's a delineation between noise and things that don't really matter versus, hey, we can see somebody miss a block, drop a pass, see a team not play very well, But where it turns into noise is this team sucks. This team should get rid of this guy. This guy should be fired. Everybody should be fired. There's a difference between noise and people being able outside of the building or outside of football being able to analyze what's happening. So there's a difference in the two. But I thought it was interesting as people talked about the noise and getting past all of that. And I thought DeMeco's answer was very pointed about that. Like, hey, we can't take the opinions of people that aren't in this building, which is absolutely true because the noise is the opinion part of it. The fact play very well in Seattle, and that was easy to see. We can see that. We definitely could see that. That's not the noise part. The noise part comes in with all the opinions and all that, and both CJ addressed it in the locker room and DeMeco addressed it in his post-game press conference, but they rose up when they needed to.
It's what you do with it.
Right, exactly.
Because there's no way to avoid it right now.
No.
We've talked about this. In the old days, you don't turn on the television or the radio. How would you dare do that?
Yeah.
Always have
you don't have to read.
You don't read the newspaper.
Right.
Now
those three things, if you didn't do those 3 things, you wouldn't.
Even going on the internet and the O's, okay, fine, or the early teens. But now that everything comes to you and is pushed to you, there's no way to avoid it, and it's going to find you. All these players, it's going to find them.
Yeah.
So,
hey, did you hear what such said about you?
It's what they do with it. It's what they do with it. They're such public figures, it's impossible to ignore if you have a phone and if you have any kind of social media participation whatsoever. You're just consuming. You're not posting. You're just consuming because that's how you get your news. That's how I read the freaking paper.
Yeah.
The equivalent of that today is reading X or, the other platforms as well. And that's what it is. Okay, DeMeco Ryans, after the game, talked about the week leading up to it, the work that went into the win over the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, for this week, Kim, the main thing, our guys just went out, and everybody was, I would say, locked in. Everybody had laser focus on their job, what we needed to do. Guys made the plays we were supposed to make. I thought CJ made great decisions with the football. When it wasn't backs, our backs played well. We ran the ball for over 100 yards. It starts up front always. And when our offensive line can do that, control the line of scrimmage, things will go well for us. But overall, couldn't be more proud defensively. They also did an outstanding job. Getting great team over there. Those guys made 2 really big plays on us. Kittle and Jennings made some outstanding catches on us, and that happens. But our guys were resilient. They continued to bounce back. They didn't let one big play affect them. They were still able to come out and continue to press forward, play together, and finish the game.
Along those lines of, like, they didn't let one play, hurt them. And that was a hell of a catch by Jennings. I was upset. It's 3rd and 17, and Max getting drilled by somebody. I think it may have been Will. How did he get this off? I think the defense has done that pretty well. They haven't let one big play take them out of what they do.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty. I mean, that's almost 100% with the defense. They do not let one play like, all right, they got one, but, come back. Like, Sting on the touchdown to JSN that he dunks. Sting probably should have had a little bit more help from Jalen Petrie on that. But I know that's a play that was probably burning in Sting's mind. The rest of it comes back later, gets an interception when the Texans absolutely needed it. The defense, I think, without question, does that. They do not let one play define them. They do not let one play derail them. No, offensively, it's we screwed up on this, and then that leads to this, and then that leads to this. But there were not a lot of instances yesterday where they even had the quote-unquote mess up on the first one. They had that one drive. I'm trying to think when it was. They had that one drive that had a lot of promise. It might have been before the half. That drive had a lot of promise, and then it was like a couple holdings on one play, and then I think there's a holding on the next play, and that backed them up. So they got themselves into that, and that cost them, an opportunity for a touchdown.
They scored on every possession other than that pick late in the half.
Right. But they did. They bounced back from that. But they didn't create those bad situations for themselves.
Yeah.
That they did a much better job of on Sunday. And look, Nick Caley took a lot of heat after Monday night's game. A lot. And I'm sure as you sit down with the offensive coaches and you're like, hey, what happened against Seattle? I guarantee you a lot of them are like, man, I don't know. Because that wasn't us. Because if you look at what they did against the Titans, you look at what they did against the Ravens, and look, I understand. And this goes to Seth's point, too. The matchups were better in those 2 games, and the matchup was good yesterday. The Seattle Seahawks are a tough matchup for us right now because the Seahawks are that good up front. They're that strong and girthy up front.
They're not the last team you're going to face.
And the one you face Sunday is going to be a mother trucker.
Right.
They're going to be tough.
Thank you for your FCC-approved verbiage.
I did. Yeah.
Yes.
That they're gonna be tough, but I think if this offense something, if you take out of yesterday, you look at it and go, what did we do yesterday that we can carry forward? Spread the ball around, gave 7 time to throw, and you ran the ball downhill suddenly. You didn't try and go wide. You went downhill. You ran duo with some intentionality. You ran the ball hard. And by the way, the most viral moment that should come out of this game is British Brooks putting Kevin Givens on his wallet on a wham block.
This is a defensive tackle.
It is one of the most impressive one-on-one blocks I have ever seen from a fullback.
It's awesome.
If not the best. It is freaking awesome.
And he's probably going to say, like LL Cool J style, don't call me a fullback.
I said, exactly.
Don't call me a fullback. I'm a running back who happens to be able to do a lot of different things.
Whatever he is, British Brooks has given this team a lot. I saw him in the locker room. I was like, man, you snatched that man's soul. And British just kind of, he's like, he kind of chuckled. It was his reaction.
Are you kidding?
Was
They're
great.
going to show that in the meeting room today.
Oh,
and
I guarantee
everyone's going to go nuts.
The whole room will go berserk.
That might be the only highlight. Like, this is what we need right here. Bang. Okay. Go to work on Denver.
That's it. Right.
That's all he has to show.
Take that moment and go
CJ
work.
already got his game ball. He was awesome yesterday. Sean said it might have been the best game he ever played as a pro. I mean, we could debate that all day long. But under the circumstances, coming off the short week, the red-eye flight, the no Nico, no Kirk, let's get the young guys involved, and you spread the ball around like that, beautiful. beautifully. First of all, opening drive of the game for the Texans. 9.5 minutes, 16 plays. That's the longest drive of the year, and it was only for a field goal. But it set the tone that we can move the ball. Yeah, we got to finish the drive, but we can move the ball. We can consume clock. We can convert third downs. I'm on it today, folks, C.J. Stroud. And a huge play was a third down and short, and he hits Knoll on the left sideline.
Route. Quick out.
And the throw was
a little high.
It was a little high, but catchable. Obviously, Knoll caught it. But if Knoll doesn't catch that ball, but Knoll caught that ball. And the drive continued. And it just, that to me was a really big play.
Yeah, huge.
Microscopic
play.
moment, but a big play in this game because it continued that drive, which was a tone setter for the day, and the defense was dealing, and it was a beautiful thing to watch against a team that's good. I don't want to hear about injuries. They had George Kittle. They had Christian McCaffrey, who was all-world. And by the way, how about this? You face Derrick Henry this year, you shut him down. You face Christian McCaffrey, you shut him down. Now, some other guys you haven't been able to shut down as well. But
the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
Both guys.
Like Bucky Irving. But these guys, and McCaffrey comes in all-world, very different kind of back than Derrick Henry. But both guys are all-world. You're able to stop them. What did Henry do yesterday, by the way, against the Chicago Bears with no Lamar Jackson?
Yeah,
he had a ball game. He had a ball game. The Bears couldn't do it. You could do it. I have no issues with the defense. The offense had a great performance yesterday. Now you're at home. Okay, let's dig in here. Stroud here talking about the work that went into the week and what they can do to build upon this victory against San Francisco.
Yeah, I think practicing, that's key. Got to practice great, and I think we've been doing that for the last couple weeks. And then, taking it from the practice and putting it on the field, kind of like I was saying, just execution. But, I think that's what it starts with, your preparation, film, being on the same page with the coordinators and with, your position coaches, and having conversation about, if this happens, I'm going to do this. That happens with your teammates. So that'll be key for, this next game against a good Denver defense.
Give me a little sliver here. How good is Denver?
Good.
Okay, that's all I asked for, really, I guess. That was a sliver.
They're here offensively.
If this were a test in school, you'd have to show your work a little bit more.
I know, I'm going to.
Okay.
And you knew I was going to, because I have a mic in front of my face, and
Yeah, I know.
They've got two very diverse backs.
Bo Nix threw 4 touchdown passes yesterday.
Now, you and I could throw 4 touchdown passes against the defense that was formerly known as the Cowboys. But that said, that fourth quarter they had against the Giants has really kind of seemingly spurred them on. The running backs are very good. The offensive line has gotten better. They've got a number of weapons in the pass game. Add in Evan Ingram, which thank God he's in Denver, not Jacksonville. So offensively, very diverse with what they can do, very multiple. Defensively, they get after you. They got a big-time shutdown corner. Riley Moss is good on the other side. They hit. They're physical. They provide a little difference. And Vance got them going. Vance Joseph, defense great. He's got them going, and they've got confidence now. They think they can go beat anybody, anywhere, anytime, and so you're going to have to do the same exact thing. You're going to have to hit them in the mouth. But as we talked about Christian McCaffrey, he had 11 touches yesterday for 68 yards. Jeez. 11 for 68. Sunday night against the Atlanta Falcons, he went over 210.
Yeah.
So the one thing I didn't, and I know it was a talking point kind of all year about linebackers, Aziz, and, E.J. Speed's added to the mix, and Henry and Christian, et cetera. They don't cover well against the pass. They don't cover well against the pass. Yesterday, they covered really well against the pass. They covered really well man-to-man against Christian McCaffrey. Henry had that great breakup after the kickoff return right near the end of the half.
Oh, yeah, Henry.
Aziz played his butt off in coverage. E.J. Speed had a couple of moments where he was in coverage and did some really good things. The coverage from the linebackers can change things for this team and this defense going forward. The fact that they're able to play that, and they're going to need to this week. R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, they're bad dudes, man. They're really, really, really good. Play well off of one another. But they'll include them in the passing game too. But this is going to be, we said it for the last how many ever weeks. We had to go to Baltimore and win. We did. It was a statement game against Seattle. We didn't make the greatest statement. Yesterday, even though it's a 5 5-2-9 go up and kick their ass, and you did. Now you set up this game, this massive one against Denver. People want to crown Denver as, oh, they're gonna be the AFC West winners. They're gonna be that team, this year. Okay, well, now you got to tangle with us.
They were down 19-0 to the Giants at one point.
I know.
The Giants have talent, but obviously they have trouble putting it together.
They lost one of those talented pieces yesterday with a groove.
Yeah, terrible. All right, let's get ND in here. We'll talk more about this. The Denver Broncos. Andre's going to join us. We'll get McLean on as well. It is all happening here following the Texans' win over the 49ers with Denver up Sunday at noon. And Houston Methodist brings us this show. Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine with treatment centers all over the city. 20 convenient locations for you. You have a nagging injury, something that concerns you. Go check them out, HoustonMethodist.org, for more information on Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
We all want to stay healthy.
great job.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
On 1st and 10, Jones looking. Jones throwing downfield to his left and intercepted. The Texans with the takeaway. The pick intended for Jennings. Houston gets it done with Kamari Lassiter with the INT. All right, so when we designed these H-Town uniforms, Johnny, I saw them, PowerPoint stuff.
I know exactly what you thought.
And I thought, great, I love these. These are awesome.
But
then I saw them broadcasting a game, and I thought, ruh-roh. These numbers are impossible. I mean, they're really tough. They're really tough, especially, when you have you have a 14 and a 19, and things are on the fly. You want to get the call right.
Yeah.
That one, the Lassiter, I'm waiting. Please get up, whoever picked this off, so I can see your number. And
until I started yelling, Kamari, but I was yelling so much.
I did not hear you at all on that.
It was loud. I couldn't.
It was loud.
Yeah, it was loud.
I did not hear you at all on that one.
I was like, Kamari.
I was just waiting. I was just waiting for it. And it was fine.
It's great play.
It all got done. But that's just a broadcaster thing right there. I think, who did the Christmas game on national? These in the Christmas game. Somebody, one of the national guys made a comment. But, it is what it is. I would just like that white line around the numbers.
Yeah.
Like on the color, the old blue color rush was nice. But these are badass looking, man.
Yeah, I thought they looked sharp.
So cool. So what are we, 2-1 in these now?
2-1 in these, yep.
All right, that's very nice. Okay.
That's very nice.
Andy Kalu, undefeated in life. Here he is joining us right now, 12-year NFL veteran, Texans legend. And by the way, he'll be with us tomorrow. We're going to be at the Texans team shop live at 6 tomorrow. And Andy's going to be there, which is awesome. It's Legends Week. We're going to put Janice McNair into the Ring of Honor on Sunday. And joining us tomorrow at 6 at the team shop, they'll stay open late. Brian Cushing will be there. Brian freaking Cushing will be there tomorrow at 6. So you don't want to miss that. Looking forward to it. And Andy, always looking forward to a conversation with you, my friend. How did you see yesterday, that performance against the 49ers? Good morning.
Good morning. Much needed performance. And look, I don't care who the 49ers had out. The Texans, they were missing their number one wide receiver. So let's just look at the score and the performance. But that's the type of win, that's the type of performance I felt like the team needed after the Seattle debacle. And what I really noticed, big picture, you got it from all three phases. Special teams, obviously, with Connie Fairbairn. Defense, picking up the slack and late in the game, getting that big interception to end the game. Then obviously offense, without Nico Collins, you had a bunch of different receivers stepping up. That was a true team win right there.
Indy, as someone who played in the what is it like Kyle Shanahan had a great comment after the game. He said, in short, they kicked our ass. And he didn't go further into the, physically this, physically that, all that. But it felt like yesterday was a physical ass-kicking. As someone that did play in the trenches, what is that like when the game is over and you're like, we dominated them physically?
No, it's such a great feeling, especially when the other team has, a Hall of Fame type player in Christian McCaffrey. My thought going into the game, hey, you're not going to stop Christian McCaffrey. You just want to limit him and make sure there isn't anybody else that has a big game to go along with it. They said, yeah, hold my Gatorade. Instead of hold my beer, they said, hold my Gatorade and let me show you what we could do against a guy like Christian McCaffrey. And when you're stopping a player like that of that caliber, it's not just him. It's because you're changing the line of scrimmage. It's because as soon as he gets the ball, when it's a handoff, you have guys in his face because you're winning in the trenches. You're shedding those blocks, and you're just dominating the guys in front of you. You saw it throughout the entire game. And this defense, say what you want about the Houston Texans defense, every single defense out there is going to bend at some point. But, they just continue to make big plays after big plays and just dominate from start to finish.
Number one defense in the NFL.
Except against Seattle. Let me throw that out there.
Yeah, but that was also one of those deals, where certain things went wrong, and if the offense is picking up the slack a little bit, maybe the defensive numbers look prettier, but who knows, and it's a team game and all of that. And speaking of team game, Andy, the offense really put on a show. Phenomenal. Had time to throw. How did you see the attack, especially considering no Nico Collins, no Christian Kirk?
What I loved about it, if somebody didn't watch the game and they just checked the box score, the stat line, there wasn't any eye-popping stat except for the fact that, oh, man, so many guys had a reception. So many guys were able to contribute. You know, I don't think there was a 100-yard receiver. I don't think there was I know there wasn't a 100-yard rusher, but with Woody Marks, averaging 4 yards a pop and then getting another 50 yards receiving, nice, compliment to Woody Marks, Nick Chubb doing what he does, just some nice, tough runs. Then obviously the receivers, can't say enough about those guys. It felt good because, especially with the wide receivers, when I was excited during the preseason about all these different receivers, you knew they weren't going to really get a chance in the regular season, but because of the way things worked out this week with Nico being out, Christian Kirk being out, you saw what you expected from those guys, and they all stepped up, and that's impressive. That's impressive because now as a defense, you're not just focused on one or two wide receivers. You know all these guys can make plays, and that's just going to open up your superstars even more when they're back on the field and healthy.
Andy, I want to build on that. As a player, when you're there, you're a defensive player, and you know the offense doesn't have Nico, and you know it doesn't have Christian Kirk, and you're like, man, we got these rookies, got Braxton Berios. Do you get charged up more as a teammate when you see the guys that aren't normally the guys? Man, Wayne, great catch, first down. Like, does that fire you up more as a teammate when it's guys you don't maybe get it from regularly or don't expect to get it from regularly?
100%. And that goes when Wayne makes that play, it resonates with the defense as well, because those are the guys you see week in and week out busting their tail on scout team, barely made the team, but you know that given the chance they can make a play. So when guys like that make plays, you're extra happy for them, man. That adrenaline continues to pump even a little bit more. When Nico Collins makes a play, it's like, yeah, that's what he does. You know, that's what Nico does. But then when you see other guys who bust their tail actually get an opportunity and they're able to make a play on Sunday, you're 100% correct. It just gets everybody fired up. And you've seen it before. You and I have even talked about it during some of the preseason games when you see how the team reacts to a guy that's not a household name. When he has success, it just fires everybody up.
What about confidence building, a victory like this against a good team? This team was 5-2, tied for first in the NFC West. We know how tough that is coming into the game, and doing it with whoever is available or not available. They're really good at operating with guys unavailable, and Mac Jones was playing pretty well coming in. So you beat them soundly, decisively, however you want to word it. How does that affect this team? Because, yeah, the win over the Ravens was very nice. The Ravens had a lot of guys out, and they might be learning how to play without several key players because they won against the Bears yesterday with Huntley getting the start. And obviously the win over the Titans was the Titans. What does that do for the team moving forward, especially Sunday against Denver, Andy?
No, any win, especially when the season hasn't started the way you expect it, it gives you that confidence. And look, after the loss, if you ask a player, they're all going to say, no, we're still confident. We still believe. But you're like, man, we lost to this team. We didn't play well. But when you come in and you beat a team that has a winning record, that has been playing well, you hold them to their lowest point total of the season. Yeah, you feel good about that, especially when you have this beast known as the Denver Broncos coming to town. So as a fan, after the game, I'm all excited. Like, man, yes, the Texans are back. Then I watched Denver against Dallas, and I'm like, oh, this is who's coming to town. So the players, though, they're going to be excited. They're going to be pumped knowing that they just beat a good team, and they're going to face another good team next Sunday.
Yeah, another opportunity to make a statement. And I don't know, things stick with me for whatever reason, but I remember when we did the preseason game, the first one of the year, and we were sitting down in production meeting trying to figure out, how we were going to do the open, and I was going to talk about offense, Indy was going to talk about defense, and Indy pointed out, I want to talk about E.J. Speed. And I thought, okay, because we were going to see E.J. Speed, I was like, okay, this is cool. And then Indy presented a case for E.J. Speed. It got me fired up. I was like, all right, E.J. Speed. We had seen him at training camp. But E.J. Speed and these linebackers really have made a statement lately. And I think the statement that they made yesterday was, you can criticize us for a lot of things, and you have been criticized for covering, pass coverage, etc. Yeah. They're really, really, really good. McCaffrey had 43 yards receiving, but he did it with 3 receptions on 6 targets. They held them to 25 yards rushing, under his average at 3.1. And a lot of that had to do with the linebackers. I'm not trying to shade the defensive line, which I know you love. But E.J. Speed and these linebackers are really doing something in coverage more so than what they've done. What are your thoughts?
No shade at all. And, starting with E.J. Speed, the reason I brought him up during that first preseason game and during our production meeting, why I was adamant about talking to E.J. Speed, for whatever reason, I just felt like that signing was so under the radar. People just didn't realize what type of production, what type of playmaker he was with the Indianapolis Colts and maybe the NFL, because when he was available, I just assumed he was going to sign a multi-year, multi-tens of millions of dollars because of what I saw from him during when he was with the Colts. So when he came to the Texans on a one-year prove-it type deal, I was pumped. I was excited, and I was just wondering why there wasn't that much excitement. But we're seeing now why I was so excited. And here's the cool thing about it. All these linebackers, they love each other. They're going to say great things about one another. When he was brought into the mix, it was a call to everybody to step up their game because he's coming to compete for playing time. And you see how much better they're all playing now. Like Henry To'oTo'o, he had one play as a tackler where I was like, man, that was a nice play. And then in coverage, I thought Henry To'oTo'o had a great play. And I just see that his level has picked up. And I'm sure it's because he knows there's a guy like E.J. Speed breathing down his neck. Package where they're in there together. So I just feel like E.J. Speed in that meeting room, in that linebacker room, has just elevated the play. And you're starting to see it not just with tackling, not just with physicality, but also with the coverage, which was always a sore spot for the Houston Texans linebackers.
Andy, we talk a lot about the noise. Last week there was a ton of it, and there was a lot of different reporting going on about guys in the locker room and what's really going on and how do people really feel. And you tell me, being in a locker room, and what is really important here as far as marching through a season and trying to keep everybody on the same page. Or, let me add this to it, is it almost impossible to keep everybody on the exact same page and you're going to have this and that, but you just have to focus on game day, or at least during the week enough where you can just put it together? I don't know. You tell me. It's got to be tough. You have a 53-man roster plus, and all these people in the building. How do you keep it all together, keep the focus so you can win?
With great leadership, and you brought up a great point, the latter part of the question. Is it even feasible to keep everybody on the same page? Absolutely not. You have 53 guys. You have 22 starters. That means you have a group of guys that feel like they should be starters, but they're not. So you got to keep them excited. You got to keep them in their lane. So you don't have everyone on the same page, but when you have a great leader, you get them to accept their role. You get them to understand that, hey, whether or not you like your playing time on Sunday, when you get in the game, prove me wrong. I can see DeMeco, if there's a player that trust me there is, I can see DeMeco having that private session with him like, hey, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, whether it's on special teams, whether it's on the certain packages that you're in. So, yeah, there's always going to be ups and downs. There's always going to be grumblings. I remember when the New England Patriots won every single game in the regular season, I had a buddy of mine who went to Rice that was on that team. And when we would talk during the week, he would tell me about some of the drama going on. And I was like, hold on, y'all are 11-0. And you're always just going to have that type of drama. So the cool thing is to have that leadership that keeps it all in check.
Indy, I think it's hard for anybody to watch Will Anderson Jr. and go, he's even better than he was. Like, he's improving each and every time he goes out on the field. And the one play that probably stands out yesterday more than anything else was on the 3rd and 17 that got completed down to Juwan Jennings down inside the 2-yard line. Will Anderson is essentially bull rushing Trent Williams right into Mac Jones, which is why the ball kind of floated a little bit. It's hard to put in words really how great these two defensive ends have been, but it feels like they continue to get better and give teams, no matter what, no matter whether they're getting chips, whether they're getting doubles, they're still impacting the game every time they go out at such a high level. I mean, this duo has been as good as I can remember, and it's getting better. Andy, what are your thoughts about the way Will and Daniil are really setting the tone for them up front on defense?
that we've seen in Houston Texan history. And I know people are going to argue, no, it's one of those Indy Kalu and Anthony Weaver. But you know what? I'm humble enough to say that all jokes aside, I didn't even start. But when I look at Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, that's the best duo that I've seen with the Houston Texans. And I could probably even argue the best duo in the AFC South since Dwight Freeney and Mathis. And I don't even have to really go back and check. Like, the way they play, their intensity is ridiculous, and the stats don't justify it. Because when you look at, J.J. Watt, what he does, and, first ballot Hall of Fame career, one of the best to ever do it, you could also see it with the stats, but it's unfortunate and fortunate at the same time. With Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, there are so many plays where they affect the throw, they affect the quarterback, they affect the tone of the game because there's a big TFL hit or Will Anderson's running somebody down from behind that you don't really see on the stat sheet. But when you're watching the game, it just resonates with you. And you see it time and time again with those two guys. Most people tune into football, unfortunately, just for offense. But if you just focus on those two guys every game, you will be entertained. Like, it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of art to watch when you watch those two play.
Great stuff, and thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you at the Texans Team Shop tomorrow night at 6 for our live show with Brian Cushing. Can't wait.
I have my free shirt ready, and y'all keep up the good work. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, thank you. Andy Kalu joining us. Let's talk about some of the nuances of this victory, but really what needs to be done to beat Denver as well, because you want to keep this thing going. Got to go back to back to back to back. You need to go on a run here, Johnny.
Yeah,
you need
absolutely.
to win 6
No
or 7,
doubt.
7 of 8 right now. You
have it in you. You have it in you.
You have the tools. Well, let's talk about that. Do you have the tools to do it? We'll phrase it as a question. Whatever. We'll be back as Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
NFL fans, when
to sanction Girls Flag. Join the She's Next movement at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
Now, more Texans Monday.
CJ pulls the trigger, short gain, right side, but Woody Marks on the run, 25, 30, 35, 40, right sideline, 50, 45, breaks the tackle, 40, and finally roped down inside the 33-yard line. Big catch and run into 49er territory for Woody Marks.
He's good, Johnny.
So, earlier, I was talking to this thing that came up in the press conference and all that.
Yeah.
One of the biggest things that, I lost my train of thought as I was talking earlier. I was like, what was I thinking about? This is the play I was thinking about. The play is I want to say, if I remember correctly, it was a two-man route. And
this one?
This one, the one to Woody Marks.
So not including Woody, though.
Not including Woody. It was just a two-man route, trying to go downfield. And what was one of the biggest, noisiest items that came up? CJ's desire to throw the ball down the field. And his comment in the press conference, people took and ran with it about, death by 1,000 paper cuts. I'm still getting used to it, et cetera, et cetera. We know CJ wants to throw it deep. That's the, it feels good when you throw it deep. Longest pass play he's had this year, he threw it on a check down.
Tied for the longest,
And he did, it was almost the Dak Prescott thing. You know how Dak does that little thing with his hips? It was like CJ was gearing up like that to throw it deep.
Yeah.
He was launching that sucker. You could tell he was like, I'm crow hopping, I'm throwing it deep. Hey, Woody's open. It's like the longest pass play he's had all year was a check down.
Yeah, I saw it was going short, then all of a sudden I'm thinking, there's nobody around him.
Nobody there.
Nobody.
Not a soul.
Run.
Yeah.
And he did, and it was good, and he made the most of it. So that was very cool. My expert quarterback analysis found this. He was stepping up in the pocket a lot beautifully because the pressure wasn't coming from up the middle.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Good eyes.
He's stepping up in a clean pocket. The rush is getting around the edges, not getting around, but you know what I mean? When it does happen and you're running out of time, your 2 seconds, 2.5 is running out, he steps up very nicely. Watching the game, you have utter confidence in his ability to throw the football accurately, finding the right guys. And with no Nico and no Kirk, it was a revelation to see all those guys get the ball spread around the way they did. Nobody with more than 5 catches, but 3 receivers had 5, 2 had 4. That's what you were looking at in a 30 completion game.
How about our guy? I fought it hard.
What?
Braxton Berios. I was going to talk to Woody, and then Woody was not in the locker room.
You did not go there.
I thought about it.
You were going to ask him about Dancing with the Stars?
I was about to say, man, you guys have back-to-back nights of just, this is awesome. And then I was like, no. But
wait, do they go tonight? Or?
I think it's tonight. I thought it was tonight. Maybe it's not tonight, but either way.
So it's, for those who don't know, his girlfriend is on Dancing with the Stars.
Right.
She's a social media influencer.
I'm telling you, Braxton was phenomenal. He
really played well.
He was, when you get sick and you're like, man, I need something. It's the one thing you don't think, hey, man, I got this remedy from a buddy of mine who's another friend of mine. He's like, just take orange juice and put in, like a thing of liquid Benadryl and then put in this and put in that, and you'll feel better. You're like, all right, I'll try it. All right, here we go. Give it to me. And all of a sudden, boom, it works. Yeah, really, I'll be honest. Since the time of the season, I'm like, look, if something were to happen to Christian Kirk, you would go to Jalen Noel.
Right.
But one day I remember in practice in training camp, I remembered watching when they were working some sets in training camp, and I realized, boy, they've got Berios and Noel together on the field at the same time. They've got Christian and Berios together, and I thought that'd be kind of interesting if they ended up playing a couple slots at the same time. And they didn't do that. I have to go back and look. I don't know if they did that much, but you realize at that point, like, hey, that position is going to get a lot of looks and a lot of opportunity. And Braxton made some really big key catches, especially on the first drive. There was one I thought it was Noel going across, and then he popped up and he signaled first down, and I was like, that's Berios. Oh, wow. He got open. He got separation. And that's all you've got to do, these receivers. You just have to get separation from me to you I mean, we don't have much between us, but just that much separation. 7 will put the ball on you. He will put the ball on you and let you do something after the catch. He will give you an opportunity. And they made the most of it. They caught everything thrown their way. You talked about the Knoll catch on the first drive. Jalen's not a tall guy, but he had to go up and grab that one. He did. He got the feet in bounds. Guys held onto the ball. X on that crosser that he got hit by Upton Stout. He has to go up and get it, and as he's reeling it in, he's getting hit by Stout. X doesn't make that catch in 23 or 24.
He hangs on.
He hangs on. It's a big
down catch. Knoll had that 44-yard catch.
That's one of my favorite plays. I love that play they run. They ran it with Kirk in Baltimore. They ran it with Noah Brown against the Bengals. It's funny because that's a play that's been carried over. It kind of goes to show all this talk about new offense this and new offense that.
Oh, there
are concepts that carry over
it's
amongst
100-yard fields. There are only so many things you can do. It's like only so many notes in the scale, but you can do it in different ways, different times, different people, as they do.
Exactly.
All right, let's get Andre in here next. That was a quickie segment, but we'll go long with Andre Ware coming up, and we'll also ask him about if he regrets not coaching because the buyouts are tremendous, Brian Kelly. Anyway, we'll get into some of that stuff at the end of it. It's all coming up here on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans,
92 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
A good Moali in the backfield, CJ in the gun, bunch formation left on 3rd and 7 at the San Francisco 30. Here's pressure, CJ over the middle, caught, 15, 10, 5, into the end zone, rock and roll, touchdown, Houston.
Who is it?
What a play to Xavier Hutchinson.
Who?
X marks the spot.
My guy, my man.
It was Dre's pregame.
That was who he
power
picked player of the game?
Well, when we say this, and Dre, correct me if I'm wrong here, when we say this, we're kind of picking a guy who, you could pick C.J. Stroud, okay? But we're kind of picking a guy who is going to rise above and, it might be a semi-star, if you will.
Right.
I mean, X is not a bit player here.
Yeah, he's not Nico.
But he's not a Pro Bowler necessarily. So that's what we're kind of looking for. Who's going to give the spark, right, Dre?
Right. It's more of an underdog type player, a guy that you're rooting for to have a good game, but could likely affect it. And that's kind of how I define it and how I look at it.
Yeah, I look at
X
the same
factor.
way.
Well, I don't mean it like Xavier Hutchinson. I mean like an X factor of the game. It's not like the top player, but it's somebody that may be off the beaten path, could end up making a big play. And X made a number of big plays. And Dre, we'll start right there. Hutchinson 5, Knoll 5, Berios 4. And then Dalton had 2, Jared Wayne had 2, even Nick Chubb had 2. There were 8, I think it's 8 guys that had 2 or more receptions. How does it change this offense when they have all those guys getting involved?
Yeah, I think yesterday would happen. And first of all, it affects the defense tremendously because you don't know how and where you're going to get hit and about how many, because he's spreading the ball around left and right. And then when you think you have everybody covered up downfield, no, he'll just check it down to Woody Marks and let him run for 50-plus yards. So that was fun to watch. What it did yesterday, when even taking Nico away in a very indirect way, it forced CJ to trust the offense. It forced CJ to trust other receivers other than Nico Collins. So it forced him to go through his progressions, trust the offensive line, and they played as well a game, as good a game as I've seen in a very, very long time. He had protection. The pocket was excellent. The running game was there when it needed to be. All of it mixed together was made for a really good game for the team in itself overall.
Dre, we were just talking about stepping up in the pocket, and is that sometimes easier said than done? You really got to train yourself to do that in a way, because there are guys in front of you, and you hope you're not getting pressure up the middle. But you tell me how that is. You have to work into that, don't you?
Yeah, you do, and you see a lot of guys go through a lot of different drills in the off season and things of that sort, just to try to train is just to do it automatically. It is a tough thing to do because the natural reaction is to always escape outside. And when you don't have that, what do you do? And are you just going to go there and get tackled? No, you got to train where the safe place is within the pocket and work from there. Also keeping your eyes downfield in case something comes open in front of you. So it's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to learn. It can be taught, but it's a natural feel for working in a small area.
Okay, I'm going to read this tweet to both of you, and I just want you to tell me, just if this were to occur for the next, how many games we got left? 10. If this occurs for the next 10 games, where is this team? Here's the tweets from around the NFL. Texans offense allowed season-low 21.4% pressure rate in win over the 49ers per next-gen stats. If the Texans' O-line and offense is able to keep up that low pressure rate, what's the ceiling for this offense, Dre?
Well, I think they can do anything they want to do. If you get that type of production that you got yesterday every single week and the defense stays healthy, because that's the part that we never attach to it, is can you stay healthy through the whole thing? It's really survival of the fittest, so to speak. But if you take that factor away and you're just counting offense and defense, the scouts keep you in a lot of games. You score the way the offense did and have the type of production and time of possession. I think it was over 41 minutes. That's the type of stuff that wins you football games and wins consistently no matter where you are, home and away.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling right now because you've only played 7 games. With the early bye, here we are. It's November this weekend, and it feels like you're barely getting started almost. Like, come on, let's go. Let's get on a roll. And, Dre, you're right. You got to stay healthy. You have a long path in front of you, which is good news because you have a chance to do something to remedy the tough start you had at 0-3 and obviously losing to Seattle on Monday night. Dre, tell me, though, the confidence-building aspect of this, being able to build off of it, knowing you could beat a good team the way you did both sides of the football. Thoughts as you face Denver Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, it does wonders for your confidence. It's a relief every time you win one. You go through the week, you're putting game plans together, you're trying to execute who fits in where. There's a tremendous amount of work that goes in, which is why you get the reaction from players and coaches that you get from a regular season win. For the fans, it says, oh, yeah, they won, and you move on and you go back to your job. Well, this is their jobs. These are their jobs, so to speak, and that is it's a tremendous feeling. But when you're putting that stuff together, the end of the day, that's what you do it for. That's what you try to come out of it with, and hard to do every single week on a consistent basis. It's not an accident why Kansas City's so good or Buffalo's so good or all these teams. There's a tremendous amount of work that goes into the overall. That's just to get to game day, let alone win a football game.
I don't know what was more impressive. Mark threw down to me at one point talking about time of possession. I remember looking up, and the stat on the board said Texans were at 31 minutes. This was before the game was over.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It was in the third quarter. I think it was halfway through the third quarter. It was 31 minutes to 6.
Jeez.
I don't know what's more impressive, that or the fact that the Niners didn't have a first down until under a minute left in the first half.
That was beautiful.
I mean, it was incredible. And one of the things they were able to do, Dre, was keep Christian McCaffrey in check. And that becomes important because these two guys from the Broncos, R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, are not Christian McCaffrey. But they are running hot right now for the Broncos. But in stopping McCaffrey and holding him under his average rushing-wise, holding him to just 3 catches, I know that had to be number one up on the whiteboard throughout the week. But they were able to do it and do it with some really good linebacker play. What do you think about the defense in just slowing McCaffrey down and kind of just really shutting him out for the day?
Yeah, I thought they did a tremendous job on him and had a great game plan for stopping him and getting things settled and just a handle on the running game overall, but not letting him make. He's going to get a couple of splash plays. That's just automatic. Have the huge play that turns the momentum in another team's favor. Beating a team like that, that does wonders. That is a confidence builder that you can, and especially a team with a winning record coming in at 5-2. But you hold their best player in check. That's tough to do. And I think Mac Jones came in. He was hot. He was held in check pretty much as well. So their best 2 guys are the 2 hottest guys that they have. You shut that down, and you certainly got a chance to win. Then you limit the time that a guy like Christian McCaffrey's on the field by winning the time of possession battle. Not only did you win it, you dominated it. So that's just that shows it across the board. And you just physically, when you go back and look at that game or think about it, you were the more physical team in that matchup against the 49ers.
Dre, what is your level of surprise, if at all, about Bo Nix's success so far? Here he is, year 2. He's about 35 years old. No, he's not. But he's got 15 touchdown passes, 5 interceptions, 63% completions, and Denver is winning, most importantly, for their cause. But here's Bo Nix. I mean, he's been around the block. He's 25 years old as we speak, so he's a lot older than C.J. Stroud. He's good. He's about 1 year and 3/4 older than C.J. Stroud. Not that means anything or everything or whatever, but I feel like these guys who have played a lot of college football, a lot of starts, maybe several different places. Sometimes that helps when you come into the league. Your thoughts?
It definitely helps because, he has started and played in a lot of big football games. Think about it from that standpoint. So you're coming into stadiums like, wherever they're playing, 60, 70, 80,000. He's seen that already on the collegiate level, let alone has started and played a bunch of games. He's seen a lot of different defenses. A lot of things have been thrown at him. He's been in a lot of different offenses because of the transfers and the coaching changes. So he's used to that type of stuff. And to top it off, he's a football junkie that has merged with another football junkie in Sean Payton. And so those two get together. I will bet Bo Nix knew he was going to be drafted by the Broncos before the draft, and sometime before the draft, and not trying to give it away. And they were already talking offense and strategies and terminology and things of that sort, trying to get a head start on it, because there's no accident that he mastered the offense as fast as he did. They spent a tremendous amount of time together, eating meals and going over, plays on napkins, things of that sort across the table from one another. That's the investment that you have to have in a young quarterback in order to get the success that you're looking for early. And you're going to know whether he can, how to receive it, how to teach it to him, because you spent the time doing that. And that's what a guy like Sean Payton will do with Bo Nix, and Bo Nix will receive every single minute of it.
Okay. So they had 3 points in the fourth quarter. They had 44 yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. That's 77 over 5 quarters.
Yeah.
So so that's 15 points per quarter. So basically, if you project that over a whole game, the Broncos are averaging 60 points a game. Or the last couple of games, wow.
They played the Cowboys.
Yeah, I know, exactly. They played the Cowboys, and they played the Giants.
Cowboys can score, though. They can score.
Not yesterday, though.
Some weekends, most weekends.
Yeah, the defense of Denver is real good. Yeah,
kind of sounds like being in college. You can score sometimes, but not every weekend. That said, the Broncos and the Eagles both wore their retro jerseys yesterday.
Right.
The Eagles wore the Kelly green. The Broncos wore that orange, and then the blue, light blue.
Yeah.
So take your pick, both of you. Take your pick. Which one's better? The Kelly Green Eagles retro or the Broncos retro from yesterday? Dre, you go first. If you got to pick one, which one would it be?
I don't think I have anything in my closet. I might have a pair of workout shorts that are green, which tells you the only thing green I like is money. So I'm going with the Orange Crush uniforms. I just don't. I mean, I'm not a fan of the color, but I talked about it yesterday when I looked up at the monitor and they were starting. I just love the Orange Crush uniforms. I always have, always will.
Yep.
I thought I was going to like the Eagles uniforms more than I did. I thought about this last night. I thought I was. And then when I saw them in the highlight reel, I thought, look, they don't look bad, but the Denver ones just bring back more emotion. Elway, the Three Amigos, all that stuff.
I love that Kelly green, man.
Stagger
That green is
Lee.
beautiful.
Oh, no.
Oh, don't even bring up Stagger Lee, man. Why? I didn't mean for you to go there with it.
Sorry.
I didn't need for you to go there with it.
Because every time I think of a good memory with a team that we have nothing to do with from those days, there's a bad Oiler memory associated.
There definitely is.
There is. You could pretty much find one.
Yes.
With just about every team.
In one word, describe the vomit and mustard uniforms of the Steelers last night.
Dre.
Horrible.
I mean, they were awful. How can you win in those? How can anybody produce those and say, look, I know they wore that in 1936 or whatever, but you say, or something that looked like that. But here's the thing, and the same thing with the Packers retros. It was leather helmets and stuff. You're trying to duplicate a look with modern technology. You can't do it. Just do something else.
No.
Do something else. Don't do that.
As sweet as I like the powder blues of the Chargers, I hated the yellow last week, whatever it was,
terrible.
that they wore. Couldn't stand it. I mean, that uniform spells can't win. It just the Steelers as well last night. It just knew going into the game they're not winning in those.
I'll tell you what's sweet though. The H on the helmet is sweet here.
That look good.
It does look good.
Yeah,
I told you it's my favorite. It is the best helmet imaginable. I love that H.
I think I might like that better than the Battle Red helmet.
Yes.
I
won't tell you how I feel about the Battle Red helmet, but I love of this
Battle.
one.
Yeah, he's gonna love this.
Whoa.
Battle red with the H
Well, don't let
on
the
the red.
guys on the air because those are the things we'll come up with.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love
we
that.
know what we're doing here. All right, Andre, a couple of thoughts here on the sport where I was going to say where they don't play for pay, but they do actually. So college football. Do you regret not coaching, seeing some of these buyouts? Brian Kelly?
Yeah, that topic came up yesterday, and the closest I got was there was a time where Lane was rumored to be getting the job, and he had called me to come coach quarterbacks for him, and he was swearing that if I provided whatever help I could, that he had a spot for me. I'll say it like that. Mm-hmm. And he was swearing that this would be his last stop. He's already coached on the other level. This was going to be his end all, and so on and so forth. And I knew Lane was lying between his teeth, that if I just got in the door for a while, and been a part of his staff, and if we had any success, that there would have been a possibility of moving into, a head coaching role at some point there at U of H. And so that was about the closest. But no, I don't regret it. But the green, that type of green certainly looks good these days. It's crazy the amount of buyouts that tops Jimbo's stuff at A&M, and that was ridiculous in my opinion.
When I met my wife in Jacksonville, and she's like, well, what do you want to do with your life? You want to coach? Because I was coach at the time. I was like, nah, coaches don't make enough money. They don't make
Johnny,
that much money.
Big mistake.
Well,
they make plenty now.
That's changed, so I'm trying to keep the headlines out of my wife's hands because if she sees what Brian Kelly's getting paid, I'm going to get an earful.
Is that the best job available,
Well, that's
Trey?
what I was going to say. LSU, Florida, Virginia Tech, UCLA, a lot of jobs, Trey. Which one's the best one?
Don't forget that
Penn
one.
State?
I mean,
Yep.
that's a great job. People just kind of underestimate Penn State, but the Big Ten and the SEC are going to dominate and rule where college football goes and what direction it goes here in the next 5 to 10 years. So, I mean, you want to be associated with either school. I do think, however, it's going to be a little bit easier to recruit Florida. It's going to be easier to recruit LSU. I think LSU's the top job. Florida might be second, and then followed by Penn State in that order. That would be what I would think. And then Arkansas is open as well. So, I mean, there's openings everywhere.
Okay,
everywhere.
So
it used to be safe.
This way.
It used to be safe, real quick, Johnny, that to be a college football coach, at least you got to the end of the year, people cared about holding recruiting classes together, so on and so forth. It's not that way anymore.
Yeah.
It's just
Get
not
out
that
the
way.
door because we want to work on the next
Heck,
NIL group or whatever.
Yep. Exactly.
So,
crazy.
Let me ask the question a different way. Do any of those jobs entice Lane Kiffin to leave Ole Miss?
Here's what I told Paul Carcaterra, our sideline guy on my crew, when he posed that question. If I know Lane like I know Lane, Lane is in the place that he wants to be in because he's been there a couple of years and he's really comfortable. He will flirt tremendously with Florida. You know why? Because it's going to up the ante at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
He feels like he can win at Ole Miss, and he's got to kind of start over at Florida. I think he uses the job at Florida to up the ante at Ole Miss. Ole Miss will bite. They will give him a raise, and Lane will ride off into the sunset at Ole Miss. Unless Ole Miss doesn't step up financially, then Lane will really start to entertain thinking about the next job, which may be Florida.
Am I wrong saying 10, 15 years ago, we're not even having this conversation. It's obvious that he's moving on from Ole Miss, just like Indiana. You can win at these places now because of NIL. Yeah. Am I right about that?
That's exactly right. I mean, you get a passionate fan base and people that are willing to step in and contribute to the program and help the program in whatever manner. That is huge. It's huge. And you can meet revenue share, and you're on plane. You don't have to be exactly there where Texas is or Michigan or where some of these schools, but you're in the range where you can compete. Yeah, you can put together a pretty good run at a place like Ole Miss. a place like it.
Thing about Kiffin.
Yeah.
His agent is Jimmy Sexton. Lane Kiffin's going to get paid because Jimmy gets all of his clients paid, whether they leave a job or stay in a job.
When was Lane here at the Texas Bowl? Juniors Texas Bowl.
Couple years ago.
We interviewed him.
Played Texas Tech.
We interviewed him in the reception.
He was interesting.
He was good.
We had fun.
Lane's a lot of fun.
In a good way.
He's a lot of fun. He's misunderstood a lot, and some of it is self-inflicted, but he's a lot of fun.
Did you see the yoga picture last week? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see him? Did you see him trolling SEC Nation with Tim Tebow and Laura Rutledge over the weekend because they picked against him? Oh yeah, that's totally lame. Totally lame.
Oh, this guy he's just years ago it was annoying in a sense because it was like, what had he really done? And now I don't know. I find it funny. It's entertaining. It's like I think we need a little bit more of this.
No one liked him when he was young, and
he's matured. Let's just say that in his tweets or X or Instagram or whatever it is that you read of his, he has matured over the years to where it's now funny. Back then it was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. But now it's actually has a nice sense of humor to it.
Dre is a proud alum of the University of Houston. What's it mean to you? I know you mentioned it during the game yesterday. Willie Fritz has got the Cougs at 7-1, ranked. They beat Arizona State. They're Arizona State champions because they beat both Arizona and Arizona State in back-to-back weeks. I was at the game against Arizona. It was a clean game on both sides. They win it with a field goal at the end. They beat Arizona up. It was 8 points at the end, but they beat them up pretty much the whole game. How proud are you of what Willie's doing with the Houston Cougars?
Very, very, Johnny. I'm so proud. I'd like to say I'm close with Coach. We communicate. He is what I would call a friend, and I'm pulling for him. And I know what just getting bowl eligible this year meant for him and the growth of this program, to show the growth of the program, and that he can pull off here what he's done everywhere else. And I think the schedule sets up for a fantastic finish. They've got a nice slate of games to finish out or round out the season. But what he's done has been tremendous. What he has done off the field that people don't talk about, and the recruiting classes that he's putting together for the future of this program, that is on par with, in my opinion, with everything that, not totally what the basketball program is, but boy, has he stepped up to kind of close the gap there, when people aren't just talking about what Kelvin Sampson has done at the University of Houston. Now it's Willie Fritz, and he's quietly approaching that conversation where football matches basketball. It is tremendous. It's a great time to be a Cougar athletically, and I couldn't be more proud of both programs, both basketball and the football program.
Very nice indeed. Yeah, tremendous win over the weekend, Arizona State. Okay, Dre, who do you have this week?
Syracuse. I'm going a long way away, going up to Syracuse, watching play North Carolina again. And I say again because I had North Carolina Cal 2 weekends ago. So here we go again, boys, and you know what I mean by that. So
wait.
It should be an interesting game.
So did you have the production meeting with Belichick a couple of weeks ago on Zoom or something?
Yes, we did the Zoom call with Coach Belichick.
Was anybody talking in the background? Never mind. No, don't answer that. But was it?
He really wants
to know.
Anybody?
Not really, but really. Yeah, really, but not really.
Anybody walk by, the background, just walk through. Anyway, that's got to be cool. All right, very good. Well, we'll regroup on this one. Dre, thanks a lot.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, next up, we didn't have him on last week because it was a weird week, but after the worst loss in the history of the franchise, they bounced back. Well, I don't want to speak for him. Let's hear from the general next here on Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Stroud in the gun. Here's the snap. CJ with a little time throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Jaden Higgins. Houston scores. CJ Stroud pops the touchdown pass over the middle to the rookie Higgins. And Stroud is hot to start this game.
All right. Stroud stayed hot. Stroud over 300 yards, first 300-plus yard game in 21 outings. Wow. And just looked tremendous in a lopsided victory. Is it a really lopsided? It's a two-score win. It was fine.
It felt lopsided.
I think this is one people said on Monday night or after that game that the game was not as close as the score would indicate. This is one of those.
That's exactly
even though it got to a
was.
one-score game, I was never panicking, but I knew you needed a drive, and they got one to make it a two-score lead again. Anyway, let's get the thoughts of the Hall of Famer John McClain, the General, joining us. Good morning, General. Okay, it was rough Monday night, but this was a whole lot better on Sunday afternoon. Your thoughts?
I watched it last night 2 times, everything in slow motion and watching the different positions. And first of all, if I had heard any more about the 49ers injuries, I was going to throw up. They don't mention it. Joe Mix, Christian Kirk, Tank Dell missing from the Texans offense, but that's fine. And I think the reason it seemed more lopsided, the touchdown at the end of the first half was on the special teams, on the kickoff coverage. and not so much the defense. And I felt bad for Stroud's one interception as time was running out in the first half, and it looked like Jalen Noel kept running, and he expected him to break it off. So Stroud was great, but it all starts with the offensive line, tight ends, wide receivers, everybody blocking, and British Brooks. British Brooks just annihilated one of the 49ers. It got out, and all the former NFL people online, same NFL former players and GMs have been very critical of the offense after the Seattle game, kept running that play where British Brooks just steamrolled the 49ers. So it started with the blocking. You could tell Stroud was very, very confident when he threw. Big plays. Woody Marks, 50 and 23. That Xavier Hutchinson pass and run, perfect pass from Stroud. Great run by Hutchinson. I didn't know he was that fast. And getting Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins involved is a thing of beauty. 5 players caught at least 4 passes. He was spreading the wealth, and it was just an outstanding performance. Started up front defensively. McCaffrey, 25 yards, 3.1 average per carry. They only ran the ball 10 times this season, and it was just a tremendous performance on both sides of the ball. And now they get Denver. Then Denver just crushed the Cowboys. I taped it and watched it, and the Broncos have more sacks than any team in the league. They're coming in. If somehow the Texans can beat them, and they're certainly capable, they get Jacksonville and Tennessee back-to-back, and this team could get on a roll.
Well, it would be nice if they could get on a roll. General, the offense had guys impacting it that we maybe hadn't seen a ton of. The Cyclones obviously had big days, but Braxton Berios also stepped in and did a really nice job with no Nico and no Kirk. What are your thoughts about how the receivers stepped up and gave them impactful plays all game long?
Big time. Berrios had one play, I think it was in the first quarter, where he caught the pass, got hit, still broke a couple of tackles to get a first down. I'm sorry he got hurt. I haven't heard anything about it, but we don't know how long Collins is going to be out. But one of the things they had with Hutchinson, Noel, Higgins, they didn't, and even Jared Wayne caught 2 passes. And Dare Gumbawale had an 8-yard catch. And Dalton Schultz, who had 9 at Seattle, was limited to 2 because they were throwing to the wideouts so much. And it was just a thing of beauty to think what this team can do when they get protection. Now, 49, the Broncos don't. The Broncos is going to be, for the offensive line, the toughest test of the year, because the last 2 years they've been the best pass rush team in the NFL, and they got to feel very confident coming off of that embarrassment of the Cowboys, and I know we all hate that. And I look forward to this game. I'm fired up about it, fired up about seeing if the offensive line can do it. Stroud was only hit 2 times, as opposed to Mac Jones being knocked down 6 times, 3 by Will Anderson Jr. and 2 by Derek Barnett, who had a sack. And the defense was outstanding as well. They didn't give up big plays like they had the week before. It was just a great performance by the offense and defense. And Nick Caley, who's been getting blasted by fans and the media, Nick deserves a lot of plays for the play calling, going to the quarterback sneak, and it works. And things that they made adjustments that they did not do in Seattle. It was a great thing to watch.
Yeah, it certainly was. And you know what's not a great thing to watch? The Colts going out to 7-1 after a 38-14 victory over the Titans. And I look at the Colts, John, I just think this is a good team. I know people complain about the schedule not being difficult, but they are just bludgeoning a lot of people here that run into their path. So your thoughts on their success so far? They're going to get the Steelers on Sunday. I mean, I don't even know what that means anymore after last night, the game before. So here after 8 games.
They are on a pace to break the all-time record for touchdowns rushing. Now, compared to the Packers when they played 14, they should be able to do that 17. But Jonathan Taylor, he's got to be in the MVP conversation. So does Daniel Jones. They have been incredible. All that talent they've stockpiled at wide receiver. They have the best tight end rookie, one of the best, Tyler Warren. He's been tremendous. Their defense has been great. They get to tee off on teams in the second half because they have a big lead. Titans couldn't hang with them. And that last game of the year that's to be determined, it'll be really interesting to see the playoff ramifications. The way it's going for the Colts, they may have the division clinched by Thanksgiving because they have been tremendous and they deserve a lot of credit. Daniel Jones right now got to be the leading candidate for comeback player of the year. And Jonathan Taylor, nobody knows better than the Texans what he's capable of. Between Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry, those guys have put a lot of misery on the Texans through the years, but they've now shut down Henry. And if you can shut down Derrick Henry, you can contain Jonathan Taylor.
Oh, can you imagine us getting on a roll?
Oh, we have to go up there and stop
into
this.
Indy.
I'm not ready for
just
this.
Shutting it down.
It's going to happen.
Oh, man.
The date will occur. It's on the schedule. The Texans will be up there, and you know that week my hair is going to be spiked. Okay, I'm just going to be like. Whatsoever. This is going to. It is going to be on. In that one.
Yeah, it's going to be. It definitely will be. Chiefs Commanders tonight. Marcus Mariota will quarterback the Commanders. General, do you give him and the Commanders a shot at all?
No, Chiefs are on a roll. Mariota, can you imagine? You have all these nationally televised games with Cincinnati and Washington, and Jaden Daniels wasn't playing really well from the get-go. Drake May and Bo Nix have run off and left him in their second seasons, partially because of injuries. But they were struggling even when he was healthy. But right now, the networks coming out with Mariota, and then, of course, with Joe Flacco and Browning in Cincinnati. I feel bad for them, but that's what happens when you lose your quarterback. So, no, the Chiefs right now, we're talking about the Colts. You know, Buffalo came back, just annihilated Andy Dalton and the Panthers. So I still haven't given up on the Bills and Lions as my Super Bowl teams. But right now I'd be hard-pressed to pick somebody ahead of the Chiefs and the Colts.
Yeah, I agree. I think you have to give it to the Chiefs right now. But what about the Patriots here? And look, their schedule has not exactly been murderer's row, but you got to give them credit. And they took on the Browns yesterday. They demolished them 32-13. So Cleveland 2-6. Just watching, thank you. But the thoughts on the New England Patriots, General, who, when I look down the stretch here, they've got a few landmines, but a lot of Jets, Dolphins, Giants, 2 with the Jets. So here we go. What do you think?
Winning Buffalo made them legitimate, but they're a year ahead. They had more money to spend than any team in the offseason. They spent it wisely. They also have more cap dollars right now than any team, so they are set up to have another great offseason. And Mike Vrabel right now would be a Coach of the Year candidate. I can't imagine he would beat out Shane Steichen at Indianapolis. And considering how bad the schedule is and how bad their division is, even though the Dolphins bounced back to a Tagovailoa, had a great game, I still think, they're a wild card team at best, but do not see the Patriots winning the division over the Bills.
How about the Ravens winning the division over the Steelers?
Ooh,
we were sitting in studio and they had Get Up. Get Up was on, and they flashed the odds to win the AFC North. The Ravens are the only team with a minus number.
Wow.
They're 2-5.
Well, Lamar might come back Thursday. General, what do you think here? They're 2-5 now, and the Steelers look like they're plummeting on the defensive side of the ball anyway.
We talked about this last week when we thought Lamar Jackson might be back because the Ravens faked like he might be back, which could cost them a draft choice or a lot of money because you can't do that, especially in the current climate we've got in the NBA and all these stories coming out about athletes and gambling. You cannot manipulate the injury report, which John Harbaugh claimed was an accident. Like, you break. And I think this right now, if you look around the NFL, and Tyler Huntley played really well. Why were they playing Cooper Rush? Why did they not see Hundley, who's played for him before and has won a few games, actually went to the Pro Bowl one season when Lamar Jackson was injured? But if Jackson comes back on the short week, great. But if they play the way they played Sunday and Hundley completed a high percentage of his passes, they're capable of beating anyone. They're going to get more defensive players back. So I'm going with the Ravens. Nobody's going to want to play them when they get to the playoffs and have to go to Baltimore for the first round.
Good to get them when you got them. No doubt about that.
May get him again, maybe. I mean, who knows?
Oh, I'll sign up for that right now. That means you're in the postseason.
You know who returned yesterday, though, that made a big difference?
Who?
Patrick Ricard. How many times have I talked about that big sucker playing fullback?
Yeah.
It changes everything. You put 300 pounds in front of Derrick Henry?
Yep. Yeah, you got to deal with him.
Yep.
You got to deal with him. All right, General, looking forward to Sunday and looking forward to Thursday. Another visit with you. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
I look forward to it, guys. Thank you very much, as always.
All right, thank you. And smoking hot players of the game, who are they? Plenty of them. Plenty of work to go around for everybody as the Texans were victorious over the 49ers and have Denver coming up next. Denver beating the Cowboys by 20. Thank you for doing that, but we hated you getting another victory at 6-2 now. We'll talk about it on Texans Monday.
In a moment.
We believe in possibility.
Now, more Texans Monday.
CJ in the gun. Stroud hands off to Woody Marks again, running to the left side, has the corner, 30, 25, 20, and knocked out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. Woody Marks does it again, runs it into the red zone as the Texans have a big drive going when they needed it most.
All right, bigger game, Johnny. Woody Marks, you have to pick among your children here.
Oh, that's not fair.
Woody Marks, Noel, Higgins, Ursery. These rookies all playing a big job. And now Ursery big because I didn't mention his name once. I think I mentioned his name just to say it once, like Ursery playing left tackle.
Make sure
just to remind people, we got a rookie over there at left tackle trying to get through this storm. Handling things well. And, boy, what an opportunity this is to have these next two at home, and then you go to Tennessee. Are you kidding? And, look, I look at some of these other teams' schedules, and I'm drooling thinking about what it would be like to play some of these squads. But you're playing Denver, then you're playing Jacksonville, a winning team as we speak right now. Who does Jacksonville have this week as they get back from the bye? Let me see. Jags were off. There were 6 teams with byes. Ooh, they're at the Raiders, so they could get a win and come in fat and happy, just like the Broncos are going to be fat and happy. We're going to roll them over.
It's going to be a playoff game Sunday, man. It is going to be a playoff game Sunday.
They're all, I mean, look, you have 4 losses right now. How many games can you lose the rest of the way? 2 more? That's it.
Maybe.
That's
With
it.
the way
They gotta be
is going,
They got to be the right losses, too. And, look, I don't want to lose 2 more. I want to lose no more.
Right.
But, you know, the way it's going in the AFC, when you look at the Patriots with 6 wins, the Colts with 7 wins, the Bills
you
are
didn't
not
expect that.
Yeah, you didn't expect 2 teams in the AFC East to have high win totals. You thought maybe the Dolphins would sneak up to 8-9, but the Patriots are already at 6.
If I would have told you at the beginning of the year, at this point, the Ravens would be 2-6, 2-5, sorry, and the Chiefs would be 4-3.
Yeah,
what would you have thought? And the Bills would be the Bills are not 5-2, but
I would think something's going wrong in Kansas City. But you know, looking at the way this,
based on us, I would be like, oh man, we're at the top. We're the 1 or 2 right now.
Yeah, got to be the 1 or the 2.
But we're not. Our margin for error is very, very small. That makes this game against the Broncos 6-1 or 5-2.
Yeah.
Then okay, if you don't get it. You still got Jacksonville and Tennessee before you take on the Buffalo Bills.
Right.
Okay, you get kind of back on track. But at this point, there is no margin for error at this point. You play a number of good teams, and it's the next one on the schedule. But it is big. We thought Seattle was big. Okay, it didn't turn out the way we wanted to. We knew yesterday was you got to have this one, and you made a statement yesterday of what team you could be. And now you've got this team coming in that is hot, offensively hot, defensively they can do some things. So it's a big test, but you're playing at home. You mentioned the guys, the rookies, stepping up. At one point during the game, all of them were on the field together.
Yeah.
All of them were out on the field together. I thought, it's pretty cool.
It is cool.
It's pretty cool, and it shows you how youthful this offense is.
That's 4
but also
rookies.
where it could go.
4 rookies on offense. On a day where you rack up over 400 yards.
Yeah, that's pretty
beautiful.
I'll take it.
Wait, what was the total yardage?
I'll take
total,
it.
Total.
470-ish.
That's nice. I'll find it here eventually.
It was
475.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 475. Nice. You more than doubled them up. Just like you more than doubled up the Ravens. You more than doubled up the Titans. When you've won, you've dominated, really.
9 of 16 on 3rd down.
Now let's go win some close games.
Well,
let's go win close games.
How about just blow them out on Sunday? 19-0 to the Giants at home. Anything's possible in this league. We all know it's week to week.
Possible.
Well, it's true because the Ravens won yesterday without Lamar. The Dolphins beat Atlanta when Atlanta desperately needed it. I know Kirk Cousins was playing, and by the way, that's got to be
that's
rough.
Dead.
That's not good.
Dead.
Weird.
Dead.
Weird where you're begging for Penix. Not that you don't want to see Penix if you're an Atlanta fan. He's in there for a reason. But you thought that there was more there with Cousins. He's supposed to be the guy.
But did you see what the 49ers did to Penix?
Yeah.
They destroyed him.
Oh, they were crushing
that same
him.
defense that we put 475 on.
You're right.
They destroyed Penix and Bijan.
Yeah.
Bijan had all kinds of issues.
Again, some of this stuff, it is so week to week because they look at what Seattle did. They figure, well, we should be able to do that.
Right.
We hung with them, and we beat them at their place in a
Seattle
low-scoring
fans are
game.
so happy with us. I saw a few of their tweets. They're just like, it was a couple of them were kind of funny, but it was like, oh man, yeah, we did the NFC West a favor yesterday, knocking off the Niners. It was interesting after the game. I'm always curious after a game, like what the opponent has to say about us. What do they have to say about us? And I immediately saw Kyle Shanahan's comment, which was, they kicked our ass. And we did.
Yeah.
We did.
No, absolutely.
Mac Jones saying, I faced that defense, I think he said 3 times in the last how many ever years. And he goes, that's the best defense.
Wow.
And I think a lot of people think that. I think a lot of people, if it's not us, it's maybe the Broncos at this point. I don't know. Yeah, that's the best defense. Maybe the Packers, and they gave up 25 last night. But
well, how about this? I'll give you some numbers here. Not too many. Denver is 5th in total defense yardage, all right?
Okay.
Points per game, Denver, they were right up there, but they've given up some lately. They're 5th in points per game.
Yep.
All right. But it's 18-9, so it's 19 points per game. Texans are at 14-7 right now. Yesterday hurt your average. But you're number 1 in points and yards. And this is the first time in history that's ever happened. I don't remember a time this late in the season when the Texans were this high in defense in both those categories. DeMeco's last defense in San Francisco, I'll paint this picture. They were number 1 in points and yards, and it was the first time in 49ers history they had achieved that. And that's saying something. Yards are one thing. What's your points? Well, if those are low, too, you're doing some good things. And then you look at third downs and everything else. But points is points, right? And it's a team thing, too, because the offense is coughing it up at your 20-yard line. The Titans were 1 in yards last year for a long time. But the offense was giving the opponent the ball at the 20 all the time or wherever with all these turnovers, and people were scoring at will, so they weren't going to be there and scoring. Anyway, that's it for the show this morning. In the Loop coming up next, Lopez and Reggie, and we'll be back at 5 with the DeMeco Ryans program. You don't want to miss that. Thank you very much, Ben, for producing. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
We all want to stay healthy, but sometimes we get
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That escalated quickly. A victory. Reaction Monday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You know who it is. That's John Lopez, the OG. I'm Reginald Atatula. We got Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us again on a victory reaction Monday. I feel like I should say that.
Yeah.
Are you getting the point?
Yeah.
A victory reaction Monday. Your Texans able to move a little bit closer to 500 after beating the San Francisco 49ers in the friendly confines of a Sunday noon game at NRG Stadium. They're 3-4. 572-4610. That's the number to text. But there's also many, many other ways that you can get involved. You can just listen to us, all the various different places. And some of the places you can listen to us, you can also talk back, courtesy of the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
That's the YouTube page, which is Sports Radio 610 on YouTube. And then also the Twitch chat, which is 610 Houston and Lopez. Man, it felt so good. Like, honestly, it was one of those things for me personally, being in that building, seeing all those Niners jerseys, a lot of red in that building, where the game was over, like, I don't even know how much more relief I felt versus, like, excitement. Like, I was just in this very interesting place. What did this game do for me?
Was there a little confusion in there, too? Because there was for me. I was watching this, and I'm like, where the hell did this come from? Like, it was unbelievable.
Are you talking about the offense?
Everything, but especially the offense, yes.
Because I kept getting thrown off every time I look the other way. I hear a bunch of cheering, like, "Oh, what happened?"
Oh, Niners fans?
I'm like, "Oh, Christian McCaffrey for a 10-yard run."
Yeah,
what?
Yeah. Well, there wasn't a lot of them.
No, there weren't. There weren't. In fact, that's part of probably why. So let's go through this game a little bit. What the hell did happen? 713-572-4610. Your biggest takeaways from a victory for your Texans on a Sunday night. Or Sunday afternoon. Like, I'm used to night games at this point. I was like, the Texans had been moving, but like they got back to playing at home. 26-15 was the final score. And Lopez, like, big takeaways from this. Like, where did you immediately go to looking at this game?
Well, after I said, where did this come from? And dominate. I mean, they didn't have 10 plays, the Niners, in the first half until that final little spurt at the end of the first half. But after I said, where did this come from? I started trying to answer that question like we are prone to do on
100%.
On this show and just as sports fans in general. And I think it's more this is going to sound bad, and I don't mean it to. It's more C.J. Stroud than the offensive line playing a hell of a game. And let me just emphasize that. The offensive line played a hell of a game. But I think I go back to C.J. Stroud because he just seemed to be bought in again completely to how this offense is supposed to operate. How this offense, get the ball out quickly, run the ball. The running game was more than anything you could have expected. The combo punch was, there weren't like a 120-yard rusher, but there was a couple of guys that were doing the job. To me, it was C.J. Stroud, being confident enough in what the plan was to get it done. And then, of course, the offensive line, helping him with that. He's getting the ball out quickly. He's making smart decisions. He's not trying to make the big play when it wasn't there. And I don't mean to sound like a coach either, but it was very obvious. The plan, he was bought into the plan, and it worked.
Yeah, I mean, buy-in is an interesting conversation. Maybe we'll continue to have that. But the thing that you could say without any equivocation is C.J. Stroud
balled in this game. 30 of 39 was the completion to attempts ratio. 318 yards, a couple of touchdowns, one interception at the very end of the first 5 seconds, and the ball just sails on him there.
Yeah.
Obviously, he needs a better ball there. And he had a number of passes. I mean, a number of
high
completions were just balls that were thrown high. But yeah, C.J. Stroud deserves a lot of credit in this game. Coming into this game, it's a little roundabout, but stick with me. We talked about how, in the limited time we talked about the Niners because we were so focused on the Texans. The Niners are not a pressure team. They're not a blitz team. This young defense that they bringing in that they brought in rather to NRG Stadium. They just on the defensive line have not been as stout. Obviously, the Bosa injury that they've had has really negated some of their capabilities. But they bottom 5 when it came to quarterback pressures, bottom 5 when it came to blitz percentage, and we were like, all right, but the Seattle Seahawks upped that. They tried. Yeah. They had literally their highest blitz percentage, the Niners did, on dropbacks in this game. And they recorded 7 pressures on 14 blitzes. Like, those are pretty solid numbers. The thing that you counter that with is C.J. Stroud, under pressure, did not get sacked. And sacks tend to be a quarterback stat in some ways, although, again, you give all credit to the offensive line. And C.J. completed 7 of 9 attempts under pressure for 111 yards. He locked in a way where he was a lot more comfortable, had got to the right answers, and I imagine some of that is also Nick Caley making sure that those answers are available for him in those moments, and got the ball out to his playmakers so that you could negate the pressure, the limited pressure that the Niners were capable of getting. They negated that with C.J. Stroud. Fantastic play of knowing what to do, knowing where to go, understanding the circumstances, and controlling.
And that's
the
exactly
field.
what I'm talking about. This was C.J. Stroud, be disciplined. And we kind of roll our eyes sometimes when they talk about that. But this was C.J. Stroud disciplined enough to do all those things you just talked about. Oh, pressure. Boom. Where do I put the ball? Right here. Oh, no pressure. I'm going to be able to get off of one receiver and go to another. Being able to stay with it. It was a very disciplined, smart performance. And I think it was also for C.J. Stroud. It was also something that, he realized that you can throw for more than 300 yards in this offense. It is possible. He just did it. You don't have to take those chances, hit the big plays downfield, et cetera, et cetera. Now, there were a couple of big plays, but one was a little dump off to Woody Marks. The other one was Xavier Hutchinson, which, obviously that worked. But if you're just disciplined enough to trust what you have been told in this offense, and I think that was the biggest difference.
There's some of that. I think that there's a good amount of that. We can't, and I'm not trying to be a negative, Nancy. I'm really not. The larger question I think we're going to need to answer as we have conversations about this game is, what does this mean in a larger context? I think I've heard the phrase "statement game" being. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think there's a statement here in this game. But the idea is this is an offense that can work in particular circumstances. This game feels a lot to me like the Baltimore game, where you're able to, against a depleted defense that's not going to be able to get pressure against your quarterback, able to then execute your offense in an environment where your offense has an opportunity to be successful. They were successful in a major way, mind you, because you could possess the football like that. Like they had 4 drives, actually 5 drives technically in the first half, but that last one was again getting the ball back with 25 seconds left in the first half. They just milked the clock in
over 20 minutes to less than 10.
100%. I mean, that is actually it was a further divide than that.
For a while, it was like 20-5 or something. Yeah.
Yes, it was a while. In fact, you ultimately end up with time of possession, 41 minutes 22 seconds for the Texans, 18 minutes 33 seconds, which is damn near 23 minutes difference in this game of just being up, right? Like having the football, keeping it away from the Niners, and they deserve a lot of credit, the offense does, for playing complementary football. That's the phrase that we've heard a lot of, and they helped this defense be entire. The defense was fantastic getting off the field. It's one of those things that last week they had the opportunities to get off the field, but then the boneheaded plays, the penalties, allowed the Seahawks to remain on the field. They didn't have those, and the offense was like, thanks for giving us the ball back. We'll hold on to it for a little
bit. And that speaks to, again, this system, which it's not the most exciting system in the world. Let's be honest. It's proverbial dink and dunk, run the ball. But they told us that coming in. We knew that. But this is the type of offense that works when you have this defense. When you have this defense that can certainly take people off the field, create some turnovers. Kamari Lassiter had a big turnover and a big moment. This is the type of offense that works, and I think C.J. Stroud is starting to realize that at the time it does still have to be damn near perfect, and they were damn near perfect yesterday, except early on, a lot of field goals instead of touchdowns. So that's the kind of thing against a team that does bring pressure, against a team that is maybe playing better football at that time. It might come back to bite you.
Oh, we'll definitely have opportunity to talk about that. But again, I'm trying to keep this in a victory reaction Monday's vein, and got to give the offense again credit. 9 of 16 on third down, 56% ability to pick up first down on third down, efficiency, I guess I should say. They picked up the 1 4th down that they had. They made adjustments. Like, I'll give the coaching staff that, even if they don't want us to believe or they don't want to posit it as such. I didn't realize that you were allowed to quarterback sneak in this offense. And they were like, you know what? We messed up last week.
I thought they weren't listening to the noise.
They got, we can talk about that. They got up, they picked up quarterback snuck to make sure that they picked up those 1 yards, and they were able to get it. And so also shout out to the offensive line being able to make that movement.
That's exactly where I was going. That's exactly where I was going. As much as C.J. Stroud, I felt, had total control of the offense, not just total control of his game, because he was exceptional. I think you could easily argue this. This was one of his best games, maybe all things considered his best game.
CJ,
just because of the backup receivers, no Nico, all these other things going on, and the situation. 300 plus yards, obviously doing all those things. I'm not saying it is, because
no, let's do it.
I think it's an argument.
Let's all go all the way here.
I think it's an argument that can be made. There was no Nico on the field. There was
correct.
There was no big time receiver. No matter that might have been Nico and Stephon Diggs, and this was a bunch of guys that were unproven. We saw the graphics on the screen. I think the 33 catches was the most in a career that any of these guys had going into the game. So, yes, it was C.J. Stroud doing just an exceptional job. But I do want to mention the offensive line, too, as you just did, because at some point they were just embattled. They were just completely embattled and lost. And they did get the job done, whether it's pressure or no pressure, C.J. Stroud reading it or whatever.
Yeah, I do, though. I feel like we talked a lot about the offense, and that probably speaks a lot about our expectations coming into this game and the ways that the offense upended those to some degree.
Yeah.
Who are you most afraid of walking into this game, John Lopez?
If I'm an opponent?
Well, who were you? Because walking into this game, there was one guy whose name very much rang loud. Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
He had a season low, if you're looking at it from a fantasy perspective, 9.8 PPR points. And that means something because, points per reception.
Yeah.
He's a guy who all season long, he's been a guy catching the ball out of the backfield in addition to last week running the ball well. Christian McCaffrey catching the ball. He had 3 receptions, 43 yards, which ain't bad, right? But he only had those 3 receptions, be able to handle those in a good circumstance. He ran the ball, 8 carries, 25 yards. Running the football was a thing that, we were like, the Texans have been a little loose on that. 48 yards total allowed in the rush game in this game. And I understand probably you had some of the game script that quickly got away when you're adding points on every drive.
Yeah.
But then you put Christian McCaffrey in a place where he is a non-factor in this game, and I imagine that's a large reason why you're able to get a victory here. So kudos to the defense. One, we talked about them getting off the field. There was a number of 3-and-outs or very short drives that the Niners had, but also they did a great job of really stopping the big factor and force on that team, which is Christian McCaffrey.
Yes, and you have to give the offense credit too for controlling the clock, as we talked about, and keeping the defense, on the bench. But when they were on the field, Christian McCaffrey, really until into the third quarter, he was a zero factor, in that game. But no, the defense, with this defense, I say again, this offense the way that they played is how you do it. Now, there are a lot of factors that we're going to talk about over the course of today and the week that, what's it going to look like down the road. But C.J. Stroud, that offensive line, and the defense getting off the field, that was impressive.
No, 100%. Yeah. Like, this was a pretty – is this the most complete game that we've seen from this team all the way for this season thus
complete,
far?
Probably, yes.
Obviously the Ravens game, you had a lot of points up there, but it felt like an entirely different Maybe it's because we had a little bit more respect for the Niners coming in than the Ravens.
I think that's true.
The Ravens might have been the most battered team.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners had some of that as well in this game. We know that, but they have more pieces that I think you look at that could make some things happen. In fact, with the pieces that they had, compared to the Ravens, who were bad with their starters thus far this season and then didn't have their starters, the Niners good at least periodically with the team that they brought out there, and you were able to go out and get a 26-15
I'm glad you
victory.
mentioned that because I don't want to get into the business of but. Now, there are things about this team and this game moving forward that we're going to talk about. But let's not say but too much with this because this is a Niners team that, until yesterday anyway, beat a pretty explosive Atlanta team. Coming into this game, they had been right there. They beat the Rams. So they had been able to win some games despite their injuries. So let's not say but too much on this win because they got it done against a team that had found a way, despite their injuries, despite their lack of pass rush, et cetera, to get it done.
From the 713, there's a possibility that this offensive line by the end of the year could actually be pretty good. I understand the willingness to hold out hope for that. I think that's fair. I'm still in a place where I would like to see more. And I think that there's pretty much everybody else is as well. Not to speak for everybody, but I think so. But you got to tip your hat to them. Like they, obviously the social media team will show videos. They make videos on the field and so on and so forth. After getting the W, they had the video of guys running off the field with it's Reppin' H-Town Day. Dudes getting the W, and a few of the offensive linemen you can see run off the field and turn to that camera and go 0 sacks. They took great pride.
Oh yeah. By the way, those uniforms are pretty damn sweet, man. I know we said it before, but that looked good.
Yeah, I guess we'll talk more about the game as we go. I do want to just stop and step back. Hey, man, shout out to the Texans being able to handle a little adversity. It's kind of weird. It's Reppin' H-Town Day. It's on. Hakeem Olajuwon is in the owner's suite. This is all really dope. You got the Ocean of Soul performing at halftime, which made my particular spirit very high. That was a lot of Niners fans in there, and they were loud. You could hear them, but they weren't loud a lot because you didn't give them opportunity.
You could tell they were just waiting for the opportunity. They were just waiting for the chance to really take over there, but never had the chance.
Right. So very, very fun victory because, look, victories, you got to enjoy them while you can. 3-4, it feels a lot different than 2-5 would have. I started, maybe this is just inherent to a win. I got home, I started getting up on the, the Athletic has their playoff simulator, and I was like, all right, so what happens if you do the win? Because you remember, I was a couple weeks ago, I was looking at this, if this offense can show you something similar to what you saw in the Ravens game, a lot of these games become winnable.
Yeah.
The idea that you did something similar to what you did in that Ravens game is intriguing. I'm not going to jump out the gym again and go now you can win, but that's got to be a level of hope that exists within you. And it seems like if you listen to all sorts of plays people, including C.J. Stroud in the locker room, this team themselves haven't given up hope. This was actually C.J. Stroud holding the game ball after a 300-yard performance. This is what it sounds like in the locker room with this team.
I got this game ball. I'm going to get 5 more for the O-line, man. Y'all do There ain't no me without y'all, baby. I'm proud of y'all boys, man. Keep fighting, keep crawling. Man. Who cares what people say, bro? It never matters. We on the field, bro. It don't matter what nobody say, man. Keep the confidence. Keep easy to have faith when it's easy. Now, y'all boys have faith when it was hard, man. And we went out there, we beat a good team, man. So let's keep on doing this. Keep stacking, keep rolling. Love y'all boys.
Yeah, and between him and DeMeco Ryans, they kept saying the noise is outside, the noise is outside. They sure did talk about it a lot.
Talk about that's one of those things where you keep bringing
pay attention to the noise.
We don't pay attention, but let me tell you about noise.
To be fair, I will say we live in an era where it's really impossible to not be battered by the noise. They did bring it up a lot, but I will say if that's a message that works for them and it allows them to all get on the same page, right? Then that's cool. And ultimately, I think everybody is happy with a victory, a much needed victory. Because again, 2-5 would have all but doomed your season. 3-4, that door is creaked open, right? You have some opportunities. Now, it's not as open as you'd want it to be because elsewhere around the AFC South, things happen. In fact, let's talk about that next. Let's do a little bit of around the AFC South with a interesting question. Is this the year that the MVP stops being a quarterback award again? Let's do that next.
The Texans needed a big Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez.
Yeah, you're Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Texans victory reaction Monday after a 26-15 win over the Niners at home at NRG Stadium, starting a 3-game homestand for the Texans in the friendly confines. It felt nice, right? You're at home, NRG Stadium. There was a lot of red in the stands, but don't worry about that. Yeah. But noon Sunday was good. In fact, a lot of fans in the stands. Somebody said, people are kind of coming at the fan base. I don't blame the fans.
Nah, this is
Texas team.
The 49ers travel well too. I know we always talk about the Steelers of the world, and these are one of those fan bases that just travel well, man.
Well, we even say travel like they just got people everywhere, right? Yeah. You talk about the Cowboys,
it's a national brand,
the Packers, the Steelers, this team, the Raiders. Those are the ones that come to mind. Where not only do they travel, do they have contingents that actually fly to the game or whatever. They just got people in your city, right? There is going to be a group of folks in whatever city, in an NFL city in the nation, that are just fans of that team because of the brand.
It goes back to the 80s.
Correct.
70s.
Yeah, I wouldn't even, because I mentioned it too, it wasn't even a diss towards the Texans fans or anything. Yeah. It's just like, man, I told you, I saw a dude out there selling 49er jerseys right in front of NRG Stadium pretty much.
Yeah. He knew he'd have a clientele.
And they look like some real jerseys too.
Yeah.
Especially because, the Texans fans were also coming off of a week with Seattle where, again, 15 days to prep. They didn't look like they were prepped. They didn't feel like they had the right effort coming into this game. I understand we're not going to show up.
Sure.
Shout out to the Texans on the field answering the question that those Niners were asking in the bowels of the stadium, what the bleep is a Texan? Well, they showed them that, but they also they responded. This Texas team came out with the level of effort and energy that was very befitting of the fan base getting behind them, right? Sometimes we talk about loyalty and we're like, why aren't you being loyal? Sometimes you want that team to show it back, and shout out to the Texans on the field showing that no, we're going to fight for the season, for the city.
And I do want to get into that a little bit later, and we will, simply because that's hard to do. That's really hard to do. We've seen it at every level, high school, college, pro, where things start to go bad, and you can say whatever you want about whatever, keeping the faith or staying true to the locker room. You can say that all you want, but it's really hard to do.
All right, I've taken a long time because I wanted to go around the AFC South as we usually do. One game in division this week. The Jacksonville Jaguars were on bye. There's a little bit of stuff there, but let's talk about it. Titans was played, and you'll be shocked to find out that the Colts beat the
that was a beatdown.
The 6-1 Tennessee Titans beat the 1-6. Or sorry, Colts
7-1 now.
6-1 Colts beat the 1-6 Tennessee Titans. So now 7-1 Colts. 1-7 Titans, 38-14 was the score. Colts got the ball first, scored first, and it was over. Right, that's kind of how this game went.
At one point, it was what was it 7-3 or something like that?
Was it?
I can't remember. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but I'm like, man, maybe they could make it a little.
I don't think so. They got that fella, number 28, I believe is his number.
Yeah, that's his number. Jonathan Taylor became the first player in NFL history to score 3 touchdowns in 3 consecutive meetings against the same opponent. Now, that's one of those stats that gets
Derrick Henry stat.
It gets close. It gets smaller and smaller as I keep adding more caveats. But 3 straight times playing the Tennessee Titans where he's like, I got 3 of them for you right here, and he did it again. 153 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns on a season low 12 carries.
Think about that, 12 carries,
12.8 yards per carry.
College type stuff, man.
Had an 80-yard touchdown run as well in the third quarter. This is just the Tennessee Titans are in the pits, friend. The pits.
Yes, that's like that kid from Division III we talked about last week.
Yeah,
520 yards or whatever. By the way, when you start talking about how he compares, historically, not just in that number. Jonathan Taylor he tied Earl Campbell for the fourth most rushing TDs by a player in their first 75 career games.
Is that good?
Earl Campbell was pretty good. Earl Campbell was all right. He was all right. So that's the company that he's keeping right now.
So in the midst of around the AFC South, because again, I don't know how much more you want to hear about the Titans. They're just looking around And is there anything good in here? They did. Now, I will say, for the Titans, the one good thing that they did, they were able to sack Daniel Jones 3 times. And Daniel Jones is a mobile quarterback, right? As much as his complexion might not make you think that. Pretty solid game for him, though. 21 to 29, 272 yards, 3 touchdowns for the quarterback. Much good for the Titans. So I do want to circle around to this. While I can give credit to a lot of different people here, is this the year that the NFL MVP might stop being a de facto quarterback award, or at least for a moment? Because Jonathan Taylor has been phenomenal.
It's interesting the way you put the question. Might it stop being a de facto quarterback? My answer to that is no. It is always going to be a de facto quarterback award. Always.
Okay.
But this might be the year where they don't have a choice. They don't have a choice but to give it to someone.
Or at least they make it interesting.
Yeah, they don't have a choice but to give it to running back. He keeps doing what he's doing. It's like it's always going to be a quarterback award to me, always, and that's a shame.
Just by the nature of the game and what we've done here.
Do you feel like he having a better year than Saquon did last year, though?
Well, I'd like to see the comparisons because off the top of my head, I would say he's in the same ballpark.
Yeah, I might lean towards Saquon, and maybe it's because Saquon was liable to give you more flashy situations. I think the reason why this conversation has a little bit of legs is you don't have the
quarterbacks are down.
You don't have the same quarterbacks, exactly right. You had Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen doing madness last year. Who do you look at quarterback wise?
Daniel Jones.
And
isn't that something?
Baker Mayfield,
who that's tempered a little bit in the last couple of weeks, with all due respect to him. Dak Prescott was one of those guys that we talked about, but is anybody really all that open to giving a quarterback award to a team?
Not the way they're playing.
Yeah, a quarterback of a team that's
over
not really
Jonathan Taylor too.
Right. Yeah. Taylor has been phenomenal this year, and I think especially the way that expectation melds with just raw statistics, because the expectation for the Colts, and you know this about the way that we, the general media, handle things, when we don't expect something and we get really good results out of it, I don't want to say we overinflate it, but our attention is drawn there very strongly, and I think that's what the Colts have done, and it's very obvious that you could point to Jonathan Taylor as being the lifeblood of what they do.
He is, absolutely. And by the way, here are the latest numbers, Figgy. I'm glad you brought that up. 2024 Saquon Barkley through 8 games. 1,071 yards, 8 touchdowns.
Okay.
2025 Jonathan Taylor through 8 games. 1,056 rushing yards, total yards, 14 touchdowns.
Phew.
Yeah.
This could be the year.
Yes, he is this year's Saquon Barkley.
This could be the year.
Yeah.
And the reason I thought about that was because I remember Saquon, he was trying to break, or he was close to breaking, Eric Dickerson record, whatever. And I'm like, damn, that should be the MVP.
Yeah.
But, these quarterbacks are balling out crazy. So it kind of sucked that didn't happen.
I mean, the numbers are just almost identical, except Jonathan Taylor has 6 more touchdowns by this point in the season.
And what makes this even tougher is that we could play a schedule game with the Colts and try and find the defense that will slow down Jonathan Taylor, right? He's in that class of running back that we're not going to talk about stopping necessarily. Is the Steelers defense going to do it?
Nope.
Is the Falcons?
Good
Lord. Is the Chiefs defense going to stop the run to that degree?
Maybe.
All right. Question mark there. Texans defense?
Yes, maybe.
I think they have the capability
I think so.
They have the capability to. But there's a lot of things happening with that offense, and I'll give Shane Steichen some love. But Texans have the opportunity to. Jaguars defense?
Nope.
Seahawks defense? I think they could.
Maybe.
I think they could. Niners defense?
Nope.
Jaguars defense again?
Nope.
They will get the Texans a second time, which is he's got an opportunity to go run roughshod with a lot of these teams that they have up there. I think that Jonathan Taylor on MVP watch.
I was sitting there thinking when are the Colts going to lose?
Yeah.
Like, who's these teams they going to lose to? Possibly, forget Jonathan Taylor.
Oh boy, that's a good question too. I mean, you look at this. Clearly, the Steelers, they should win. It's in Pittsburgh.
Everybody keeps saying they ain't playing nobody, but shoot, they almost at 9 wins.
Chiefs, Texans, and Seahawks are about it, huh?
So, that's four of the remaining games that they have on their schedule. Remaining, 7 games? Or no, not 7. 9 games that they have on their schedule. Yeah. Mind you, Michael Pittman had a great game. He had a season-high 8 catches for 95 yards. So again, they're rolling. They'll roll on, as I mentioned, to 4-3 Pittsburgh next week. That's who they have. The Titans move on to face off against the Chargers next week. That 5-3 Chargers. By the way, Jacksonville was on a bye. An interesting note from Diana Rossini of The Athletic in her latest dispatch: the Jags are, quote, listening to trade calls for Brian Thomas Jr., even though it doesn't feel like the move is going to. I think she qualified it as, quote, highly unlikely. Calls interesting. That's a guy who in his rookie season was incredible, but now he's been unable to find consistent footing, and it seems like him and the quarterback aren't on the same page.
Well, it's just really he just drops the ball.
Yeah, a lot of drops.
Yeah, he just drops the ball.
Mind you, the Jags are playing next week in Las Vegas against the Raiders, 2-5 Raiders. All those games are in the noon slate, just like your Texans matchup next week. So that's what's happening around the AFC South. All right, coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. What was the most promising thing about yesterday's Texans game? 713-572-4610. We'll continue on a Victory Reaction Monday right here on Sports Radio 610.
The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
A Victory Reaction Monday, big voice man. Victory Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rolling with us after a 26-15 victory for your Texans over the San Francisco 49ers. Sent a lot of Niners fans home sad. In fact, walking back to my car, I saw a Texans fan giving a Niners fan the flute. He was talking cold cash, you know what, right there next to that teal lot, just giving them the bid. And this is the thing. I don't know if the Niners fan was talking trash in the first place. I think he was just like, you are my bitch. Like I am getting after you right now.
Just take it. Like just keep walking.
It was largely
so
just
disappointing.
It was
too,
fantastic.
Man.
It was fantastic to the point where I'm pretty sure one of the final things I heard before I was like, all right, I need to go get to my car. I was like, I bet you about to bring up the championships too, huh? I got something for that. I was like, oh, okay, he's in his bag. There were some things that made you feel like that in this game. So 713-572-4610 is the number to text. What was the most promising thing about yesterday's Texans game?
Look, obviously, the tendency is to run to the offense and talk about, maybe the offensive line this. Certainly C.J. Stroud seemed to click and all that, and that's all fair and accurate. I want to talk about a couple players on the defense that I thought. Well, let me ask you this before I mention this name.
I love asking questions before we get to actual states.
Yes. Who are the Texans' Pro Bowl caliber players?
Ooh, this is fun.
On defense.
On defense, clearly you talk about your edge rusher. Shout out to Will Anderson Jr., who had a fantastic game.
So there's two.
So, yeah, your edge rushers are clearly there.
Derek Stingley.
Derek Stingley is one of those guys. Even though he got on one of those, what was that, out route?
Yeah.
Great footwork on that route. Was it Juwan Jennings that hit him with the hee-hee?
Oh,
and then took him
yeah.
outside?
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. I mean, Kamari Lassiter is that caliber of player.
Mm-hmm. There's four.
Let me see. Pro Bowl is interesting because for some reason my brain thinks an all-pro kind of
not
type.
all-pro, Pro Bowl.
Let's see.
See, and that's the reason I asked. Jalen Petrie.
My bad.
That's what I was thinking.
That's my fault. This has nothing to do about Jalen Petrie. My dumb self just forgot about him.
We just take him for granted.
Yeah. No, I was thinking because you said Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
And, this is not me taking them for granted or disrespect. Yeah. I'm thinking like anybody can make a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
But he is definitely a Pro Bowl type of player.
He is a Pro Bowl player.
Is it sick for me to go, especially if we're talking nickel?
Mm-hmm. What some of these other players are doing.
Look at the other nickels.
Because he has the interceptions. He's been able to get downhill and apply pressure.
Blitzing, tackles for loss.
He has been vital to
tackles. He was the leading tackler yesterday.
That's right. He has been vital to the to the stingiest defense by points through 8 weeks in the season. Right, like he's been incredible. So he absolutely was promising yesterday.
And another one that I want to talk about is Woody Marks. I think they're finding the niche. It's been coming along kind of slowly. Now he's running. He's running the ball and it's really splitting. Let me see if I have that right. Really splitting carry. Well, Chubb had 17. He had 11, but 62 yards to 56 for Chubb and a 5.6 average and catching the ball. 4 receptions, 49 yards for Woody Marks. So they're kind of finding the niche. That was very promising to me.
How did the Dare third down back snaps hit you? This is not the place for it. I'm sorry.
I know. I'm not a fan. You know that. I think that we've done that experiment and we found better, so to speak.
I do wonder if they looked up and they were like, "Hey, we need to also mitigate some of the snaps for Woody. We don't want to overload him." I do wonder if that's what some of the thought was. And in a game like this one, where you see, he has 111 all-purpose yards.
Yeah.
If that doesn't just go, okay, that's fine. I'll be interested to see how I feel about it. But no, you're right. Woody Marks absolutely has been lovely. Who I said was out of his depths last week, Nick Caley. I'm still working on how I feel about where he is and where he stands in the landscape of what you're trying to do in the NFL. However, there were some good things play calling wise that he did in this game that I have to give him his credit for. First and foremost, something that I noted is that he did a really good job with some of like the route combinations, especially like I think he found some success stacking routes. It's admittedly a defense that's younger, the Niners defense that came in. And so sometimes they might lose a guy if he's running a route in behind somebody else and they break in different ways. There was a couple of times where you kind of had a corner and a post, those kind of routes breaking in different directions, kind of stacked on top of each other where you were. In fact, I believe that was the touchdown. I'm trying to recall who's. I think it might have been Hutchinson on that post or whatever. Like I think that's you had a stacked situation. You had a number of those in this game. I think that there's some opportunities for him to find, see mistakes that have happened and find a way to build on it. I will give him that credit. It did looked a lot better in this game, and you found some good success with it.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go with the easy one, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
That's your quarterback right there, man. I know all year we kind of some people had some questions about C.J. and said, is this the guy you want to pay and all that stuff. I even brought up the whole Trevor Lawrence type deal.
Yeah,
like you gotta pay this guy, and you don't want to end up like Jacksonville, just with a high price quarterback. That's I
think it's between the ears. Like when he hasn't been confident and got hit.
I think that's your guy right there.
And yesterday he looked like. And by the way, like we talked about, he had a couple of early passes that were high. Well, he had some that were just. Like what does he call himself?
Accuracy specialist
or something like that.
Yeah,
that one to
ball
placement specialist. That one to Xavier Hutchinson on the sideline. Man, that was
to me. Just that performance was so good, man. Yesterday, I feel like Trevor Lawrence never really had that type of performance.
Yeah,
where I'm like, that's their quarterback, right? That's the guy right there. You got that from CJ.
I got a couple more. Hey, quarterback sneaks.
That was cool.
Hey,
cool to see it.
Quarterback instead of 3rd and 1, and you get tackled in the backfield, handing off. How about some quarterback sneaks? And really.
That comes back to the offensive line getting they got legitimate push. There was a number of times where I make note they're getting to a 2nd level. Hell, sometimes getting to the 3rd level of blocks, which they don't always do. Circumstances be damned, right? Like I can put the caveats that we can, but it's a Victory Reaction Monday. So salute getting to the next level.
Yeah.
And again, that comes back to Kaylee because there was a couple instances where it's like, oh no, that's not zone, that's a gap scheme. They went and made sure to create that canyon.
And speaking of C.J. Stroud, he did something on those quarterback sneaks that Tom Brady was a master of, and of course we know there's a lot of Tom Brady and Patriots offense influence with this squad.
A word.
He didn't just take the ball and run forward. He took the ball and kind of stepped to his his side a little bit,
find that gap.
Like a half pause to find the little soft area. Especially, and it was a good half second where he just kind of went to the right. Oh, there.
Well, you say he went to the right.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ed Ingram, big dog.
Yeah,
on those sneaks. I just kept noticing. Oh yeah, big number 69.
Yeah.
Getting off the ball.
Yeah.
Moving folks.
And how do we feel about Blake Fisher? Basically a tight end, and not just on run plays. I mean, not just on pass plays for more protection.
Hey, get in where you can fit in, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate there was a lot of jumbo. Of jumbo. I appreciate the clarity that, to some degree, injuries kind of forced upon this offense. But it was nice. Hey, go get big and just go impose your will. The offensive line, and to some degree, Blake Fisher did that. A couple more things.
He need to learn how to catch at this point.
Why not?
You might be doing a lot. However, I'm here for big man.
Get in where you can fit in, man.
Yeah.
I like that.
We haven't mentioned the obvious one that texters have been coming.
What, the British Brooks?
Oh Lord,
putting the wham in wham block.
Now we know why they call it wham.
Go through an MF or face. Apparently, he was listening to Marshawn Lynch. Shout out to British Brooks, who's been the best fullback that I've seen in the last couple of years. Yes. Now, of course, that also speaks to trying to make tight ends fit in fullback, but he's been really good in that role. Somebody mentioned, and this is a great point, hey, Trent Williams didn't go off. Shout out to the defensive line, making sure to not have Trent Williams look like the Pro Bowler that he is, the All-Pro that he is in this game. And then, of course, how about Jalen Noel, right? He just continues to do this, but I guess the promising thing is they had to give him snaps. They had to give him looks, and I think it only serves to continue to get better. A lot more to talk about with this game, with the Texans beat on Victory Reaction Monday. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL. It'll be a quick one because DeMeco Ryans speaks at 11:15. But let's talk about what's happening around the NFL, including some of the wildest stats and records from Week 8. We'll do that next.
Yeah, D&M.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's get into a speedy edition of Round the NFL. We're gearing up for DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Texans, to talk to the assembled media here in a little bit. A couple of injury notes that happened in what was a blowout-filled weekend of NFL football. First and foremost, one of the most intriguing players of this NFL head, Cam Skattebo. Unfortunately, the physicality that he plays with seems to kind of have hit back in a way, and not that I'm glorifying that or happy about it, but he dislocated his ankle versus the Eagles and needed immediate surgery. So he is done for the season, right?
Yes.
Like that is done. That was in the
sure
38.
he done for the season? He might try to get back out there.
Well, he's not sure, but everybody else is.
Well, he might not be sure. Another person who might not be sure, Jackson Dart. Another person who might not be sure, Brian Daboll, because apparently they're willing to get fined behind making sure that their favorite son, Cam Skattebo, is on the field. No, but jokes aside, it was a 38-20 loss versus the Eagles for the Giants, and the bigger loss is losing Cam Skattebo. He's been a huge part.
Absolutely.
That backfield together, the togetherness that they have, Dart and Skattebo, but then also just like the energy that they bring to that team is massive, and it seems like they're going to be without Skattebo.
They are going to be without Skattebo, but here's if there is a silver lining, nobody wants him to get hurt. They're not going anywhere, and their draft pick's going to be pretty sweet, and that young core is still going to be there.
Yeah, their right tackle, Jermaine Elumenor, said that Skattebo is, quote, irreplaceable. You can have guys that run the ball really hard, but his energy and what he brings to the table, the way he runs the ball, it's going to be hard to replace. I just pray that he gets healthy and comes back next year.
Yeah, and he's a crazy man.
He is. No, but like
He's a crazy
sincerely,
man.
you can
Like,
tell
in a good way.
You can tell the dudes that are like, in one way, the life of the party, but like the spirit of the team.
Yeah. When
he's being carted off with the air cast on, the entirety of that Giants team is around him. I saw Jackson Dart give him like a little noggin bump. Yeah, I genuinely love that dude, and so that one hurts for the Giants. Another one that's going to hurt a Houston boy, Bills defensive tackle Ed Oliver. They fear the Bills that Ed Oliver has torn his biceps and will be out indefinitely.
The season.
That feels like that might be it. Although I do wonder, you think Ed Oliver is anything like Thomas Davis? You remember Thomas Davis, the linebacker, who at the time that I'm thinking about, I believe that was the 2015 season, played for the Carolina Panthers. I will never forget that man's name nor his disposition, because I remember the NFC Championship game, he broke his arm, and in the Super Bowl, he played. Yeah. And that is sick behavior.
I wasn't even going to go that far. I was going to go J.J. Watt, because then J.J. Watt have a torn pec.
He sure did. That's
coming
right.
back in the playoffs.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, so maybe, but that's generally a season ender.
Yeah, I would imagine so as well. But Ed Oliver, he seems like that type of dude. He is Texas tough, right? He is farmhand tough type stuff. But no, that's going to be hard for a Bills team that you talk about a defensive tackle going out. That defense, the spine of it is not nearly as strong as it should be.
No, they definitely needed that win. Then they got Carolina at just the right time. But you're right. That's going to be a key part to, hey, Texans face them. So we'll see.
Yeah, and that probably bodes well for when the Texans face them. But, yeah, that win against Carolina, you said that they got Carolina at the right time. They absolutely did, because the Bills were on a little bit of a losing streak that
would have gotten real interesting if they slipped on this one.
It could have been historic. It could have been a historic slide that they were on if they lost that game. But if get right, it was 40-9 was the final there. Some other things around the NFL, and reminder, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And a team that is very much in the crosshairs of the Houston Texans, the Denver Broncos, got a victory. In fact, their fifth straight victory over the Dallas Cowboys in a 44-24 victory there. Another one of those, blowouts on the day. However, could this be a Pyrrhic victory, John Lopez? And if you're going, why did he use that word that I don't understand? I get it. But is this one of those victories that hurts more than it helps? Because Their star cornerback, Patrick Surtain II, that I think a lot of people regard as probably the best cornerback in the league.
Yeah.
He was knocked out of the game with a shoulder injury. In fact, earlier on in the game, I think he had a leg injury as well that he returned to the game with. Yeah, lower leg injury. So he had a couple of bumps and bruises. But, I mean, we haven't gotten really injury information for him. However, you have, at best for them, a bumps and bruises cornerback against the Texans coming in. But maybe they are without one of the dudes that helps that defense be really good when they come into NRG Stadium on Sunday.
This is a big check mark for the Texans here. Big injury type related news that's going to help them because Dr. Chow, who I trust immensely,
David Chow,
has talked about this. Looks a little strain at minimum and maybe worse. So that would bode well for him not playing, or at least indicate that he might not play.
Yeah, and just with that game, I just wanted to add a little salt to the wound. Not his wound, but obviously the Cowboys. The Cowboys, who I believe are now, 3-1, they have now given up 250 points through 8 games. That is a league worst 31.25 points per game allowed. They're allowing 31 of them things every time they touch the field.
It's like historically bad, their defense right now. But, they're going to go get Max Crosby, I guess. Or
They were down to their last safety.
Yes.
In that game.
It is historically bad.
So the Texans are first as far as points allowed.
That's right.
And the Cowboys are DFL,
That's
as
right.
Lopez like to say.
Yes,
correct.
Points allowed.
Yes,
that is
they
right.
are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
Yeah,
What a shame.
Shame what they did to that dog. Huh? By the way, Cowboys have lost 8 games in a row to the Broncos.
That's crazy.
You want to know when their last win was versus the Broncos?
When was that?
September 10th,
John Elway.
1995.
So it was John Elway.
30 years ago was the last
Goodness
time they got a victory. And it's not going to be 30. It's going to be at least 31 if the schedule comes out and they see the Broncos next year.
Man, that's crazy.
So what was it? John Elway versus Troy Aikman?
That is exactly who it was. That is exactly what the matchup was. They needed Troy Aikman. And don't forget, it's not just Troy, right? Emmett, Mike.
Brother, what was you doing in 1995? Man, that's
winning Death Valley again.
I believe I was potty trained. That's what it looked
Might
like.
have been potty trained.
I was in elementary school.
Yeah.
I believe I was potty trained. There's other things happening around the NFL, including, did you see what the Ravens had going on last week? A little bit of possibly a little bit of nefarious behavior on the injury report. Because remember, we said that, hey, Lamar Jackson back to practicing. On Friday, he was ruled a full participant. And then the Ravens came back later and changed his.
It was an honest mistake.
He was listed as a full participant and questionable. Then they came back.
Hey, these things happen.
They changed him to limited participant and then ruled him out.
They should get fined $500,000 for that.
They will get fined. They will get fined.
100%.
Jim Harbaugh said it was an honest mistake. How the hell do you, on an injury
here's an
report
honest fine,
where everyone from the general manager down is pouring over that injury report, how do you have an honest mistake?
Well, here's an honest fine for you, buddy.
Yeah, so that was weird, but I was like, hey, the Ravens were able to get a victory still, but I was like, hey, I feel like you should probably, if he actually can go and y'all are trying to hide him and I guess get him rest or whatever, I feel like you should probably want Lamar Jackson. Or you could just like have him active but don't play him. Like that's also a thing, but I don't know. All right, that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, DeMeco Ryans speaks to the assembled media. You'll hear that on Sports Radio 610.
Monday.
DJ over the middle. Caught. 15, 10, 5, into the end zone. Rock and roll. Touchdown, Houston.
It's a truly complete game, starting with the offense. Ran the ball well. CJ had an outstanding game just all around. You talk about really good offensive performance. Guys did a great job.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A victory reaction Monday here as the Texans got a 26-15 victory over the Niners, pulling themselves to 3-4. Shedding a little bit of light on the prospects of the season because I know for me personally, 2-5 was really going to put a damper on what we were hoping to see from this team. So they give themselves a little bit more light by getting a victory. We're waiting on the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, to step to the podium and speak to the assembled media. I'm interested in what he has to say in a lot of places. A question, though, that I've been sitting with a little bit, Lopez, before we hear from DeMeco. Which unit do you think had the best? I want to luxuriate in what was a fantastic performance. I imagine when DeMeco steps up, he will use the word compliment or the phrase complimentary football or talk about a complete game. And it is apt. It fits what this team did. But I'm interested. Who do you think had the best day? Because you had 300 yards passing, you had 80 plays or whatever, well balanced. The defense got off the field damn near every single time that they needed to. Special teams only has to punt once, and they pin the team back deep. Who had the best unit on the day, John Lopez?
Best unit on the day to me, without question, was the offense, just because of the efficiency and the way they. I go back to Stroud again, the way he kind of was disciplined in what he was running and making the adjustments and all that. Clearly, you can take for granted, and maybe we are, the defensive side, but they were huge. You mentioned special teams, and we love us some Frank Ross. It's kind of hard not to give them a lot of love. There are a couple of little bitty things with special teams that are starting to kind of crop up. And definitely needs to be cleaned up. Number one, Kaimi Fairbairn last week had one job, and that was to kick it out of bounds.
Yes.
Didn't happen. He had another kick yesterday that didn't come close to the landing zone on the kickoff, and that gave the Niners some, an opportunity. And then they gave up a couple of big returns.
Yeah, they gave up some big returns in there. That is fair to note.
I'm just saying this is a true, I really mean that, because we know they're good and we know they make a lot of plays. But times the returns, a couple of times, as DeMeco would like to say, and we're going to hear from DeMeco here in just a minute, got to clean that up. Got to clean that up on special teams.
Yeah, 100% got to clean that up.
Yeah.
It is. If there was one unit when it comes to a football team that I'd be willing for that to be the case, I think it's special teams. Again, you don't want that to be the case, but I'm happy that you have a opportunity to really go either way with offense or defense. How much did you sit with the idea that in the first half they were getting down the field, having long drives, but then capping them off with 3 instead of 7?
Well, that's one of the things that we're going to pick nits, I'm sure, at some point this week, going into it
tomorrow.
going into a game where the defense is outstanding, and specifically the defensive front of the Broncos is outstanding. That's something that, you talk about cleaning up. There was a point. I think they had 3 field goals in 4 possessions.
That is correct, because it was field goal, because I remember it was 6-0, and I was like, you went
they're gonna mess around and
two
give up
long
a touchdown,
drives and still have the opportunity to end up being down in this next drive. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Then they score the touchdown, 13, and then they get another field goal. So they scored on damn near all their drives in the first half. They they were long drives, and they ultimately were a lot of field goals rather than touchdowns.
First drive, I was looking at some of the notes that I was taking. First drive went 15 plays, nearly 10 minutes, field goal. That's something where maybe you can say the defense had an overall better day. I just think, when you look at the big picture, the offense being that efficient, even though some ended up with field goals.
I feel like offense, especially, again, relative to expectation, relative to what they put on the field on Monday, they had a much better day. And so, that one hits in a particular way. You were able to, without probably your two most highly regarded pass catchers. With all due respect to Dalton Schultz, that might be a little unfair to put Christian Kirk above him. But without those two guys, you spread the ball out well. You were able to pick up, pass the ball incredibly well.
9 players caught passes.
You were able to spread the ball out well. Everybody was like 60, 50, 40. It kind of spread out very nicely. You had that. You ran the ball pretty evenly with that. However, the more tough job, I think, was the defense looking at, are you going to stop George Kittle? Are you going to – Jawan Jennings had himself opportunities. Now, he had a couple of drops, but they did a good job kind of corralling him. And, of course, the big guy that you consider is Christian McCaffrey, who they had to try and keep in tow, and they did that incredibly well, got off the field consistently. And so, I'm inclined to go defense. Okay. I think it speaks to the kind of performance that this team put on the field against the Niners, that this is something that you can argue, right? Coming in, the recipe was this defense is the front door. They are the front porch of this. Offense kind of showed up in a way that I'm impressed by, and I want to give them their due.
No, you're right. Defensively, and again, maybe we're just taking them for granted, but those three weapons that they had, especially Kittle and McCaffrey, to be able to just completely shut down McCaffrey, I was surprised. Like I was expecting, if you talk about, would you take us? I'd take 100 yards. Well, he had like 68.
That's right.
From McCaffrey.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. All right, let's go to DeMeco Ryans, who's speaking to the assembled media after a victory yesterday.
Essler, he has this real knack for being able to find the ball. Not everybody can run with the guy and also locate the ball and then get the ball. What do you see from him in terms of when it's up there that he's going to go get it?
And Kamari's doing a great job of really working his technique, right, in coverage, of being able to, not just find the ball, but be on the receiver, find a way to look up for the football and come down with it. That's a really nice play he's made here in our stadium 2 times this year. He's been tried down the sideline. He went up and made the play. So really proud of just his growth and development. He's doing a great job for us.
DeMeco, where is Nico Collins at in the concussion protocol?
Yeah, we'll see how he progresses throughout the week with the concussion protocol.
What is it about the defense that has made it effective this season?
I think the defense, first and foremost, the guys they're swarming to the football. They play fast. They play physical. That's the first thing that allows you to play good defense. And we're getting off the field on third down. I think that's really been the key to limit drives that offense is trying to drive the ball down, but defense is doing a great job of getting off on third down, causing havoc up front. And guys doing a good job when the coverage is right and guys are where we're supposed to be. It's really tough, to make a play on us.
How beneficial was the offense for the kids standing those drives?
And we all play collectively together as a team. Offense, defense, everybody fed off of each other, and that's how it should look. Offense did a good job of controlling the game. Again, winning third down, allowing them to stay on the field, ran the football effectively, made great decisions with the football from the quarterback position, just played really efficient offense.
Well, the younger players have mentioned the word confidence and how they feel like their confidence is growing. Xavier Hutchinson was one of them. Where do you typically see confidence manifest itself outside of game days? Are there moments in meetings or practice where you can see a guy's confidence growing?
And confidence just comes from, doing your job the right way, executing it on the practice field, doing it, seeing the success from doing it the proper way, doing it the way your coaches are asking you to do it, and you show up in the game and you perform that technique the exact same way, and you take the coaching points that your coach is giving you and you do it in the game and you make plays. I think that's what gives guys confidence.
Where do you see the opportunities to improve in red zone efficiency?
Get in the end zone. We got down in the red zone a few times and we kind of stalled out, a couple negative plays. But we can do a better job of just, keeping our foot on the gas and being more productive. A great job of getting in the red zone, and Emi did a great job of really finishing those drives with points, but we want to finish those drives with 7 if possible.
It looked like when you guys ran traps, you drop against the Niners defense. What just kind of went into making those plays effective?
I think our offensive guys did a great job of game planning and putting our guys in position to have successful plays, and the players did a good job executing those plays.
On a big play like the one that CJ throws to Woody in the flat, how much are you looking at it or making sure that the guys out front did their job to turn it from a 20, 30-yard play into a 50-yard play?
The most exciting part about that play, and CJ made a great decision, Woody catches the ball, in the flat, but to see our receivers finishing downfield, finishing their blocks, training, that's the most exciting part of that play for me. And that's what it looks like. Right? You have to take advantage when the defenses they drop the back in coverage, and we made them pay. That's what football is all about, right? Making guys pay when they do make a mistake. We did that, and we came up with an explosive play there to Woody.
That play is unfolding, I assume, basically right in front of you. Are you immediately looking ahead to see who's out front and doing their job?
I can feel those guys. I see Woody coming at me, and I can feel the guys, feel the receivers working. It was Hutch and Higgins. They were down there just straining to try to finish their blocks.
What are the challenges for a coach when pushing away outside noise? I know that was a topic yesterday. What are the challenges, and is there a balance between positive outside noise and negative outside noise?
No, it really doesn't matter. I mean, here you can see it's a lot of negative talk about us. We get it. I hear people try to give it to me all the time. I get it, right? It's but it really doesn't matter, right? I talk about it. Most of the time, it's negative stuff that people want to talk about, right? Nobody wants to talk about the positive stuff that happens. And again, if you feed off of that and you're riding the pendulum of, oh, we're great because we won, no, we suck because we lost, fight, that's our business. I get it. But that's the nature of it. We keep moving forward. Really, it doesn't drive anything. It means nothing, literally nothing, to what we're about. It does nothing to drive our team. We just got to go out and play good football.
So you don't think you've gotten any positive stuff?
Yeah, I was about to say that. The first 2 years.
You don't think you've gotten any praise at all?
Guys, what's your question?
I'm just saying, everybody says negative.
I said that's what people thrive on is the negative stuff. Yeah.
You don't think you've gotten any positive?
I said people thrive on the negative. You guys are good. You guys must be the ones with the negative stuff. We're playing football. You talk about outside noise. I'll say it again. It doesn't matter. Good, bad. It doesn't change how we prepare. It doesn't change our week of preparation. We're going to work. We're going to work our best, the game plan our best, and go out and play good football.
Well, but for your first couple years and a half, you've gotten nothing but positive coverage for the majority of the time. So when you say everybody wants to focus on the negative and not write about the positive, I don't know if how is that accurate when you've been here for a couple of years, you've got a lot of positive coverage.
You guys good?
Messaging your team?
No, the messaging doesn't matter. The messaging from the outside, it doesn't matter to us. It's not about the record. It's about that week. And we truly focus on 1 week at a time, 1 day at a time, and that's how we operate.
Projection for Kate Stover? Is it close on him?
Kate's doing a good job. He's working his way back. He's doing a good job. We'll see where he ends up, but he's doing a good job here working out with our guys on the side. He's doing a good job.
Go again. What makes playing in the red zone difficult? And as a defense, when you go against a good red zone team, what do those teams have? What do they possess?
Good red zone teams, you're just sound in the red zone, right? You're not allowing guys to be wide open. You're challenging routes. You have really good. You mix up the coverages, mix up the looks, and that's what makes it tough when you're playing a good red zone defense. And to do that for offense, you just got to find those plays that you've seen on tape, how you're attacking those coverages, catch them in the right one. Like we were able to catch Higgins in the cover 2, and we were able to. It was a great play design by the offensive guys, and it put us right there in the end zone. CJ made a nice throw. Higg made a nice catch there. So it's always a true chess match when you get in the red zone because that's where teams mix up their game plan. They mix up their strategies a lot week to week.
Dalton Schultz, a player that sometimes serves as a guy that kind of checks other guys on the offense. He's talked before a lot of times about making sure some other guys are in good spots, helping CJ different times. Is he kind of a guy that goes and helps kind of implement and make sure everybody's executing?
Yeah, Dalton's been a really good leader for us. And he leads first just by how he's playing. Like you talk about playing tough, finishing, playing through a lot of different nicks and pains. Like he's doing that this year, right? He's doing a really nice job. So I think it starts there. You lead by example of what you're doing. He's doing that. And when he needs to be vocal, he can be vocal and get guys on the same page, get guys moving in the right direction as well.
Any early thoughts on Bo Nix and what you see from him?
I have not started on the Broncos yet, so I'll get there this afternoon, see where they are. I know they're a good team, good record, good defense. Young quarterback, seen a couple highlights where he's made a lot of plays. So we'll see what that challenge presents for us as we move forward.
For a first time, can it be an advantage as well? For you going against a quarterback for the first time, what are the challenges that possesses?
Each guy possesses different challenges. I would have to look at him and study him more to see what those challenges are.
I think about a few weeks ago, Nick Caserio said that you all would have a better idea on Joe Mixon. Do you have an update? I know he was at the game yesterday. Do you have an update on where he is?
I do not.
Does Dalton have a unique way that maybe he kind of keeps some of the guys accountable that's different from some of the other players?
Dalton is himself, and that's the cool part about a team. Like everybody has a chance to everybody's different in that regard, and that's the cool part about the team. It's whatever you have to say, however you say it, however you get it done, it's perfectly fine here. So Dalton has done a great job of that all year. All right, good.
Well, that is the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans.
Oh, boy, that was entertaining.
Meeting with the assembled media.
Well, meeting?
Yeah, well, that it was a meeting. Not all meetings look the same, John Lopez.
He should have ended it with, take that for data.
That got particularly spicy.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
Yeah. That is okay. We just got to talk about it, John
Yeah, we
Lopez.
do.
We got to
Yeah,
talk
we
about
do.
it. Like, how do you feel? Or what is your reaction to DeMeco Ryans? The kind of the back and forth that seems to be happening generally with himself and the media at large is the way I'll say this when it comes to the noise, quote unquote. Because again, we played after the game, in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Both DeMeco and CJ talked about,
Actually,
noise.
do we have that? Let's play that first.
You want to play CJ one more time?
No, DeMeco talking about
I don't have the DeMeco portion of it.
Okay.
But both of them made mention in their locker room speeches that it doesn't matter what's happening outside. It doesn't matter if anybody else believes, we believe. Just to kind of summarize, you heard it there from DeMeco Ryans talking about how the noise doesn't matter outside, and everybody wants to talk about it when it's negative, but nobody wants to talk about the positives. What your general reaction, being a media member of long standing yourself?
Well, for someone the noise and blocks out the noise, he was creating a lot of noise. His most thorough answer yesterday was about that. Was about the noise and everybody wants to be negative and all that, and then it got downright spicy right now, just now with the exchanges that he had there. And I thought good follow-up questions like, look, I get it. My big takeaway, that was the first thing you asked, he hates this. Like, he hates this so much. Just this in general and specifically when there was critiques, criticisms and all that. And that's fine. I get it. Nobody likes it, but certain people handle it differently. But he absolutely hates it. But more to the point of the exchange, DeMeco was God's gift to the Texans.
Absolutely
for 2 years.
Well, and beyond that, as a player, even as well.
Yeah. But as a coach, he was God's gift. Then things start to go bad, and you get a little irritated and maybe even a little bit skewed in your perspective because they were right. Like for 2 years.
I was going to say that. Do you feel like he was wrong for the way he brought this? Not brought it up, but what he said was wrong.
I think he's definitely feeling the victory. It feels like a validation for him. I don't actually see it that way. I think that there's some criticisms that were levied that still, I think, still remain with this team. Now, of course, it's a victory reaction Monday, so I'm trying to really lean towards the victory reaction of it. But I think that there are some things that they have, and you are in this position, it is beneficial for you to have an us versus them mentality. And there's quite a possibility that like some of the dynamics that we were talking about last week, the idea of is this messaging reaching the players? I watched the game. I saw kind of the ways that guys reacted in the locker room. It did not feel like that maintained. And I wanted to give the Texans credit for, okay, it seems like they are, again, sticking together in a way that we were wondering last week if that was going to be the case. But you're not going to get out here and tell me that we was just all talking crazy when we were like, hey, why are you not quarterback sneaking? And all of a sudden we see 33 quarterback sneaks, right?
Exactly.
Like, I think that there are some criticisms that have been levied at this that I don't know if it's fair to say all of this is just y'all are all focusing on the negative when, again, this was a 2-4 team. You had a lot of opportunity in game planning, and your game plan was substandard against the Seahawks, the good teams that you've played. You can say that you were close, but you weren't able to find a way to get victories. Like there's criticism that's going to happen here for DeMeco Ryans.
We're all sensitive to this type of stuff. He's exhibiting hypersensitivity. Talking about I wrote it down. People thrive on the negative. No, they don't.
But also,
yes, but then they followed up. Are you saying the last 2 years? And he said, "You good? You guys good?"
Yeah,
like he wanted out.
Yeah, see, that's the part. That's the part I kind of had an issue with, man, because look, them guys was writing a lot of positive stuff over the last couple years, man. It been kind of, I don't want to call it a love fest because that sounded a little disrespectful, but no, it wasn't always just negative stuff. It was this year where you really start hearing the noise a little bit.
I also think it's funny because where he's coming from. We've seen athletes all the time and I'm not saying that he is in this place, but create fake slights in order to get themselves in that mentality to juice themselves up. So I think you have maybe even some reality of a slight here. I get why he takes that. People just thrive on negativity as if we aren't just all excited to be. If we were just happy, you tell me this is a 5-2 team and we're not just over the moon about this. We prefer that.
Yeah, unless he was talking about somebody personally that we don't know. If he's just trying to generalize the media, I think he's kind of wrong on that.
I think you're right.
Unless it's something we don't know and he's didn't want to put a name on the bullet.
I think you're right on both accounts.
I think there was enough direct.
If that's the case, then I fall back.
I think there was enough direct there with that. No, quite an interesting kind of tete-a-tete, I guess, for lack of a better term. There were some interesting things as well. Like we got nothing. We got we'll see on all of the injury things. Cade Stover, who again we're trying to see what he looks like with injury reserve.
The Joe Mixon thing is like a game.
Dad, can we go to Disney World? We'll see.
We'll see.
It's like a game now. The whole Joe Mixon thing.
Yeah. Well, Joe Mixon was seen at the stadium. In fact, our very own B. Scott, Brandon Scott, saw him as well. I'm sure a number of other people saw him as well. So hopefully that bodes well. But very very interesting interaction there from the head coach and the media. At the press conference. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, do the Rockets get their first win tonight as they host the Brooklyn Nets? Let's talk about that and more next.
The Texans need
866-767-2390.
Y'all finished or y'all done? I ain't got no more talking.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, there's actually a lot of things popping in the world of sports. Obviously, the weekend of sports gave us some things that were interesting. However, we're still stuck on what was like a very interesting back and forth with a few members of the media and DeMeco Ryans. And I'm seeing people on either side of this kind of conversation, for lack of a better term. Some people that are like DeMeco Ryans is being thin-skinned. Some people are like, hey man, the meat pushing in that place, not a good look. The question I will ask, without trying to I don't want this to just become middle school. Ooh, look they fighting, right?
Right.
DeMeco, I think we can admittedly say, particularly this year, but I think just generally, been a little bit more, what's the right word? Like a little bit more salty. Okay, I think that's a way to put it. Do you like that from DeMeco here? Because I think that some people kind of got in the feel where he's like, just chuckles a lot and he's too soft or whatever. He's added a little bit of saltiness to it. Do you like that from him?
I don't know, and I know I'm supposed to do better than that. I don't think so, only because and he talked about this, the ebbs and flows and all the things that it's never going to be perfect, and you got to trust the building and the locker room and the meeting rooms and all that. I get it, and that's true. But boy, his most thorough answers yesterday and today, his longest, most adamant answers have been about what people say about this team. I don't know if that's what you really want. And by the way, and we're going to dig into this a lot more as we move along in the show today, but I don't know if I get him and I respect him defending his team and what they're doing in the locker room. So there's that, right? I do respect it. I think nobody wants to be, criticized. It hurts. But you also have to understand the job you're in and the very public, aspect of it. And so many people have an opinion,
And
oh no, I was gonna say because he brought this up in the locker room speech and all that stuff, 100%. Right? And do you feel it is really bothering him, or is it the locker room that's really being bothered by the noise? Because I don't know if he's on social media not seeing all this stuff or even listening to us.
Yeah.
But these players be listening to a lot of stuff on social media and stuff. So do you think that's kind of like him defending his guys and saying the outside noise don't matter, all that stuff?
I think DeMeco gets it. I don't think DeMeco is holed up in the Fortress of Solitude not hearing none of it. I think he gets it. And I know the players get some level of it. They're young. They've lived lives on social medias. They're going to get some levels. Plus, don't forget, we've seen numbers of athletes end up not getting tagged in something on social media or being tagged on something that ultimately finds its way
searching
to them.
their names.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if it's searching their names because there are some people that find something and send it to them, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of people. It's a lot of athletes that do search their names, though.
Fair enough.
Salute to the Honey Badger.
Yeah.
I don't blame him for just generally this surliness here, especially because I think that it's something that you can utilize as a tool to rally your guys back to the message. I'm not mad at him. I just find it to be very interesting, especially because it feels like for him, he wants some get back. He feels like there's not really much opportunity. Well, I don't want to speak for him, but at least the way that it appears to me is that, hey, when people say these things about me, there's not really an opportunity for me to get back. And so this is his opportunity, to try and get back at whatever that is being said.
Sort of a take that, mentality.
Yeah, 100%.
I get it. And again, we would all be there. All I'll say, kind of and again, we'll revisit this, but just kind of put a bow on this conversation. Was any of it unfair?
What the criticisms to fire DeMeco last week, right? We got some of that talk.
A lot of that was fans. I mean, which media members said he needs to be fired?
Okay.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
and he's targeting that. Was it unfair, or was it the opposite of the amazing love that DeMeco and this team has gotten for the majority of 2 years? It was just, I think it was fair. I think it's fair.
Well, we'll talk more about that as we go. Obviously, an interesting kind of sub-conversation to what's happening over the last week or so with this team. Some other things that are popping just in the world of sports. The Rockets on Friday fell to the Pistons, fell to 0-2 with a 115-111 loss on Friday. Kevin Durant, 37 of them things, right? The offense for him was there in a big way and still not enough to win. I think some of the things that were noteworthy, the team was kind of awful from 2 just generally, which was wild. Like, they shot something like 45% from 3, but this is a good Detroit Pistons team, and admittedly 2 good defenses that they faced in the first 2 games of their season. But kind of surprising, not necessarily that they lost these games. Losses are going to happen in an 82-game season. That they had this problem from 2-point land for them, and that you got a combination of a mediocre Alperen Şengün game, 17 points, not fishing at all. Jabari kind of overshooting in this game, taking too many shots, and then just a minus 13 from Reed. Not necessarily being a net positive in his minute.
No, I think that last thing you said is where we need to really focus in on and see how they handle it and improve. Point guard getting trapped and pressured and getting late. They were late into their offense a lot.
That's a good point.
And that's not what you want to see. So to me, that's it.
Yeah. They welcome Brooklyn, the Nets, into town, and the Nets are basically two-man ISO team between Michael Porter Jr. and Cam Thomas. This feels like this absolutely has to be a victory. I'm not calling it must-win, but like just the circumstances.
Let's get going.
The Nets aren't a good team. The Rockets should be a good team. Yeah. This feels like this is the jump start for the season. Hopefully they get win number 1 at home at Toyota Center, 7 p.m. tonight. I got another question about the Rockets that hopefully we get to during this program. Other things that are popping. By the way, happy Sports Equinox to you. Did you know that? October 27th, the Sports Equinox for 2025.
And so explain it.
All right, so the Sports Equinox, 1 day a year. And it's interesting that it ends up being 1 day. There is a single day.
It's not always every year, I don't think anymore.
I believe
is it?
I believe it should be, where you have all 4 major American men's sports playing at the same time. So obviously tonight you'll have Game 3 of the World Series, some really fun games in the World Series, Games 1 and 2 split. So it's 1-1. So you'll have Game 3 tonight. You have hockey games. Regular season hockey is going. Of course, you'll have Monday Night Football. Commanders are out there. Was it with the Chiefs as well? Commanders Chiefs, if memory serves, on Monday Night Football. And then, of course, basketball going, Rockets in one of those games. So you'll have all 4 of those sports playing on the same day.
It's fantastic. If you, no matter what your preference is, you're going to be able to see
maybe one of the biggest things on the weekend. LSU. Louisiana State University fired Brian Kelly 4 years into his tenure after losing to Texas A&M. Shout out to Texas A&M getting somebody fired.
Man, what's the second one? They got their Arkansas coach fired too.
That's right. They got Sam Pittman fired.
But I'm watching this game, and very reluctantly I said, I think I'm convinced now.
Of?
The Aggies.
Just as a team?
Yeah.
National championship threat?
Well, look,
like a threat.
He immediately was like, "Hey, wait, hold on."
No, I'm convinced of that. They are okay. They are a threat. I don't, and you know this, Figgy. You can't ever really define it, but they have something.
Sure,
they playing good. They're playing strong.
They have something, and they are tough. And I can't. I've watched it probably multiple times, not because I'm an Aggie fan, but because it was so awesome. Cassius Howell barking at that freshman tackle. He was shaking his head, and then he walks away, keeps barking at him, sees a receiver, starts barking at him. Like, they are a tough, very well-coached team, and they have some weapons, man. I mean, they have receivers, running back, 4 running backs. The defense is outstanding. So that's the first thing. Reluctantly, because we've all been burned before as Aggie fans and maybe seen some false, positivity.
Sure.
They have something. They really do have something.
Do this year feel different from any other year in a long time? When was the last time you felt this way? I know you've been burned a couple times.
Manziel. Nobody wanted to play on at the time. They might have won the national championship if there was a college football playoff in 2012. So it's been that long. It's been 31 years since they won in Death Valley. But then to Brian Kelly, my big takeaway on that is I'm not surprised. LSU, obviously they're not real patient, and they got worked on their home field, which is unacceptable. How does Scott Woodward still have a job?
Yeah, the athletic director at LSU, if you remember, he is the man who also hired Jimbo Fisher. Now, he didn't give him the extension that ultimately made it really, really painful when A&M decided to let go Jimbo Fisher. But once he had hired Jimbo Fisher, he goes and takes the LSU job. He is at the forefront of hiring Brian Kelly, who has now been fired. I believe there's 6 years left on his contract, Brian Kelly. So I think the buyout ends up being $54 million. Now there is offset language if Brian Kelly gets another job. The problem is you talked about them losing that game, and yeah, it's that he hasn't lost a ton of bad games. Like I think 3 of those are top 20 losses. Like these are losses that you should be able to roll with the guy on. And I know the 3 previous head coaches in their first 4 years for LSU had won a national championship. You want to know why Brian Kelly got fired? Because I have a good idea.
What's that?
People don't like him.
No. Yeah,
no matter where he goes, people seem to not like him. And that happens on a larger scale. I mean, the governor of the state, which LSU
tweeting
in Louisiana, that means something. The governor has a lot of pull in that particular university.
Yeah, there's politics in Louisiana.
Yeah, in a way that is different than, there's politics everywhere.
Yeah.
But you have the governor tweeting, a coach, not a tactician. So if you're a CEO, walk around coach, you need to be able to sell things to people.
Yeah.
I don't think any of those players buy what he gives you. I mean, you can go back to the fake accent that he put on when he stepped foot. So if the first sign of things going wrong, people aren't willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. And that's what it feels like you have from Brian Kelly here.
You're absolutely right. If you're not going to be good, you better at least be likable, and he's not.
There's something to be talked about because now, I imagine Penn State and Florida are kind of upset. This is another job that comes open in addition to something else that came up in the world of sports this weekend. There's a lot of really what I imagine is desirable jobs in college football. That
Florida,
look like
LSU, Penn State. What's the best job? Let's say you're Lane Kiffin and you are listening.
The best or the most appealing?
What do you take? Which job do you take? Florida, LSU, or Penn State?
LSU.
It's got to be LSU.
We'll talk more about that when we get to college football on a Tuesday tomorrow. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to the Texans after they got a victory. What do we now know? What did this game and this win versus the Niners tell us something more about this team? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. An interesting vibe all the way around on a Reaction
and things
Monday.
changed quickly around here.
Victory Reaction Monday. I told you after the game, I also had like I don't want to say conflicted feeling, but I had kind of an interesting. It wasn't just, oh, wow, boom, victory, everything's all good. It was like, okay, I'm still trying to contextualize what we saw. Now you add in DeMeco Ryans trying to take a level of victory lap on the media in a way. I don't know if that's the right characterization, but that feels about where I'm going.
A level of bitterness, maybe?
Oh, I mean, and to be fair, I don't know how mad I can be about him because last week, there was a lot being brought to his doorstep.
Sure.
And some of that stuff he did not order on DoorDash. You know what I mean? But regardless, I think that all of this is an interesting kind of landscape that we have to parse through. But with anything, we're talking about a game. What does this game mean is one of those things that you ask yourself. And so what do we now know about this team after a 26-15 victory against the Niners team that admittedly, I'll raise my hand. Somebody asked right off the top of the show, which one of y'all thought they was going to lose? I'll raise my hand. I'm not afraid to say it. I did not know if they were capable of beating the San Francisco team, a team the week prior that had really stood up in the midst of losing key players, had young players step up in a big way, were returning one of their best players in George Kittle, who is blocking well and had not yet been impactful in the passing game. I was like, is that something that could pop up, especially as tight ends? This defense tends to actually handle tight ends decently well. However, the tight ends have shown up in particular way or guys in the slot. The running back is a fantastic one in Christian McCaffrey, and they handled all of those. We now know, Pez, like what for you have you kind of been able to put together about this team after the victory?
Okay, so let's pose it to our lovely listeners as well.
Oh, yeah, 713-572-4610 is the number to text.
Do we know now? Do we know? Was that validation? Because let's just sort of lay it out here. First three games, we know what happened. 0-3, oh my gosh, what's going on. Then you get a couple of wins. Fourth quarter, everything starts to click.
Versus Tennessee at home?
Yep. And then you get to the Ravens. Yeah, but, the Ravens were a mere shell of a team. I don't think anybody could argue that.
No.
They were a mere shell of the team that they normally are.
And it was a shell of a bad team to that point in the season as well.
Then you go to Seattle and you're like, oh, Lord. All hell's breaking loose. This is an awful, awful offense. The offensive line was beat up by a really good defensive line. All right, so we didn't know. Do you know now? Do you know now? And I'll lay out my thoughts on this first, because I'd love to hear you and Figgy's and our listeners as well. I actually thought of Reggie when I'm trying to decide, do we know now? I thought
that's adorable.
Figgy, I thought of Reggie yesterday.
Oh,
I was just thinking about him.
That's cute.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a text.
No, you didn't.
That's sick.
You know what I thought of? Proof of concept.
Yeah.
That's something that Reggie likes to say.
I do be saying that.
Yeah, a lot. And I think this was a game, this was a true proof of concept game. When C.J. Stroud stays disciplined, and I hate using that word in a way, but I also love it because it's used too much, but that was a very C.J. Stroud
question.
Like knowing I can't get greedy, knowing I've got to get the ball here, knowing it quickly, getting rid of the ball quickly, helping his offensive line. The offensive line, knowing that they, can run the ball against this depleted front and they can protect CJ. He wasn't sacked once. So it's a little bit of a qualifier, but if you are disciplined and you do the things you're supposed to do, that was a proof of concept. It can work. All right. Now there's qualifiers on the other side as well. First of all, when you do those things, it helps the offensive line. When C.J. Stroud does those things, it helps the offensive line. It leads to clock-eating drives, and that was a big story yesterday. More wide receivers get involved because you're not necessarily, where's my guy, or I'm going to throw it deep to this guy, or whatever. It's like, where does the ball need to be? Boom, boom, boom. 9 different receivers caught the ball. And then, of course, you're relying on the defense doing its job, which it always does. So, proof of concept.
Well, not always, but they definitely did to a stronger degree because I said last week, Monday. Well, yeah, it was last week. Monday night versus the Seahawks, the defense did its job, but then couldn't get off the field. So that was additional step up in this game as well. I want to make that point.
So do you know now?
I don't.
Yeah.
I wish I could say that I do, but I don't, because this does fall somewhat in line, not entirely. I don't want to discredit a victory.
Right.
It falls somewhat in line with that Ravens game, in part because, and the reason why I say that rather is you can proof of concept why I say that, but what a circumstance that it works under. When you have a team that cannot get pressure, I want to give this offensive line credit. When you go up against the team that's across from you. However, I'm going to be honest about the team that was across from you. This was a team in the San Francisco 49ers that was bottom 4 in pressures coming into this game, bottom 4 in blitzing. Now, where I have to try and make sure I give credit, because again, I don't want to sound like I'm just jumping on this team.
Yeah.
The Niners upped their blitz percentage. They blitzed more than they had in any given point prior in this season, and the Texans were able to pick that up. Credit to the Texans' offensive line.
Yes.
Credit to the tight ends, the wide receivers who obviously got involved in the game, and the running backs, including Dario Gumbuwale, who was pretty solid in pass pro on third down, like we know him to be capable of, like we've seen in the past. All that's fine and good. But when they have gone up against teams that can get after the quarterback, it is disintegrated like paper towels in some water, right? Like it has not looked like it is held up to the scrutiny of what you need. Now, right now, looking at the type of team that you are, or at least what your record would say your team is, that's cool. Like, you need to get those wins when you have a team that you can take advantage of. That's cool. The team that you were hoping this team could be, and maybe it's unfair to go back to that perspective, the team you were hoping that this team could be needed to be able to stand up to teams that are going to have a big man in the middle that's hard to run against, teams that are going to have an edge rusher, because especially if you plan on getting the playoffs, which, again, lofty goals at this point, sitting at 3-4 right at this moment, you're going to be facing, we're weeding out the bad teams. You're going to be facing teams that can get after the quarterback. You're going to be facing teams that can scheme up pressure. You're going to be facing teams with defensive backs that can go and attack them. So in a circumstance where you're playing where that team can't get pressure, I'm happy that you can get the ball to all these different players. You don't need Nico Collins to be the only guy that can get the football. You can get the ball to Hutchinson, who looked fantastic. Higgins, well, I'm happy to see there was a connection with him and C.J. Stroud, because I was wondering. It felt like he just couldn't get him the football, and there was even some instances where the ball was high. And that's fine, and that's good to see that there is a baseline when you're facing off against a defense that can't get pressure. But I think that is more an anomaly than it is the norm in the NFL, and that's what's going to get interesting, especially next week against Denver.
And as much as I say, it can work. It does work. We just saw it work yesterday. The one, like I said, the one qualifier is if C.J. Stroud is disciplined and makes all the right decisions. There's another qualifier as well, and we talk about the nature of the NFL. There's going to be close games. It's going to come down to the fourth quarter. You still have, with this type of offense, with not the explosive plays that we've seen from the Colts and Jonathan Taylor and some of these other teams that are playing right now, the Chiefs, and that's the level you want to get. You have to be damn near perfect still. That's the thing that I'm still, again, qualifying it. It feels great. It was great to see. It felt and looked like they're just mowing through these dudes. But they didn't. They did. They ate up clock. They moved the ball. They spread the ball around. That's all good. But you still had in the first half, and really going into the fourth quarter, but in the first half you had those 3 drives, and we just heard DeMeco talking about that. Field goals, man. Those are the little things that against a better team, all due respect, and just like you said, I don't want to take away, because this was a Niners team that played really well against some other teams like the Rams and won those games. So you take it, you're impressed by it, it works, it's proof of concept, but you still have to be damn near perfect.
That ain't like the Patriots offense to me, man.
It is.
No, that's what I'm saying, that style of play where they're not just running the score up on you.
Yeah.
But they're keeping the ball for a long time, making the right plays, and then ended up with a field goal type deal, but just kind of running away with it a little bit.
So where are you, Figgy? And listeners weigh in 713-572-4610. Do we know?
Nah, I don't think we know. I don't think we know, because, like I said, I don't want to take away from this win either, but I feel like it's a lot of injuries on the 49ers right now. And like I said, I hate to do that. I ain't want to take away from the Baltimore win.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to tell, man. They got to really play well, and they're going to be playing against the Broncos this weekend, so that's going to be a good tell too.
Yeah, I mean, these are the tests, man, but it all depends on what you're testing, right? As we all know, right? With any, like, have you done an allergy test before?
Yeah.
Like you do they poke you with all sorts on the arm, and then you see which things you react to. They're answering the test of can you beat bad teams, which cool. You need to be able to beat bad teams. Bad teams are on your schedule. I don't feel confident yet that I know, at the very least, the offense beat teams that are good. And there's still, that's one of the things you look at the schedule and we've had conversations about. There's still a number of teams that are pretty good. Maybe you can lean on the idea that it doesn't feel like there are great teams in the AFC and in the NFL right now, and that's cool. And you don't need to answer those questions right this moment, and I don't think you could have answered that question in that game because, again, I want to give the Niners their due. However, I don't feel them to be like any level of great team this year, nor should you, right, with the injuries and things that they've had. However, there's still room to be proven, things to be proven with this team. But again, I'll give them their credit, and because I don't want it to seem like now we got to win. Now it's just negativity again. I'm not trying to get on DeMeco's bad side right here, But I think it's fair to point out this is good. This is a step, but this isn't the end all be on. This is why I had a little bit of a tough time with DeMeco going, "Oh, y'all just saying negativity." There was negativity to be said, right? There was things coming off of 15 days and a bye week going into Seattle and not even not performing all that well because that's execution. And I hear you. Seemingly both on the field level and above the field level with the game planning, there was things that made me scratch my head. And it's not like I'm the smartest football man in the world, but if I could see some of these things, I'm like, why does it feel like you didn't? This game, it felt like there was a much better game plan. That's cool. It can't be halftime. It can't be part-time. It needs to happen all the time.
Now, the one good thing, and maybe this is the most important thing, is I think they're starting to realize that proverbial proof of concept. Like, they had 9 different receivers. The rookies were outstanding, and maybe they're realizing, hey, man, there's no plays. That sounds weird. I think they're more plays than players. I really do. 9 different guys catch the ball. Rookies come in. Yeah. They spread the ball around. Woody Marks, Nick Chubb, doesn't matter. Let's plug them in. Let's keep these guys healthy. Even the tight ends, as much as Dalton Schultz has had a good season, they were trying to get to the other tight. It was more the concept and the plays than the players. I'm talking about offensively.
But it is encouraging. One thing I can say, I feel like I know is how I'll say it. CJ Stroud is more than capable of being the maestro that you want him to be.
And more willing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Why do you get to willing there?
Because he didn't. Well, we've seen it. Sorry, DeMeco. Don't mean to be negative, but he seemed lost. He seemed not less than confident in what this offense. He didn't look less than confident yesterday. By the way, huge credit to CJ Stroud for being able to withstand all the stuff that he seemed to not have confidence in, and then look like the most confident player in the world yesterday. So he deserves a lot of credit, but they haven't been sold on this offense, and now they're trying to get it done.
Yeah, and look, I see the people that are like, oh, you don't want to take away from the game, but you ultimately are. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't get to a place where I just focus on the positives in some ways because look, there are still things that exist there. Yes, okay, you could say that the Niners had some weapons, and I will give, and the defense did a fantastic job of neutralizing that. The offense did an even great job of just killing possessions. The time of possession I was in went. But how then do you make the connection between what we saw last week with Seattle and then this week with the Niners, right? Like that's the thing that I'm having a hard time making jive. I'm happy that I've seen this thing with the Niners again. I've seen it more than once now for a full game. You did it against Baltimore. You did it against the Niners. That is fantastic, and I love seeing that. Now what we're talking about is how do you then project forward to the type of team, the type of offense that you see in a game, and I still can't project forward. I'm going to see that level of dominance, and I think that's what I'm talking about when we say, do we know?
But I think CJ, if he's completely bought in now and certainly looked at yesterday, then you can put this offense together against more squads. You can be, spreading the ball around, understanding, I keep going back to discipline because it fits so well with what CJ is doing. No, you can be successful against anybody with this offense. All I'm saying is you have to be damn near perfect.
You do.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping and interested to see if they can continue to be that level of perfect going forward. I just can't say that I know for certain. And to be fair, that might be the NFL. One thing I will tell you, I guess I'm just making a lot of the DeMeco thing. I hope that he's right. in the idea that they don't care about the noise. Because, I mean, look, you're a 3-4 team. There's going to be some level of noise here.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I am a noise maker, sitting here in front of a microphone making noise. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope that he's right for all of our sakes. Again, if it's unclear, I would like this to be a good team. It makes my job easier. It makes my job more fun all the way around. I think you would agree.
We're having more fun when they win. We want them to win. We do better as people, much less as a station, when they win.
Right.
Yeah. We do better.
It's really depressing when they don't win, man. To the point, I'll be ready to call off of work. Like I don't feel like talking about this.
Exactly.
Like it do us no justice for them to be bad.
Yeah.
Especially looking bad out there too.
So what I'm hoping for is I hope that they're right. I hope that none of this outside is bothering them, and that they are capable of rallying together and putting their best foot forward, because that's what's going to be necessary moving forward. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions.
All right, Sports Equinox, man. Let's talk underdog. The perfect day, no matter what it is. Obviously, a football game tonight, and your Rockets are getting it going as well at home, and underdog.
Children's.org. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 6.
These are my confessions. I thought I had it, man. I thought I got that anytime safety. That was so close.
We were talking about it on press row.
That was so close. They had two chances for a safety. First of all, and this was all late, which is even better. Like you're thinking, all right, it ain't going to happen. Then we get down to the last few minutes of the fourth quarter, and the Niners are backed up. What was it, their 2-yard line or something like that? And boom, Will Anderson brings some pressure. And I'm like, oh, get safety. I was actually, let's go, get that safety. And then the Texans, and this was very real. This was a very real possibility that some coaches wouldn't even blink twice about.
Less than a minute, or about a minute left in the game.
You're backed up, fourth down.
It was an 11-point game. Obviously, that's the final score.
So a safety makes it 9, still 2 possessions. And DeMeco, dang it, DeMeco. He decides to punt. Just snap the ball, run around a little bit. I think it was 54 seconds when it was fourth down. Run around a little bit, step out of the end zone, boom. I win $50 from Sean Pendergast on a $5 bet. But that was fun. Gambling can be a lot of fun sometimes, even if you lose.
So this is the week that you would like to make that stance, huh?
Well, it can be. It can be. That was fun. I had a good.
After everything that happened this week,
I'm sure the NBA said the same thing too.
Well, that not millions of dollars in cheating and X-ray machines on card tables and all that, but like a
John C. Billups approves this message.
A good, honest bet with a good friend, and you had 2 chances at the safety. I was like screaming, "Step out of the back of the end zone! Let's go!" It was wild.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, seeing as you weren't up on press row,
Yeah.
Pendergast was doing the exact same thing.
Nervous?
In both of those circumstances, he made mention of, oh man,
yeah,
I might owe Lopez money here. And he was legitimately standing right over my left shoulder with that second instance where, where Townsend's punting out of the back of the end zone. He's like, oh man, they might run out of the back of the end zone. I'm gonna have to owe him. I was like, nah, I think DeMeco Ryans believes in his defense, especially as they had played in that game. He'll just punt it.
But punt the ball from the 20 with a coverage team as opposed to your punt team, which I know covers, but and the back of the end zone and all that stuff, and a short and maybe a return for a touchdown with 54 seconds left. I was like, a lot of coaches would have stepped out of the end zone on that.
Yeah, I think a lot of them would have. But they decided, no, we will play this straight up. The punt, they got the punt off fine. They covered it decently enough, and obviously they didn't allow a score. Sorry about your again, entertainment purpose only dollars.
You was entertained though, right?
I had fun. That
so
was
might have been
fun.
worth it.
I texted Sean, I'm going to give you that $5 with a smile on my face. That was a lot of fun.
These are my confessions.
I think I'm the problem now. So you guys remember? Fair enough. Touche. Fair enough. You remember last year, my first time doing Tailgater of the Game, the HEB Tailgater of the Game, where we go out to the lots at NRG Stadium and, tailgate with a few folks, have some fun. Do you remember what my first Tailgater of the Game looked like? You were there, Lopez.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. What?
I remember the statistics.
Did it again.
Not quite. However, last year was just a lot of, get here, have a drink, have a shot. This year it's been a little bit more tame. We went out to the yellow lot, and I started being the person who encouraged the drinking.
Give me another one.
We had obviously former Texan safety Eric Brown out there, and I was out here fun. Like, hey Eric, come get you a shot.
Yeah.
I was now the instigator.
Turned to that person.
Yeah.
Shots.
Yeah.
I pointed at everybody at the bar.
I'm the problem now.
It's funny because I used to talk to my cousin up in Cleveland, and he was telling me about this girl that we both knew that he started talking to at that time. And he was like, man, I got her hip to smoking weed, man. She smoked weed with me for the first time. And then now, every time I see this girl, she just like the biggest pothead. And I'm like, man, this is all because of my cousin.
Her.
Yes. Now she got the black lips and all the nasty little fingertips. Yeah. I'm like, that's all because of my cousin.
We all see those people at the bar. Hey, what shot? We're getting shots. You want a shot? We're getting shot. I'm getting you a shot.
Which is not who I am inherently, however. Out at them tailgates, apparently I'm now the problem. I realized this about myself as I was doing it. I was like, oh, that's probably not a good thing.
Probably not.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I don't know if I should feel proud of this or is this kind of pathetic in 2025.
Okay.
So Thursday, I was out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy with the fellas from the drive, just doing some stuff, having a good time. And on my way out, I load up my GPS on my phone. I go to Google Maps or whatever it is. Like, man, I'm like an hour away from home.
Yeah.
So I just kind of gear up for it. And I got in the car and I noticed the GPS wasn't moving. I'm like, dang, what's going on? So I tried to exit out of the GPS to kind of set it. It wouldn't do anything. It was stuck. So I'm like, all right. At that point, I'm like, let me pull over so I could get this phone together. Tried to shut the phone off. The phone wouldn't shut off.
Oh, no.
Whoa.
It was completely stuck.
Locked.
And yes, I couldn't do anything about it. So I'm like, well, damn, I can't just sit here. I'm like, I got to try to get home.
I can't function without GPS.
Oh, you couldn't figure your way out?
Nope. Nope. I was just sitting there like, man, you know what? I'm like, let me just try it. I think I got this. I stay on 10 for a very long time. I was doing.
My man ended up in San Antonio.
I was doing really good, and it was a couple parts where I'm like, man, I tried to get cute because I know the longer way to get home, but I tried to figure out the shortest way.
That was your first mistake.
Yeah, so I made a turn. I'm like, whoop, this ain't the right way. So I had to get off on the freeway, go around, and then these stupid ass cars. You know the cars that don't let you get over, and you're trying to get over, and so they
speed up.
They forced, so they forced me to go another way, where I had to turn around and get off, and so I was kind of struggling. And I'm like, you know what, man? Ain't no point. At that point, I did figure out how to get home. But my phone is fine and all that stuff. I don't know what rose. But I'm like, I felt proud in the moment. Like, yeah, I got home without the GPS.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, man, that's kind of sad, ain't it? That I rely on the GPS like this.
It's where we are now, man.
Yeah, so I don't know if I should feel sad about this or feel pathetic about this, or is this a proud, braggadocious type of moment?
Yeah, I mean,
I was all
sadly,
the way in
that's
Katy,
where we
man.
are.
I was all the way in Katy. I stayed in Galena Park, man. So I got home without the GPS. I made it. I had 2 wrong turns, but I ended up making it, though.
It's like those people, like you show them a telephone, an old school telephone, they're like, what's that thing do?
These are my confessions.
All right. I don't know if this is hilarious or sad. And I need some help on this.
Okay.
So Terry Bradshaw, I believe it was a pregame show, was talking about texting Andy Reid. Well, this is how it went.
But the thing that I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid and I got a text back and I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs. But it sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't really talk to Andy Reid.
I wish you could see the people behind the cameras because they're like.
Thought I was texting Andy Reid, but it was a guy selling pigs.
Hey, Terry. I don't want to make light of this.
See,
but it did make me wonder.
Bingo. Bingo. You're going where I was going.
I had to pull up the Wikipedia.
How old is he?
How old is Terry?
Math is right now.
Where are the faculties at?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and
might
again,
have a little dementia going on.
Yeah.
right? And again, you can't make light of that. Like, that's a serious thing. But it is a consideration. Like, yo, what was the thought process that got you to that conversation?
I've experienced bits and pieces of this myself. I hate ageism. I hate ageism. Just, you make a mistake when you're 35 years old like that, and it's like he just brain lock, whatever. It's funny.
Sure, yeah.
But when you're, how old is he?
Terry Bradshaw is 77 years of age.
But when you're 77 years old, all of a sudden people, and I did it, and I'm old, and I was like, has he lost it? No, I hate ageism because sometimes it's just funny. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's hilarious or sad.
To be fair, he's 77 years old, and he played the car crash sport.
This is true.
You know what I mean? Like,
back in the day too.
Yeah.
That is also a portion of this. I don't know that it makes it better, to be fair.
Yeah.
That's where my mind goes. However, it's just like, oh, are we? Because I think the part about it is if he just did that in person, we go, okay.
Yeah.
It's like national television for some reason makes it different. Like I kind of tie it in with somewhat the Lee Corso portion where I'm like, hey, this doesn't make me feel good. when he's struggling. Like, and it's not that it's not a natural part of aging or whatever. Right. It's just like, I don't know that this makes me feel good in what you're trying to make me feel good, but then you're also putting Lee Corso, and I have to consider our mortality.
Do you feel like he was up there struggling with that though?
I don't know.
Because the situation, like that situation happens all the time. I think it happened on this station one time when I want to say Smith and he texts Wade Phillips.
Yeah.
And he thought
who's the pig man? That's the question I also have.
Well, I think again,
that situation happens a lot, but I'm wondering if was he really struggling up there?
If he were 35 or 40, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Well, if he had said,
that was funny.
If he had said, I was trying to text Andy Reid and I texted Andy Dalton, that comes off different. Like a man who sells pigs, and maybe that's the comical nature.
But Terry Bradshaw knows people that sells pigs.
Fair enough.
He's a country boy.
That is true.
You know,
I had not considered.
He's from Louisiana, South Louisiana. Wasn't he a Raging Cajun?
I retract my statement.
Yeah, so
I'm kind of curious, but also, what was the point of bringing that part up in the show?
No, that's the part that I was.
That's why I was wondering: is he struggling up there, just bringing up something that didn't even matter?
Probably should not have even told the story.
Yeah,
and he even said, maybe I should have told you guys that.
Yeah, so that's why I was wondering, like, is that a struggle type of Terry Bradshaw, or is that just his personality?
Yeah.
Somebody said, guys, I've texted the wrong person before. I think he was just telling a story. No, fair, right? Like, that is something that I think the pig man just felt weird. It felt like out of place. But you're right, Lopez.
He's a country boy.
He probably got a number of pig men.
He lives on a farm.
There's probably a number of pig men in his phone that I probably should have
I think it would have came off better if he said, man, I had a funny story, by the way.
Yes.
Then that probably would have made a little more sense. But it seemed like he was getting at hey, I text with, or I thought I was texting Andy Reid. And just like, wait, what?
That's true. He was trying to make a point about Andy Reid that got completely lost because the pig man came out.
If he would have brought it up like, hey, this funny story, speaking to Andy Reid, text my pig man or something.
YouTube Champs Live says, I actually wanted the pig dealer's analysis.
Yeah, what the pig man got to say.
What does the pig man think?
Well, I guess I probably should stop saying the pig man because now I'm starting to think of a human that looks like a pig or a pig that looks like a human.
The Seinfeld episode.
That's right.
Pig man.
I've forgotten about that. No, just the man that has pigs. Or do you talk like that? Like, you know, the person at the person at the phone store is the phone man, and the person that, you know, washes the carpet is the carpet man. Like, that's how I talk.
I used to, yeah. Or the bootleg man.
Yeah, exactly.
CD man.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, those are your confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do some winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. Who won on the weekend? Who lost? Let's talk about it next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
A victory reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I think you could definitely posit the Texans are winners, just in the idea that they got a 26 to 15 rather victory. That in and of itself, you saw the offense look like it looked in Week 5, so they can do that again. Will they do it next week? We'll see, right? Like that's where I am. However, who are some other winners and losers of the weekend? 713-572-4610. Let us know who you would like to throw up there. I'm not going to lie, and maybe this also colors the way today. I've tried to be positive. There's a lot of losers on this list that I have here. Maybe I'm just being negative, John Lopez.
No, sometimes that's just the way it goes. I'm sure there are a lot of winners on the Texans, and we've covered it and we'll talk about it. You start with Nick Caley, shaking it off, C.J. Stroud shaking it off, finding some confidence, etc. But around the sportscape, so to speak, there were a lot of losers this weekend. You can start with Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly gets fired from his job at LSU, but in some ways, the man that apparently is on our screen right now might be winner Lane Kiffin. As I think you kind of put him as probably the benefactor of, or the person who will benefit most from the number of jobs that are open between Penn State, Florida, and LSU. Possibly Texas. You see Steve Sarkisian.
Was he a winner or a loser?
I don't know. They got a victory. Yeah. However, there's still some things that look a little dicey with it. Arch Manning had a tale of two halves type game as well, but I think that he might be
He's still one thinking about it.
I can't give you a good answer there because it seems like if reporting is to be believed, but if
he doesn't believe it.
Yeah, he does not believe it. His representative Sark don't believe it as well, or don't want you to believe it. But reporting is that Steve Sarkisian has made it known that he is open to taking an NFL job, including the Titans one. So we'll see what that looks like if that ultimately comes to pass. How about this as a loser of the weekend? I'll get this called Lou.
Mm-hmm.
And what was a very fun football game to watch between Missouri and Vanderbilt. Mizzou needed a touchdown so badly at the end of this game. They are in last-ditch attempt mode. Hail Mary goes up, and the ball is caught. And mind you, this is the backup quarterback throwing it because Bo Prabula was carted off the field in the air cast. So this is already a really tough game for them with their starting quarterback down. But they fought. They're close. The ball is caught mere inches away from scoring a touchdown.
The nose of the ball might have hit the line. It's impossible to guess. I mean, you would just be guessing, But it was that close to being a potential game-tying or winning touchdown.
Right. On a Hail Mary attempt. And the ball was caught. Like, they spent a long time looking at
right on the line.
I mean, this is mere centimeters from with him catching the football, from the ball breaking the plane, and then ultimately getting a victory against Vandy. But Vandy, they keep going, man. They keep winning. They keep it pushing here.
First of all, winners and losers in this game, just because Vanderbilt clearly on a fast track to the college football playoff and a potential Heisman Trophy for Diego Pavia, as well as Diego Pavia's mom. You have to say she's a winner. They don't play a game where they don't show the mom in the post-game interview for obvious reasons. If you've watched any Vanderbilt games, it just makes me laugh every time. They're like, "Where's the mom? Where's the mom? Let's get the camera on her."
It's so weird the way that she's become. And not trying to it's how this has happened, but that's college football for you, right? Like, you get these side characters that pop up for no other reason than college football kind of exists that way. How about
but real quick, loser, Missouri was in playoff mode, and now it's who knows? They've got the Aggies in 2 weeks. The Aggies are off this week. They have the Aggies at home. Maybe they can finagle something, but it's a big ask.
Fair enough. How about a winner? There's a loser on the backside of this that I think goes good for the Texans, but winner National Tight Ends Day. Tight ends on National Tight Ends Day showed up quite a bit. Tucker Kraft of the Packers was fantastic in Sunday Night Football. He had a number of big plays. George Kittle scored a touchdown. He is the founder of National Tight End Day, but he didn't do a ton in this game.
Didn't do a ton, but their other tight end got in there as well.
Yeah, Jake Tonjes scored that 2-yard catch just out in the flats. Dallas Goedert ended up getting in the end zone as well for tight ends. And
boy, announcers really like saying National Tight Ends Day.
Do you get with this? Are you in on the National Tight Ends Day?
I'm okay with it, but I think I heard it like 17 times over the course of the day.
10 tight ends scored in this on this weekend, including, did you see Mason Taylor, a tie into LSU as well, the LSU graduate or at least alum? He got a catch from Breece Hall in this game.
That's right.
That was a running back pass, which was one of the part of the 39 points that the Jets score, getting a victory over the Bengals in what had to be one of the stupidest games of the weekend.
But we got to see Aaron Glenn finally get his fire one, but he didn't get one.
Definitely a win on the weekend. Aaron Glenn getting off the mat, right?
Yeah.
Including also, I think Justin Fields. Like Justin Fields ends up playing in this one and acquits himself.
They had 500 yards of offense.
They sure did.
The Jets had 500.
That was a Pac-12 game, but not amongst like the good teams. Like back in the day, when you get like, let me see.
Washington State versus UCLA or something.
Yeah, something like that. Where it's just like, here's a whole bunch of yards.
Yeah.
Is this actually good? Who knows?
Yeah.
Shout out to Engineer Andy. Loser, Steelers uniforms on Sunday Night Football.
Oh, yes.
Are you in on the throwback uniforms when the NFL does it?
Not when they look like that.
Sure. I mean, there's like the creamsicle.
It looked like an exit sign or something. You know?
I saw someone say it looked like when people wear those weighted vests. Because they had like the weird angular black stripes on the chest that made almost a Y. I gotta admit, like when it comes to the weird Packers brown throwbacks, or not these throwbacks for the Steelers, but you know the other weird ones that they'll wear, I kind of like them. I kind of appreciate like this real callback to when they were playing football in just like sweaters. And this
you're right.
Actual literal sweaters, but this one didn't feel. Yeah, someone said pedestrians crossing was what it looked like.
Yes, that's better. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
No, look, I generally like them. I generally like the throwbacks, the old school throwbacks like those, but that one was a miss.
All right. How about this for a winner on the weekend? Pettiness. All right, apologies. Give me Dan Plesac. You know Dan Plesac played in the majors. He's on MLB Network ahead of Game 1 of the World Series. And he has a call. He wants to put in the call here.
Bad intentions. Addison Barger, not in the starting lineup, but he will come off the bench and be a left-hander off the bench. And I'm telling you what, he's going to run into one, and the Rogers Center is going to come unglued. You picked a guy that's not in the starting lineup. Not in the lineup. He is going to come. He's going to get a pinch hit at bat in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning, and he's going to send this place into a frenzy. Wow.
Pinch hit at bat. 6th inning, home run, 413 feet to center field. That is an incredible call to put in.
Dude, that is like very specific. Very specific and
almost too specific.
Pretty awesome.
Send the FBI over there. FBI.
1-800 gambling.
Go get him.
That means the pitcher's involved.
Go get Dan Plesac.
That's right.
That's incredible.
I'm gonna groove one for you, big fella.
No, but that really good World Series games. Game 1 was 11-4 in favor of the Blue Jays, and then I believe it was 5-1 Game 2 for the Dodgers. This one looks like it's going to be, if you are so inclined with the World Series.
You can say winner, old school pitching. Suzuki, 2 complete games.
Yeah.
I mean, that was through 105 pitches in his last outing, 110, I believe, in the one before. He ain't coming out of the game, and it was a big game for him.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
There was a lot of other things. I don't know if you're a UFC guy, not much of one myself, but apparently a loser is Tom Aspinall, who got poked in the eye during a fight. Like, it was good that it was ruled accidental as opposed to intentional, because if it was intentional, somehow it would have
lost.
He would have lost.
He would have won.
But they ruled it as incidental in that one. And another loser, Kirk Cousins, who Michael Penix Jr. was out with a bone bruise, allowing Kirk Cousins another chance to start versus a reeling Miami team.
How'd that go?
They got blowed out. 34-10 was the final. He went 21 of 31.
Dolphins.
173 yards and a sack.
Those Dolphins.
Yeah, he was one of the biggest underperformers on the game, or on the week rather, for NFL football. CJ, mind you, one of the biggest overperformers of his average EPA with this game. A fantastic game. of orchestrating the offense for C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense in general. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to a little bit more of praise of what the Texans did. Who hooped? Who showed out well in their 26-15 victory versus the Niners? Let's heap them with praise next.
All right, guys. You can feel your
Vapocool drops. Use as directed.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, a victory reaction Monday after the Texans get a 26-15 win at home versus the Niners. Brings them to 3-4. The outlook on the season just opens up just a little bit more. I'm not trying to make it outsized because again, there's still rungs to climb. I think you're now 9th in the conference, and look, that's not enough for you to get into the playoffs. But it's a lot better than being 2-5 and being down 11th in the conference or whatever. So
you are saying there's a chance.
I am saying there's a little bit of a chance. We're going to talk about who to talk about the performances that helped the Texans get that big victory. Before we do that, I want to turn to the phone line right quick. We got Lamont on the phone.
Hey, man, I just wanted to call in and say for about the last couple of years, I've been kind of critical of CJ, but he balled out. He balled out yesterday, and it makes me wonder. I know that every team has their star players, their star receivers, but I'm wondering if Nico Collins is like CJ's crutch, so to speak. And without Nico Collins, he was forced to that ball, distribute the pill around to everyone. It was just a thought that I had that it seems like if Nico Collins would have been playing, a lot of balls would have been forced to Nico Collins, and we probably wouldn't have seen that type of distribution that we seen yesterday. That's all I have, fellas, man. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate you, Lamont.
I think that's more than fair, but I also feel it you can't just focus on one thing there. I think Nico Collins, clearly any quarterback would ultimately default to where's Nico. So there is a factor, but I also think the bigger factor is and we've talked about it today. CJ Stroud, despite all the noise, and we'll get to that and everything else, focused on the offense and kept believing in what he was being told and was disciplined. And so if Nico were on the field yesterday, I think it would have been just as successful.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've seen
just as widespread.
We've seen a similar game.
Yeah.
Again, I've tied these games at the hip. Maybe you could say that I'm wrong for doing that. The 44-10 victory versus the Ravens Week 5 as you head into the bye week. Or a leading receiver in that game.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk had 64 yards on 4 catches. Dalton Schultz had 60 yards on 5 catches. Nico Collins had 52. Like, you had that same distribution. 52, 32, 23, 18, 13. You had a whole bunch of receivers getting yards. I think when this offense is going the way that they want it to, when you have protection and CJ Stroud can kind of make the right decisions, the ball goes all sorts of different places, which in theory puts a lot of pressure on the defense. And I think that's where we start who hooped. I think there's 2 people that you mentioned there. CJ Stroud clearly doing a great job, trusting his eyes, trusting what the system gives him, getting the ball out quickly. A lot of those times, as we mentioned, when he did get pressure, did not get sacked, got the ball out quickly. 7 of 9 versus pressure, 111 yards. Like, that is handling the offense really well, getting the ball and distributing it widely. I think that's a credit to him. I don't think it's even necessarily about CJ. It's just, or not necessarily CJ, about Nico. It's when the offense is going well, the ball moves around.
It's him getting it, in terms of what they want and expect out of him and what he can do and not do. And I said this earlier, I think it's very important. The big validation for C.J. Stroud yesterday was, like, I don't have to sling it around. I don't have to take chances, and I can still get 300-plus yards passing. With this offense, catch and run, et cetera, and some of the short and dispersing the ball, all that stuff, you can still get the numbers. You're just not taking as many chances. One name that I want to mention before you go on with Who Hooped is a name that we haven't mentioned all day.
All right.
And deserves to be mentioned.
That's what the segment's for.
Ariante Ursary.
Yeah, man.
Ariante Ursary, mentioned even on the broadcast, has not been mentioned on this show. And you know why? 0. Just perfection. 0 pressures, 0, anything. For a guy that has had his ups and downs and a lot of downs, to be able to do that, the offensive line, it was as we've talked about, it was about the way they ran the offense, the game plan, and all that. But at some point, you're still the left tackle, and you have to be able to kind of do your job against some of the best guys in the league, no matter if it's the Niners or whatever. He hooped.
Yeah, I think he was really good. Outside of the one play, I think it was him that ultimately induced the hold. Remember, there was like 3 penalties that were offset. I think that the wrong number was called by the official. I think they said it was Laken Tomlinson. If memory serves, I believe it was Tay. Doesn't matter because it didn't ultimately affect what happened. Outside of that, I mean, really good. They were able to run the ball well, which of course goes to the entirety of the offensive line. But Tay, you got to give him his credit. I don't think that Robert Saleh used a lot of twists and such, which was good. I mean, obviously that's been the thing that's kind of gotten to the line a little bit, and you can't go and make the other team go and do their job the best way possible.
You don't want them to.
Exactly. So shout out to Tay, and I think also I got to give. There was a really good reach block by Titus Howard. Ed Ingram felt like a guy. You mentioned these quarterback sneaks. I think he deserves a lot of credit, Ed Ingram, because it felt like when CJ was trying to get a sneak, he was falling in behind that Ed Ingram block. I think there was a lot of good play on the offensive line. Yeah. You got to give them all credit. But Tay, Ed Ingram, I think Titus Howard, I think they deserve a lot of credit. There are some hoops in this one. I think it's obviously worth mentioning. Kamari Lassiter getting the interception. Can we get a love for the Will linebackers? Obviously, Azeez is kind of the spirit of the defense. He gets everybody organized. I think EJ Speed,
coverage,
and Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah,
Henry came up and was able to make some big plays, especially in moments where you needed it. I think there was a big third down that he was able to rally to the football. This defense in general, they rallied to the football so much better than they had in. I guess there was moments prior in prior weeks where they had not rallied nearly as well. They triggered well. They got upfield. They rallied well. They tackled well, and you mentioned they covered pretty well because George Kittle was in there amongst that middle area as well.
No, I think that was what really separated them yesterday. And EJ Speed has been a revelation for the linebacker core all year long. It seems that we mentioned his name, and he makes some plays just about every week. Another one that I want to mention, just because of the obvious, and I think it speaks to the swarm mentality on offense. And that was British Brooks with he put the wham in wham block. There's no question about that. But really, even beyond that, not just British Brooks, but just the protection outside of the offensive line. We heard DeMeco Ryans earlier. You're going to hear about that again here in a little bit, about the receivers and the way they were blocking on the Woody Marks reception. British Brooks, the way he was blocking, some of the tight ends. It was and Blake Fisher as a tight end as well.
Yeah. Blake Fisher had I think a play where I was like, what's happening there? And he's obviously that's why he ends up being the 6th one. But coming in, adding that additional heft is something that's good, which I think Nick Caley, there was a lot of people, including myself, that was really harsh on him last week, and I still think deservedly so. They went in with a game plan that did not feel like it rose to the occasion of the Seahawks game. Can't say that this week.
No.
I liked what they did game plan wise. They were able to balance what they did. Obviously picking up those, getting themselves being successful. They ran the ball pretty successfully. And they got to the line, picked up third downs consistently as well. There was some of the passing dynamic, the actual routes that they were able to put together was very impactful, including one that I mentioned earlier. I said it was Hutchinson, was Higgins. The touchdown that Higgins scores on that post, he is stacked behind the corner route that really helps deceive that defense. I think that there was some routes that were stacked a little bit nicely, and there's some things that he clearly took to heart and was able to implement and have them execute really well. So again, as much as we're gonna get after Nick Caley and anybody else in games and circumstances where it feels like they don't answer the call, when they do, you got to give them their love. And I did have to bring it for Nick Caley in this one.
No, you're right, and I do want to get to the defense, but also we've talked about the 9 different receivers catch with at least one catch. One of those though was quite the revelation, and he was hooping until he got hurt. That's Braxton Berios.
Braxton was pretty good,
He's been under fire a little bit, at least questioned, in terms of why he steps in front of Jalen Noel. We still want Jalen Noel, but at the same time, I mean, he had 5 catches, 4 in the first quarter, I believe.
Yeah, there was. I mean, it felt like just all the receivers, and I guess a lot of love for Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel, little bits that we were seeing when he would get the opportunities to catch the football, including what was the 4 catches late against Seattle. And he just took it up to another level, right? You saw the same type of thing, especially him crossing the middle of the field on deep overs or, corner routes, things like that, and just kept creating separation, catching the football when the ball was to him. He's the receiver that excites me the most, especially the ones that played. And I think it'd be wild to say of all of them because Nico Collins is
Sure.
still going to be the guy that creates the most excitement for me. But Jalen Noel, like, he delivers. He's continued to deliver as a rookie in pretty much any way that they've asked of him. I got to give him all the love he deserves.
Yeah, and on what I wanted to get to on the defensive side, we've talked, obviously about the stars. Will Anderson just being a freak. Daniil Hunter doing the same thing. Jalen Petrie, we talked about. Derek Stingley. How about Derek Barnett? Derek Barnett with a sack, and Tommy Togiai. Some guys that are mostly unheralded on the defensive front, making some big plays. Those two guys, and Barnett stepping right in, picking up where he left off.
Was there anybody else that it felt like we left out in this? Shout out to Townsend with a couple of important punts. One of them pinning the defense back, but then the other one punting out of the back of the end zone when he was entrusted to do that, right? I know that for you were hoping for the safety, but that could have gone poorly. I'm not saying that it would have. I think the execution of it was pretty standard. But you always get a little nervous when your punter has his feet firmly planted in painted grass, and he's near that white line at the back. He was able to get that ball off pretty cleanly, so shout out to him.
And I guess maybe Wayne with those catches.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
Because they were already shorthanded too.
They were.
Yeah.
They were. I always feel bad for Jared Wayne.
More shorthanded.
I feel bad for Jared Wayne because he's going to be so inextricably tied to that injury. To Tank Dell, was it week 16 last season rather, against the Chiefs. He's always going to be that guy that was in
I ain't gonna lie. I seen him trotting on the field for the first season. I was just like, oh, brother, what is he doing? And you're right. That's very unfair. But I rolled my eyes when I seen the back of his jersey trotting out for that first series. I'm like, man, what's they doing?
Yeah, so shout out to him getting out there. There was a couple of instances where I took notes on him as well in this game because, got the ball to him flat in one of those instances, but then, he's getting in space over the middle in this game as well. Like, shout out to Jared Wayne stepping up and doing what you need in that moment when you ask him to do it.
No, and again, at that point, you're shorthanded going into the game, and then you become more shorthanded because Berios gets hurt, and so there you go. He steps up.
Yeah, is there anybody else that you want to give a shout-out to? Just generally, Jalen Petrie?
Jalen Petrie, I think he's having a Pro Bowl year. Just flat out. It's week in, week out with him and getting it done. But he and really, we have to talk about, you mentioned it, but Kamari Lassiter, that was a huge play. That was when you, all of a sudden you're thinking like, one possession game. And then all of a sudden he makes that play.
And, of course, his physicality still shows up in this game as well. Like, I think that's one of the Kamari is that it feels like with cornerbacks, there's times where you have to pick either or, right? Are they going to be technical in coverage and be able to stick to a wide receiver like White on Rice, be able to play the football? And if they've got all those things, I don't know if you can trust them to come up and lay the lumber. He does that with glee, and DeMeco said it in his availability, and I don't think he was wrong by any means. Like, you've seen him even improve in that and be technical in that and be right in the right place when the ball comes and he's playing the football. He knows that it's time to go and play the football, and he's able to take the ball away and salt the game away, which you've had to do a number of times this year, and it's good to see guys like him, obviously guys like Petrie, be able to make those plays. A question comes in on the text line from the 713. Do you think the coaching staff's familiarity with the Niners factored into the offensive success? Because DeMeco Ryans seemed to kind of bat that away.
I think it factored in to the defense's success. Keep in mind, DeMeco Ryans, all through training camp, all through the season when he was with the Niners, faced the Kyle Shanahan offense. He faced Christian McCaffrey. He knew, how some of their tendencies and the things they like to do. So I think it's absolutely a factor, the knowledge that DeMeco and they had on the defensive side.
By the way, I said Nick Haley. I do want to circle back. This was like a super high play action rate. Like, it feels like he just did a great job of utilizing the tools at his disposal, which, again, at times in the past, he hasn't, but he's found some success with doing some things. And I like him going and using the things that work, right? Sometimes that sound trying to talk down to him. No, I think we all are in that place. Hey, man, do the things that work. We would appreciate that, and it's fun when you get out there and have that. So shout out to the Texans getting a big victory. A lot of dudes showed up, showed out, And we appreciate it. They are 3-4 as opposed to 2-5, a very, very night and day difference than what it could have been otherwise. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so DeMeco Ryans been talking about a lot of the outside noise and all that good stuff. But apparently it's a lot more outside noise, specifically outside the NRG Stadium. And I didn't even know this was noise.
Oh, okay. Right. Let's get noisy. Next.
Your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So it's been a lot of outside noise happening outside the NRG Stadium.
Thanks, Lopez.
Yeah, not that type of outside noise. Literally outside noise, outside of
like actual noise.
Yeah, a lot of drama going on, and I didn't even know this was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I ran across this story courtesy of KHOU Channel 11, and pedicures around NRG Stadium before
good, honest work.
Yeah, before and after big events at NRG Stadium and all that good stuff.
Are they using electric bikes now?
Some. I've seen some.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw some people and I was like, how is she pedaling with all four
motorized,
of them in the back?
somehow motorized.
Yeah, it was
it's some type of motorized.
And look, maybe she just got strong legs. That was the thing I was thinking about.
Strong legs too. They be having what's it called? Tree trunks?
Yeah, brother.
I'm like, man.
But I saw one woman in particular yesterday where I was like, dang, she kind of little.
Yeah.
She really moving them.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So there's a lot of drama going on with that. And KHOU, shout out to KHOU Channel 11. They had a story about the drama between the pedicabs and just how they navigate around the city because they be flying, they be weaving through traffic and all that stuff. I never really thought of it, but apparently it's been a big issue with this. And later on, I'm going to play the clip now, but later on in the clip, you're going to hear the reporter catch up with one of the petty drivers on the issue going on.
Over 2 nights outside NRG Stadium, our cameras captured pedicabs running red lights, zipping through parking lots, riding the wrong way, and even cutting across traffic with passengers on board.
It's crazy. I'm trying to pick up my wife and my little girl way down there. It's nuts. They're supposed to be in here, stuck in traffic like everybody else.
One pedicab barely missed a Sprinter van. Another flew through a Reto. Despite the law, some pedicab operators see things differently.
Hey, can I ask you something real quick? Yeah. Are y'all allowed to drive through or ride through the parking lots? Y'all are not supposed to be riding through parking lots, man. That's dangerous. It's against the law.
Now, actually, I pay the city to put my wheels down on the ground. What? So if those cars can be in here, we can be in here.
What? He said he paid the city to put his wheels on the ground?
Yeah, I don't know what excuse that was, but you heard that little gap between. He stopped for a minute to see what she wanted.
Yeah.
And then he heard the question, and he just kind of took off a little bit. She ran behind. Hey, sir, you can't be doing this.
She was out of breath.
Yeah, she started running after him.
It's like, it's the law.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask y'all this. Do y'all feel like this is a fair concern, or is this kind of hating a little bit? Because the people in the car just talking about it sounded like they was kind of hating, like, hey, they should be in traffic like us.
The people in the car definitely sounded like haters.
They did, but Figgy, I don't know if you're 100% sure of the Pandora's box that you just opened. Cyclists, at their core, they're a cyclist.
Yeah.
And drivers, this has been an ongoing thing. Like, why aren't they stopping at this stop? Whether it's pedicabs or not.
Right.
Yeah.
Why are you running this red light? I mean, I've done it. I'm sure a lot of cyclists have. Back in the day when I used to do those MS-150s, all that stuff, I used to ride a bike all the time, 4 or 5 times a week. And it's just tempting. I'm sure you've done it where you're like, hey, nobody, I'm just going to run I'm not a car. I'm not a car. I'm just going to go ahead and run through this light.
But the crazy thing is, like, after leaving the event, I never really got upset at a pedicab driver when they.
But they're supposed to follow the.
No, I get that part,
Yeah.
but I never looked at them just kind of weaving through traffic. And
I never have either.
Said, no, they're breaking the law right there.
No, I never have either.
I'll be kind of jealous a little bit, like, damn, I wish I could have.
Well, isn't that the advantage? Isn't that why you hop on a pedicab?
Yeah,
I think so. And I'm with you. Like, I've never been like, damn, why are they doing that? I will say there are moments where you go, you are operating this pedicab kind of dangerously. And I think that's really the thing that I'm like, yo, y'all got to be careful before somebody gets hit or something like that.
Yeah.
But other than that, if you could find a little gap, go ahead.
They rolling like they in New York.
Yeah.
Because have you been in New York and seen people
they're
on the
all over.
bikes?
Those messengers on those bikes are
they
crazy.
be weaving through that stuff. That's how they kind of operate a little bit. And if you somebody that park kind of far,
it's really
you really enjoy that.
It really truly is a controversial thing. It's a controversial thing. Like, I'm on my bike, it doesn't apply, but yes, it does. You know?
No, you're right.
And then the danger part, I totally get the danger part because it's a couple times. I mean, sometimes you be driving and you be like, "Whoa, you just dart in front of me like that?"
Yeah,
So
that's the
I
thing
get
that gets
part.
me. If they operate with a little bit more respect in the way they handle it, I don't think I'm as upset about the weaving in and out. However, from the 832, fair question: what is a pedicab?
Oh,
John Lopez?
It's the 3-wheel bicycle, basically, with the buggy in the back.
Yeah, the passenger seat.
So,
in the back.
so if you go to rodeo and all that stuff, you see a lot of people jumping into those. But man, if it's like
really?
$20,
Is it that much now?
Man, once I got charged that much, I'm like, man,
They finessed you?
Yeah, it was about $70, and then the guy, I don't take cash out. I don't take this. I'm like, brother, you got to take something. You're gonna take what I give you.
You got to take
like
something.
you can't be picky out here.
Wait, so you paid for parking and $80 to get back to the?
Yeah, it was during rodeo season.
Oh.
It was a big mess.
Oh.
So I just went on, took the hit to the jaw.
That hurt my side.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, but they come in handy because during rodeo,
you're way out there.
Yes, sometimes, especially if you Uber, you think, I could just Uber and pull up. No, they got the Uber.
Try finding an Uber.
all the way on Main.
Yeah,
all the way on Main. So that's a nice little walk.
Yeah.
Someone said, and this is only tangentially related, but I feel like I should read it from the 832. They said their daughter got a ticket for running a stop sign on rollerblades. True story.
I'm telling you, like,
man,
that's hating though. That's hating
for sure.
On rollerblades though,
it's probably against the law.
It is against the law.
Yeah.
But I don't even get mad. Like, if I'm driving and you see these cycle lines a lot of times on a Saturday or something, like 15,
I just let them go.
Let them go.
Yeah.
But it's technically, if you want to get technical, they should be
If
stopped.
they on the street, they should. They have to operate like a vehicle.
Wait, hold on. If we want to talk about laws and pedicabs from the 281 Metallica concert, it was $50 to park. And because my wife had a bad leg, we paid $75 for the cart to take us from the yellow lot
That's
to
probably
Kirby.
the same guy that got me.
This that we get, like, this is the regulation we need.
Yeah,
$70 just a yellow lot to NRG. That's
sometimes they be
wild.
charging per person.
Oh,
what?
Yeah, nah, it got me. I'm like, I'd never do this again. I'm a walk like I ain't got nowhere I gotta go.
Yeah.
All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, you say I'm gonna open up Pandora's box on that last topic. I think I'm gonna do it again with this topic. Maybe those pedicab drivers should have had like a dog right there, so that way all could be.
Everybody loves dogs.
Yeah. Because one Craig Carton, who's up in New York, hardcore New Yorker guy, just the stereotypical New Yorker that talk about sports. He got his own show called The Craig Carton Show. And he has some things to say about Kirk Herbstreit. And we kind of talked about it last week a little bit with Paul Gallant sitting in for you. And I feel like he had this same exact take when it comes to Kirk Herbstreit and his dog. And this is what Craig Carton had to say.
Someone's got to stop this Kirk Herbstreit. We don't care about your stupid dog. We don't. You force the damn dog on America. You're forcing the dog on your Al Michaels. You force the dog on ESPN people. Nobody. It's great. You have a golden retriever. You love your dog. Yeah, let him stay home. You fly a dog on a private jet and then complain about your travel from one game to another, and you throw a tennis ball down the hallway to the hotel, waking everybody up.
I'd be so mad.
Your dog can get some air about your freaking dog, A. B, if you love the dog that died so much, you wouldn't have pivoted within 24 hours and bought a new dog. But we had this whole big soliloquy and now tears coming down his face. Oh, I lost my best friend, Petey, whatever it was. And within a day, you got a replacement dog.
Got a brand new best friend.
Yeah.
Brand new best friend.
Now I gotta ask you all this.
Oh, Lord.
Do you feel like this is valid or is this hating?
It's cold, is what that is.
He got to hating. However, you know me. I'm not afraid to say it. I think that Herb Street hiding behind that dog, and I had not considered the idea that he be having that dog in a hotel. Like, I hope that it's a dog-friendly hotel.
He's running indoors.
It's gonna have to be, right?
Yeah.
Is he actually in there playing fetch with the dog in the hallway?
Yeah, it was a video of it. Yeah.
That's kind of like we can admit.
You know those long hauls, dude, all the way down.
I mean, I get dog people, right? Like, I understand. I'm not like fully a dog person. I like dogs, but I'm not a dog person. I wouldn't lie about that. So I understand. There's a lot of people that are dog people. We can level right and say that that's probably too much.
No. Here's the thing. He went way too far and was way too bitter. He did have some valid points, about, or I guess valid for some. Like nobody cares, and he's using the dog as a shield or whatever.
I maintain that.
Yeah.
Also, I hadn't thought about just the plain aspect of you brought your dog to work in a not dog to work place.
Yeah, and I know what he was referencing there. It was when he did game day at Oregon, I believe, and then had to be in Dallas for Texas OU or something like that. I think that was it. And he was kind of complaining, and he was doing FaceTime, and I'm not FaceTime, but live streaming from the private jet with his dog. I think that's one thing. If a dog's involved, you won't win. You cannot win. It just people prefer dogs over people, and you're just not going to win. You're not going to win that argument, no matter what seed of truth there might be.
Yeah, that is a fair, just like larger
you're not going to
win.
Yeah.
The war against the dog is not going to go well for you in these American public streets. No, it's not going to happen like that.
I will side with the dog. All the time.
Thank you, Judge Don Lopez.
All the time.
Yeah. I wonder how well do you think Kurt Hershey would be like if he didn't have the dog?
Not as much. I don't know how well it is,
right.
but not as much.
That is true.
Yeah.
Which is why the dog exists.
Yeah.
Well, not why the dog exists. Like the dog exists because the dog exists.
So he's
like,
smart.
I think
he's smart with it.
Or crafty.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we see you, Kurt.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I usually don't give a lot of advice to people. I'm not really an advice person, but I do have some for people today. Whatever you do, don't mess with Larry.
Who's Larry?
I'm about to tell you
Stafford?
who Larry is. No, you can mess with Larry and Stafford, man. He ain't gonna do nothing.
Here come that phone call. All right. Okay.
But don't mess with Larry. Here's a guy by the name of Larry Schwartz, who is from New York. And he have a story on how he almost got conned. And this is courtesy of ABC 7 Eyewitness News in New York.
Don't mess with Larry.
You have an attitude, I'll give you an attitude.
Larry's the kind of guy who eats nails for breakfast. He lifts every day. Used to box. And his wife Joanna found themselves the victims of a con as they walked into this senior center on 23rd Street. A stranger right behind them.
He said, where could I go to find a Walmart? I said, there are no Walmarts in Manhattan. He said, tell my wife.
The woman was in an SUV at the curb.
She's going like this to be calm.
She wanted to trade watches.
She thinks she's got a sucker. So she hands me this piece of I'm looking at it, and that's when a bell went off. I said, this is a con. At that point, she's grabbing my hand. She's pulling it in the window. And I gave her what we used to call a three-quarter turn. It makes the person come towards you. Her face and her head came up against the car. She hit that, and she fell back, and the car starts to move. So that's when I let go.
He kept the knockoff Rolex. His real one, damaged in the scuffle, is now in the shop.
Don't mess with Larry,
Don't mess with Larry, man.
Wait, did I hear that he did some kung fu stuff?
Yeah.
Out the window of the car?
Three-quarter turn.
He did that three-quarter turn, which I don't know what it is.
He hit her with a little hi-ya right quick and then peeled out.
And he took the watch.
Was he Steven Seagal?
He said they gave me this piece of bleep.
Yeah.
Good for him though, realizing that the I was about to say pickpocket, but what's the right
scam artist?
Scam artist, but also she was probably trying to get it off his wrist.
That's what I'm saying. Like
pickpocket.
She was trying to basically pickpocket his watch right quick.
Yeah.
Head on the swivel, baby. Head on the swivel.
How about this first part of the story?
Don't mess with Larry.
You have an attitude, I'll give you an attitude.
Larry's the kind of guy who eats nails for breakfast. He lifts.
Nails in the force.
I gotta say that intro was good enough for me. I'm not gonna mess with Larry.
Hey, Hey, whatever you do, I don't give advice out a lot. Don't mess with Larry, man.
Mess with Larry.
Yeah, I generally
He's
try
like
not
80-something years old, too, by the way.
Oh, really?
Well, I think he's up there. He
All
got to be,
business.
70 and up. He's up there, but don't mess with Larry.
I try not to mess with people that know the technical terms of like moves, like martial art moves. I try not to mess with them. Like I feel like you know a little bit more than I want you to know in that regard. Shout out to Larry saying that no, you cannot have my watch.
No.
Yeah. Speaking of shout outs, as I finish up the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, special shout out to some ladies by the name of Carrie and Misty. And they are big time listeners. I actually met them at the game.
Hey.
I got a chance to hang out with them and the good people at Houston Area Ford Dealers. As they, I think I told y'all about this weekend, how they were revealing a bobblehead, which ended up being DeMeco Ryans. So they got a big old bobblehead out there on the boulevard. I got a chance to take a picture and all that stuff with them. And then also salute to a guy by the name of Cody. And you're probably like, who the hell is Cody?
Yeah.
Cody is also a big time listener, and he is he plays the bass drum for the Deep Steel Thunder.
Yo, let's go.
Yeah, I actually ran into him in the tunnel. I was kind of going to, getting in the stadium, and you know how it'd be a long line to get everybody verified and all that stuff. And he said, "What's up, Figgy? I love listening to y'all show, man. I listen to y'all all the time." To the point, this is how you know he listened a lot. So Sean and Seth do the pregame show and all that stuff. And there was one game he didn't work it, but he was listening to us.
Right.
And he said, "Hey, I could hear the band in the background. I could hear the drum line in the background." And he said, "Hey, do y'all have an issue with that? Is that a problem that we play kind of loud?" I said, "No, don't ever tone down for us. We actually like that type of stuff.
Yeah.
You can hear all, the drum lines in the back and all that stuff, the cheering. It actually sound good on the radio. The one thing I don't like is when the opposing fans get to trying to heckle the broadcast and all that stuff. I don't care for that. But
but the other stuff is just ambiance.
Atmosphere.
It was cool.
Yeah, so salute to Cody, man.
It sounds like a game day. That's what it sounds
Yes,
like. All
it
right,
does.
salute to Cody. Well, who were the other two? Misty and
Carrie.
Carrie, there we go. I wanna
They
make
call
sure.
her KK.
Hey, okay, very good. Appreciate y'all finding Figgy Fig out in the wild. Of course, next Sunday, another opportunity to do that when they host the Broncos, but we'll revel a little bit more in a victory versus the Niners. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Lopez, I really want to talk a little bit about these Rockets. They're coming back home, or they're another game at home tonight. But if you are so inclined to be concerned through two games, are you more concerned about the offense or the defense? I'll give you a couple numbers. Let's talk about that next.
How big was the Texans?
ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Here's Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
What y'all talking about?
On a Victory Reaction Monday. Talking about this victory that the Texans were able to secure.
What are you talking about?
26-15 over the Niners. Appreciate you rocking with us. Getting ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive here in a second. I think Clint was very congratulatory of the Texans and what they were able to do yesterday on the postgame show. Excited to hear his reaction along with obviously Ron the Show Hughley's about this game. Before we get there, though, I do want to circle back around to the Rockets, though. Haven't been able to give them much love. Unfortunately, they fall on Friday, game 2 of the season. Is that why? Is that it? Oh, my bad. No, 115-111. And, I mean, we've been excited. KD had 37 points in that game. So some of the things that you anticipated from this team is there. And 2 good teams, right? Like, we know the Thunder, reigning champions, and the Detroit Pistons, if you haven't been paying attention to basketball over the last year or two, they've been coming out of that, wayward time period into a place where a lot of young talent on that defense, and Cade Cunningham is really coming to his own, a Texas boy himself. But even with that, there's a couple of numbers, and it's 2 games, so it's an incredibly small sample. I understand that, and I want to get that out up front. But if you are inclined to have any worry, 2 games. Some people just be like, bleep it doesn't matter, 2 games, and fair. But if you are inclined to be concerned, are you more concerned about the offense or the defense? Because I think offense has been very clear and all that robust. You acquire a player who is tons of offense and Kevin Durant, and then you lose Fred VanVleet to injury, who, mind you, actually, I think that the Rockets are planning on going through like a legal process within the league to get possibly about 50% of his salary back available to them in their salary cap. That'll be cool in helping that way. However, the defense is a thing that I've talked a little bit about, and it feels like has not been as much focused on. And there's a few numbers that kind of got my eyebrow turned up here, Lopez. But for you, offense or defense, which of those, if you are concerned at all, would you be more looking at?
Well, look, you mentioned it. 2 games, let's see what happens. But as we've talked about with the Texans and other teams, these are the only 2 games we've seen. Obviously we know what happened in the preseason. You watched a lot of the preseason.
Don't say that like that. I hear the judgment in there.
You watched it. I still have to lean offense. I get the defensive questions, and I'm sure you're going to bring it up. So let me talk about the offense. It's getting into your offense. That's been my one big thing the whole time. As much as we know how good a man can be in certain things with the ball in his hands, and Reed Shepherd, boy, they are. I think you say this a lot. He's food.
Defensively?
Yeah, he is food, and so
at least on the drive. Yeah. Great hands. He's continued to get steals.
But can you afford to keep him on the floor? Is my point. So I'm going to say offense because Fred VanVleet is not going to play, and these 2 guys, when they get pressured, they tend, and the half court offense, they tend to have a hard time getting going. Now you can say, well, screw that. The Rockets have. Kevin Durant is the human bucket that we all knew he was, but there are going to be moments where you have to run the half court, and that's just going to be a problem.
Yeah, and right now I got 3 statistics offensively that kind of had my eyes raised. First and foremost, which makes sense without the point guard that without a consistent point guard that has confidence in this system. Their assist percentage, the percentage of plays that they have assisted on, I believe 50.7, which is 27th. Of 30 in the league. Their true shooting percentage, which is just kind of a number that is boiled down to give you an idea of how well they're shooting the ball in general, is 26th in the league. And their pace, interestingly enough, like obviously the pace at which they play on offense, is DFL 30th.
Wow.
In the league. I was surprised by some of these numbers that they're like, assist percentage makes sense. I understand that they're not. It's going to be a little bit more ISO, especially with the way that Alperin has kind of gotten into his bag. And then Kevin Durant is more of an isolation basketball player. Not that is all he is, but he can get his own.
You want the ball in his hands and then go.
That's part of what you brought him in for. The idea that they haven't been able to get up and down necessarily pace-wise, and then just they're shooting pretty poorly, is a little surprising to me for this team thus far.
No, and that's why I am more concerned with that. But it's close because you've been on this early on. I got to give you credit. Wondering about the defense. Certainly, you can only wonder more after the first 2 games. We'll see about tonight. It's not a great team that they're facing, by any stretch. But they've dropped in defensive rating to, I believe, 16th.
12th was what I saw it as, but I might have I missed or maybe I took the stats before. Some games rating at 109.3, which is good for 12th. Of course, that feels like, okay, well, they're above average. However, this was a defense that was top 5 last year, and you thought with a whole bunch of big, long guys that you'd be able to really stifle opponents. Again, 2 games, and those opponents can get to the basket and score. So maybe that one doesn't hit you that hard. The thing that really hits me, their opponents' points in the paint, right? When they play against other teams, the amount of points that they're getting in the paint, right next to the basket, amongst the tall trees that you have, 17th. They're allowing a lot of teams to get into the teeth of the defense, which feels like it's completely antithetical to what this defense should be. That's a little bit of a red flag to me, especially with all of the zone that they're playing. You would think that they'd be able to condense that and have bodies in the middle to where points aren't coming up in the paint. That's not quite been the case. So it's something that I'm just watching, again, really early, and there's opportunities for this team to find more rapport because you've got a lot of new pieces in different places having different roles. But I'm shocked that the defense, particularly in the middle of it, where you would imagine to be the strongest, it's not necessarily giving up a whole bunch of threes that's killing them. It's points getting down low in the paint that I'm very interested in.
And again, maybe you're just creating more noise. You're just creating noise.
It's possible. It's possible. And look, these numbers look dramatically different when 1 out of 3 is played against the Brooklyn bleeping Nets.
No, you're right.
Yeah. So we'll take a look at it. It's obviously very early. I've tried to make that clear, but it's just an interesting little note on something that I felt like I saw just with my eyes that is somewhat reflected by the need to try and find what they are. They're in both of these games that they had against good teams, and we continue to roll. Home game tonight, Toyota Center, 7 p.m. They'll be going right up against Monday Night Football of
and
Chiefs,
the World Series,
Chiefs Commanders, and World Series. Yeah, it's sports equinox. Hope if you are a sports fan, hope you get in front of a lot of TVs and are able to enjoy all the sports that are going on. Definitely some dudes that I know are sports fans, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. We welcome and we give we were rather excited for the opportunity to chat with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping, man?
Y'all good?
I don't know, man. Like that y'all good sounded like
you forgot to almost lean like you're about to walk out. Y'all
right.
good?
Look, yeah, man. Yeah, there's some phrases in the American language that can mean a lot of different things with context and like with the intonation. It sounded to me, I don't know about y'all, like y'all good as in y'all want to take this outside almost. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like DeMeco wanted, which doesn't sound he's not one of the coaches that I'd want to take it outside with, considering.
No.
I don't know, but it sounded like somebody wanted to take it outside with him.
Yeah, that's what he said.
It sounded like somebody wanted to walk and continue it.
Yeah.
Couple people.
Dude.
John, you've been in this a long time.
Yeah.
I'm going to call you OG for nothing. Like, the last 2 days, this is my take. And at some point I want to play that for the listeners because, as you said earlier, I think he has the God's gift portion of the proceedings have passed. And we've seen for people where it's not just, hey, DeMeco, whatever he says and does, we trust, which is understandable with the way this season has gone. And you keep saying, hey, put it on me. All right. So it ain't going to be like it was when the expectations have
100%.
raised compared to what it was when you came over and took over what happened here and you took it from the dead. Get it. But I always look at coaches, quarterbacks, leaders, and me and Clint have had this conversation multiple times of, all right, how do you put this out?
Yeah.
Let's like the leaders, guy like that. Your job is probably to not add to it.
Well, that's
your job is not to go ahead and stand over there with the lighter fluid and just keep spraying it on there. It just felt like to me he made
a conscious decision.
He made a thing.
Yeah.
That didn't have to be a thing.
So here's where I am with it. He said, I don't want to mess with this noise anymore. It's all about the noise, and then he creates more noise. that, and here's the other part, and this might be a big part of it that I haven't even mentioned yet. Everything in his life has always gone DeMeco's way. He's been the teacher's pet. He's been the best player on the team, captain as a rookie, captain at Alabama, I think, as a freshman or sophomore. Like, everything has always gone his way, so he's not used to it. He's not used to, I got to let this go. Let's move on. Let's focus on the game and the good performance that we had. He couldn't let it go. And it's a little thin-skinned, but I almost understand it because he's never had to deal with this in his life.
Oh, I understand his frustration.
Yeah.
I just generally, like, for me, I don't think he would love it if one of his players stood over there and added more lighter fluid to a story.
Smoking the embers, as they say.
I played it for my wife, who's worked in PR for years, and her job, she handles a
chaos.
She handles a DeMeco. She is a person that handles the DeMeco. She said that question was very easy to spin positive.
Yeah,
very. It was not. It was very easy, and he decided to take it where he took it. He did it yesterday, and then he decided to do it today, and it's interesting.
Yeah, the rabbit ears are clearly there.
Thing.
The rabbit ears are clearly there, but as someone who's been in a locker room, Clint, I do want to ask you: is it possible though? Like, does this kind of message of almost us versus them that he's kind of cultivated? Do you think that this works for the locker room?
No. No, I think they're sensitive.
Yeah,
I think this is a weakness of DeMeco Ryans. Like this is the guy that goes up there. Let's be honest about what's happened. Right? Let's be real about this. At least 2 weeks, if not longer, he's gone to the podium and purposely made comments about the media's negativity. Like, purposely, at any point in time, he could have just ignored it, like everybody else in the league does, right? And he has purposely made it a point to take shots at certain the Joe Mixon stuff.
Started with Joe Mixon.
Started with that. Like, he's gone in there and every week purposely talked about people writing stories that are negative and writing this. You're looking for the hot take. You're looking for this, and he's been soft shoed. And all of a sudden, somebody pushes back a little bit, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, whoa, wait, what, y'all good?
And he probably wasn't prepared that they was going to push back on that.
But it's so weak. It's the bully that constantly bullies, and then when somebody punches them back, runs to the corner. It's the person that constantly brings something up, and then when somebody wants to have a conversation about it, oh no, I don't want to talk about it. I'm good. I'm good. Look, let's be honest. I've done it to women in my life. I've done it to women in my life. Yeah,
you got a little gaslight to you.
Create a problem, gaslight the hell out. The minute they bring it up, what the hell are you talking about? I just went to my buddy's house. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Knowing damn good and well there was 3 different trips I went and did. I mean, that's the part is like this isn't a. Typically, I'm not a big fan of the media bully, the guy that gets in the media and wants to ask all these difficult questions and put the coach in a bad spot and all that. Like, I'm typically not a fan of that. This is not that. This is
like, hey, wait a minute. 2 years of being, like I said, God's gift.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're not wrong. But this is the guy that's going to go out there and specifically talk to all you people and talk about, hey, man, y'all, all you radio guys, y'all focus on the negative stuff, man. All y'all done is y'all talk about create these segments that are all negative and everything like that. And you do it for 3 or 4 weeks. Eventually, somebody's going to say, hey, man, well, what exactly are you talking about, man?
Yeah.
I mean, we stroked you for 2 years.
Yeah.
You didn't come in and you didn't give us any. But you've come in and he's poked the bear until somebody responded and then didn't like somebody responded.
Yeah.
That's the part to me that's like, come on, man, you're better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be better.
Yeah.
It's Reaction Monday. There's definitely some things to react to, including DeMeco Ryans.
But this just never had to be a thing.
It really and truly did not.
We should be talking about something else.
It didn't have to be a thing.
We should be talking about something else.
And I trust you guys will talk about all of it here as you get going. Appreciate D&M Auto Leasing.
I was the only one who picked the Texans this week.
Look at you
on our show, and now we got it.
I think you should still do your victory lap. I think you should still get that.
Oh, if you think we're getting 3 hours in today and he ain't victory lapping, you're crazy.
That's a great point. You know what? In fact, let me give you some room to victory lap. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
Oh, y'all want to do this write negative stories. My man thought that was going to go to the next question, didn't he? My man grabbed that baton and said, hold up, Doc. Hold on, Doc. What you talking about? And then the dismount Whew. Y'all good? I don't know who that was who was ready to locked and loaded to get that next question off, but they sure got it in.
They got him out of it, didn't they?
You guys good?
Fantastic. Wow. A lot to get to here today. The Texans do win. They win a huge game and get to 3-4, and I would say easily their best win of the season when you talk about the opponent. It was a big time dub. Tyler's got his Victory Monday shirt.
It's a Victory Monday!
There you go.
Let's go!
We might have to visit that again.
I may have picked him to lose, but the Texans won. It's a Victory Monday!
It
It's
is.
a Victory Monday.
Big
There it is.
victory.
Victory Monday right
Much
there.
needed victory.
I had to have it. Yeah.
Got lightheaded there.
Maybe hopefully everybody's in a better, thought everybody be in a better mood, but
look, I'm in a great mood.
there's
nothing worse, man.
You guys good?
There's nothing worse.
You guys good?
No, I mean I'm fine. I am.
What'd you say? Are you?
Are you? That's the question.
Yeah, man. No, big victory. A lot to get to. Remember, we are out early today. We're out at 5 o'clock. The Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans, who we've already heard today, but you'll hear him again. The Coaches Show coming up right behind us at 5 o'clock. So make sure you listen in for that. All right. I see a lot of people rolling in here. I do want to get started here, but I see a lot of people rolling in here talking about what did he say? What are you guys talking about? Or to a point of, Clint, you do focus on the negative. Ron, you do focus on the negative. As you say, it puts food on your table. Let me tell
you what I do, Mr. Texter, whoever the hell you are. I focus on what's real. And when you're 2-4, a whole hell of a lot of it is negative. If you want somebody to stroke a quarterback, a 2-4 wide receiver group and all that, then this ain't the show for you. I mean, if you want somebody to stroke the general manager every chance that they get, the head coach every chance they get, this ain't the show for you. If the general manager misses on offensive linemen in the draft and free agency and all kind, and we're rotating left guards, which nobody can answer whether it's a positive or negative, then that's what you're going to get. I mean, look, if you want a stroke job, I mean, Ron would have sold you one back in elementary or junior high, whenever it was he had the tape store, middle school. But, I mean, you just ain't – I mean, when you're 2-4, man, there's going to be a lot of negative. I mean, that's just the reality of it.
Rest in peace, Dad. Still had some.
You still had some?
Yeah, I recovered some.
Some of the old tapes?
I recovered.
Oh,
yeah, I recovered some.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, yeah, that's never been this show or been either one of us. And I don't think it should be. And I don't think we're wrong for it. And to me, as long as you're not personal, I think it's good. And I think we're talking about it on the field. But I will go here because someone said, didn't Clint just prove DeMeco right by starting out focusing on the negative? And, of course, you all media pansies get defensive when simultaneously saying DeMeco's being sensitive, laughing my ass off, and I mean crying. Okay, listen, I will play this. We can play this for you. You have this, Tyler. We can play this for you because this has become a story over. I want you to hear this, and you all can give us your own thoughts. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. When you hear this from your head coach, as he was asked a question, the question he was asked was, yes, outside noise can be a thing. How do you handle it versus both negative and positive outside noise? How do you manage both of them? This is the response that he had back and forth with the media.
Pushing away outside noise. I know that was a topic yesterday. What are the challenges, and is there a balance between positive outside noise and negative outside noise?
No, it really doesn't matter. I mean, here you can see it's a lot of negative talk about us. We get it. I hear people try to give it to me all the time. I get it, right? It's but it really doesn't matter, right? I talk about it. Everybody wants to write a hot story, and most of the time it's negative stuff that people want to talk about. right? Nobody wants to talk about the positive stuff that happens. And again, if you feed off of that and you're riding the pendulum of, oh, we're great because we won, no, we suck because we lost, fight, like, that's our business. I get it. But that's the nature of it. We keep moving forward. Really, it doesn't drive anything. It means nothing, literally nothing, to what we're about. Like, it does nothing to drive our team. We just got to go out and play good football.
You don't think you've gotten any positive stuff?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like the first 2 years.
You don't think you've gotten any praise at all?
Guys,
He says negative.
I said that's what people thrive on is the negative stuff. Yeah.
You don't think you've gotten any positive?
I said people thrive on the negative. You guys are good. You guys must be the ones with the negative stuff. We're playing football. You talk about outside noise. I'll say it again. It doesn't matter. Good, bad. It doesn't change how we prepare. It doesn't change our week of preparation. We're gonna work. We're gonna work our best, the game plan our best, and go out and play good football.
But for your first couple years and a half, like you've gotten nothing but positive coverage for the majority of the time. So when you say everybody wants to focus on the negative and not write about the positive, I don't know if how is that accurate when you've been here for a couple of years? You've got a lot of positive coverage.
You guys good?
All right, that was the exchange that's been talked about. Text line coming in. I love DeMeco defending his team from the media. Love it. Hate us or love us. Text line coming in. Also, he sounds so sensitive. I understand why CJ is sensitive. DeMeco is the greatest. You all are struggling to come up with negative attacks on management. DeMeco is 100% right in his answer. What was wrong with that? Ron, pissed he expected more from the Texans in thinking he is going to start seeing it now. Great answer. Always answer of a real leader. Listen, however, as I said earlier, my deal is come a thing, and there was no reason it had to be a thing. That was a very easy way to answer. Clearly, he is frustrated. And listen, he's human, all right? He probably is frustrated about things. To me, though, maybe we don't know about some things that are personal. Everything I've heard seems to be kind of centered around what is happening with the team and the decisions that have been made. It doesn't seem like it has been anything very personal. I know damn sure on our show and the guys that he was talking to. But, I mean, on that part, Clint, I mean, you could hear it. I mean, that was something you don't normally hear in a back and forth, especially with DeMeco or coaches in general.
Yeah, look, let me be completely transparent. I think DeMeco's point is valid. Like the negative or positive, it's not going to impact our team and our approach to football, and that's spot on. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is that I listen to every piece of audio that DeMeco puts out, and it has been a consistent, strong insinuation that people are writing and pursuing nothing but negative stuff. There's been a focus on people writing in particular. I don't think I've ever heard anything about necessarily saying, but writing negative stories. I think it started with the Joe Mixon injury, which he didn't like the fact that somehow leaked and got out outside of their ability. He was annoyed with the C.J. Stroud shoulder situation. And it's kind of snowballed since then. And so for somebody to get to a point in the media to just say, "Hey man, what are you talking about, man?" Like there was a lot of good as well, and then you don't want to talk. You don't want to have a conversation. You want to, look.
Yeah,
guys,
I don't think he expected it to come back. I don't think he expected it.
No, he didn't. But I mean, that's the part to me that's just weak. I don't care one way or another. To me, it's just weak. Is like you've walked in and poked the bear multiple times about this, and nobody ever pushes back. And the one time that guys respectfully push back, it's like, "Oh no, you don't want to talk about it," or "Oh no, that wasn't what I meant." Hey man, I'm just talking about my team. Don't read that. My team don't look at that. You guys okay? It's just like a victim mentality instead of I've been bringing it up for 2 months now for a reason. Now that y'all have asked about it, let's talk about it a little bit. Right? This is what I've been talking about. That's the weak part to me is that he invited it. It wasn't like this was the first time he's had a problem with the negative press. And you're 2-4. I mean, you're 2-4. Now you're 3-4, but you were 2-4 before all this went on, and nobody's written anything. You haven't read anything anybody's written this week.
And nobody
life
credible.
is hard.
Nobody
Life
credible
is hard
is,
when it's 2-4.
Nobody credible has written that he should be fired, or nobody.
Not that I know. I don't read a bunch of it, but not that I know.
I haven't read anything that says he should be fired. I haven't read anything that or heard anybody, especially on this station, that have said that he needs to be fired. We've talked about this 3-game stretch, very important.
Yeah.
And
that's
things, but that's
football.
that's real, right?
That's part of football.
Yeah.
I mean, that is part of. I mean, if you go into a season and your offensive line is the reason that you can't get over the hump and you can't meet or exceed expectations, then obviously the offensive line coach is going to be in the bullseye. The players and the offensive line and the coach are going to be in the bullseye, right? Or in the what am I looking for? The sights.
Yeah.
Right. So that's part of being a highly paid coach is when you're winning 10 games and everything's going great and everybody's stroking you. It's good. And you know what? When you're struggling a bit and there's some negative press out there, then that's part of it as well.
From the text line, I'd be frustrated too if a bunch of used to be and want to be sit around on radio picking at everything that the man does.
Just think about that person that sits around and listens to those has-beens and wannabes pick negative about everything they do. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, it will be intriguing to see how this goes the rest of the way. Like how this goes, because I'll be honest with you, I am surprised. Now, obviously, Clint Tyler, the first 2 years, we haven't seen a lot of. Like, there hasn't been any reason for a lot of negativity and I don't even say negativity, but, honest commentary about what is going on because the team is going south. There hasn't been a lot of that. And I am a bit surprised that, DeMeco way when it comes to this. But it'll be interesting to see how this continues. Because to me, if this is the tactic that you're going with, because many of these people right now that are texting this stuff in, that are saying, oh, yeah, he's had it and all this stuff, you'd be saying a different thing had they lost yesterday, right? And so to me is, if you are winning and if you win, hell, it doesn't matter what you say, right?
Yeah.
You can say, like yesterday, he said, many of those people who are saying those things don't know what they're talking about anyway. And, right, when you win the game, that sounds good. You remember earlier in the week, though, when he said, did y'all watch the game? And do you remember the response of people? Hell yeah, we watched the game. Did you watch the game? If you win, like this approach will work. But I just to me, if this is going to be his approach, then when you lose games and you're going in this manner, the response may be different, right? Like I could see there are going to be a lot of people, in the middle with this. But this is an interesting approach to go about it. Approach that I'm surprised by. I wonder if he continues this.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll see. I mean, he talked about it in the postgame presser as well.
No, yeah, I know it's 2 days in a row.
I mean, it's every time he meets with the media. So for a team that doesn't, and a coach and a quarterback and everybody that doesn't care about the negative press, they sure spend a lot of time talking about the negative.
But as you said, Clint, anybody that's 2-4 or complete, they're dealing with this.
Oh no! I mean, multiplied times 10.
What do you think, John Harbaugh? He's dealing with it. He's been dealing with it, right?
They tried to fire him when he started getting blown out with no Lamar Jackson,
and Raekwon Smith, and Kyle Hamilton, and the rest. Right? Like, I mean, they're getting it. This is not.
Look, for me,
it's not unusual.
I don't care one way or another. To be honest with you, I just think I think if it's going to be brought up, I think it's weak.
Yeah, it was definitely a surprise to me in which how he handled it. All right, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up, let's look at what happened yesterday. I'm gonna pose this question to Clint and the people. We'll talk about it on the other side. What do you say to people who respond with the Texans' double-digit win yesterday at home over the 49ers with the thought of, well, they were missing a lot of people, they were injured, this isn't the full 49ers team? What do you say to those excuses / explanations about the Texans getting that dub? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Football season is in full swing, and Underdog Fantasy is the best.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got beat today. Credit to them. They kicked our ass, and we got to take it like men and come back, hopefully a little pissed off, and go to work and play better next week than we did this week.
All right, that's head coach Kyle Shanahan of the San Francisco 49ers. The student beat the teacher in this, and I mean that in the most positive way as possible. Is the mentor lost out to the mentee in this thing, but I think both of them are strong head coaches in the league. But what do you say, Clint? Because I've seen this a lot. Hell, I've even seen some 49ers people say this. But I've seen, they beat a depleted team. Like the Ravens. I don't think it's like the Ravens. But, yes, this is a team that didn't have Fred Warner, that didn't have some guys in the secondary, no Nick Bosa, some guys up front. And they've had several guys, obviously didn't have Brock Purdy, their starting quarterback, out there, even though Mac Jones was 4-1 coming into the game on the season there. What do you say to people who downplay that victory against the 49ers because they weren't whole?
Yeah, I don't want to hear it. I was being unmanned or shorthanded. I don't want to hear it. To me, we got to all realize who the Texans are and where they're at as a team. And right now, getting on track and getting quality reps and buying into showing, one, that you have an identity and buying into that identity and gaining confidence across the board is exactly where this team needs to be. If it so happens to come against the Baltimore Ravens and the San Francisco 49ers, who at the time are injured, then who gives a rip? Like we're not a team that can only take into consideration what we do against, the top tier teams when they're fully healthy right now. I hope that coming into this season that we would be there out of the gate, but we're not. If you've watched the Texans this year, right, that we're not in a spot where we can only gauge who we are or what we are against the best that the league has to offer. We are a team that we're an offense in particular that needs quality reps, time on task, buying into executing what it is we are going to do one day at an elite level that will hopefully, coupled with our championship caliber defense, will allow us to beat a top caliber team, a top tier team with everybody healthy that's playing their best ball. And that's exactly what we've got. So for me, I don't mind stating the shorthand. I don't mind the statement, but to just poo-poo what happened and kind of sweep it under the rug and just move on, to me, is coming from somebody that's got unrealistic expectations for this football team. Somebody that doesn't realize kind of where we're at right now as a team, but more specifically as an offense. This is precisely what we need more of. Now, can you grow week to week and eventually do it against a better opponent or a healthier opponent? That's the key, yes. But this right here, what we saw yesterday, I would argue is precisely what this team needed in training camp. Didn't get it because they were getting absolutely railroaded every day by Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. And when you started the season, you had some pretty good opponents that didn't want to take it easy on you either. So you have the opportunity to get time on task and see success at the end of the day, at the end of the play, at the end of the drive, at the end of the game, at the end of the day. Those have been few and far between. So yesterday was exactly what the doctor ordered for this team. And again, I don't mind stating the fact or hearing the fact, but to just sweep it all under the rug and say it doesn't matter, oh boy. I mean, that to me, that's misguided.
No, I don't think this is anything like the Ravens situation.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't. I don't think this is anything like the Ravens situation. Yes, they were undermanned, and I can understand the game maybe not have gone exactly the way it did if they had, some of their pieces. The Falcons last week, in which Christian McCaffrey had over 200 yards of total offense and 2 touchdowns, and he couldn't do nothing, yesterday. And the Falcons had just come off of handling the Buffalo Bills, who many people thought were Super Bowl contenders, and they just absolutely shut them down. We watched what they did to the Rams, another team that people believe is a Super Bowl contender on the road on Thursday Night Football, winning that game with Mac Jones. So no, I don't think this is anything like the Ravens. The Texans dominated a large portion of this game, right? Like if you really look at it, it doesn't feel like it was as close as it was. I mean, there was one point in that early in the third quarter, you're looking at it, man, they got 3 first downs. They got under 100 yards of total offense. Like, it was a mismatch reading. And I don't care. That's the same team, again, that beat the Falcons, the previous week. Now, I know the Falcons just got beat down by the Dolphins. But, like, that's a team that's had some success and beaten some teams. They were 5-2 coming into it. So, yeah, I think those are excuses. And I wouldn't take this away. This is clearly their best effort of the season. They dominated this thing offensively, defensively, all the way around.
Look, I mean, defensively, I think you had 4 3-and-outs. You held Christian McCaffrey to 68 total yards. Nobody's held him under 100 yards this year. I mean, defense, nothing came easy. The only tremendous plays, balls that were squeezed into tight windows and crazy catches. That one of them was for a touchdown, one of them was down to the 2-yard line that led to a touchdown run. I mean, that's
special teams helped them. One of them was a return that got them.
They absolutely dominated the game. And then you go to the offensive side of the football, and we talked about it. CJ buying into this scheme, this death by 1,000 cut scheme, and working it to precision. I mean, just perfection was absolutely beautiful. Much needed here for the Houston Texans. That was a hell of an outing.
Yeah, and also the Texans weren't exactly full strength either, right?
Exactly.
They didn't have Nico Collins. They didn't have Christian Kirk. They didn't have some of their biggest offensive threat. Out there. So yeah, man, great win. Not good, great win for the Texans, especially coming off the way they played against Seattle. I mean, when you lost Tyler, well, you're in a rough spot. And they had completely lost Tyler. He's back, though. He's back. Coming up, we do it every week. C.J. Stroud's grade. C.J. Stroud, 30 of 39, 318, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. DeMeco Ryans yesterday in the postgame said it's one of his best games that he has played. We'll do that coming up. What was C.J. Stroud's grade? That's coming up.
All right, shopping for a new vehicle. Are you? You're looking for
Available at the Home Depot.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Bunch formation right, one back Chubb. First down at the San Francisco 12. Stroud in the gun. Here's the snap. CJ with a little time throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Jaden Higgins. Houston scores.
All right, that was one of 2 touchdown passes from C.J. Stroud. Spread it around. 9 different guys caught the ball, the 49ers. And to me, yes, that Ravens performance, they put up 44 points. But when you look at the opponent and what they were dealing with, they were dealing with NFL players in this game for the most part. There were a lot of practice squad guys in the Baltimore game. It was just a different feel. And their offense, wasn't giving them anything to help at all. I felt like this to me was their best offensive performance. You wish they would have punched in a couple of those touchdowns early in the game, and I think DeMeco mentioned that today. But it was to me their best offensive performance, and I think it was potentially C.J. Stroud's best offensive performance. He was 30 of 39, 318, 2 touchdowns. He did have that one pick at the end of the half. It ran the clock out. 7 carries in this game for 30 yards, passer rating 106.6. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Your thoughts, your grade for C.J. Stroud after another must-win game against the 49ers. What was your grade? We'll start with you, Clint.
I've got an A. I mean, it was absolutely beautiful to watch him work. I thought the way in which he committed to the system for 4 quarters and never got out of character. When the opportunities presented itself, he took the shots down the field. He hit a couple of them. But for the most part, he stayed. They never forced you out of that death by 1,000 cuts. So just keep on keeping on. Moved on last week's performance in a big way, obviously, but really getting through progressions, knowing where your checkdowns were, getting the football out quick, and making sure you were committed to that, and we weren't just talking about it. I thought C.J. Stroud early in the game, one thing that really impressed me, in fact, I think it's probably the most impressive, is I think early in the game on 2 different times, I literally saw C.J. Stroud verbally and with hand signals redirecting the protection up front, which we haven't seen a whole lot of, and so it was good to see him be real animated in that instance. It means he's getting comfortable with what the hell's going on. I think he picked up – I know on one of them he picked up a 3rd and 4. He redirected the protection and then threw a ball, so a strike to, I believe it was Jalen Noel. So I thought that part was really, really, really impressive. But he handled it extremely, extremely well. So I give him an A. The only reason that it's not an A+, the only reasons, there's a handful of them, right? He overthrew 2, maybe 3 balls that I expect C.J. Stroud to make in his sleep. Little out routes. I know one was to Higgins, and I know one was to Noel. I think he also had one to 19, where 19 was so high that 19 could catch it, but he had to drag. He couldn't get his second foot down. So that. And that right there really is because I know CJ is really a ball placement specialist and expects to be better. That part of it. And I think number 2, the interception at the end of the first half. I think that would have been, that was an opportunity for him to get into the A+ range. If you drive down, if you make a couple of big throws there, 65-yarder, at least get your team there. And then lastly but not least, I've got to save the A+ for a game where he's got game pressure, right? There was really never any game pressure here. This was just stay in my lane and handle business. And so I for those reasons, I can't quite go A+, but I can go strong A for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, the pick didn't. I thought you were going to say the interception at the end of the half. Maybe. Well,
I don't necessarily care as much that was interception, but just in that instance, in 24 seconds, if you're able to drive down and get us at least an attempt at a field goal, that's an A+ effort.
And I think he was taking a chance. He was taking a chance on that thing, and you got to at the end.
No question. No question. I got to save a little bit of room for an A+ in there, and those are the reasons why.
Cornbread, CJ gets an A, and his locker room speech is A for showing he is trying to be more vocal.
Great point.
Text line coming in, A+. A, Someone said A+. He is. They needed this game, and they needed him to play big, and he did. Yeah, man, it was an A performance. And you wondered, all right, man, how is he gonna play? Without his big weapon, without maybe his number 2 weapon, guys that he trusts, guys that he may not have a ton of trust in with Higgins. And hell, Jarrett Wayne got up out there, guy he doesn't have a lot of trust in. The guy's had a lot of reps with, excuse me. And you said a word to stop using. You gotta be that fixer.
Yeah.
He was the one who said, all right, man, I'm going to make sure that these young guys are comfortable, and I'm going to put the ball where it needs to be, and I'm going to go where the open guy is, and I'm going to make everybody else feel comfortable. And I think he did a lot of that, and I think we saw that. And I'm guessing that probably went through the week and leading up to it, because everybody was ready to go with all of those young guys, from Noel to Higgins to Hutch, who had a big game. And so I give him a lot of credit for that. So I give him an A as well. I think he was the best player on the field yesterday. And in a game that they had to have him, those are the ones where you see him. But this is the thing, guys. We've got to get some consistency from him too, though, right? Like, and all of it is not his fault. I want you to hear that. All of it is not his fault. But, like, if you notice, Tyler and Clint, we do this every week. Guys, we've been in A, or F. Right? Like, there've been swing. There's not a B. There's not many B's in there. It's A, he's great. Or he's there's got to be some level of consistency right there. You got to live in the middle there. Yeah. And again, I want this to be, it is not all his fault, right? At times it's hard to do better when you were dealing with some of the pressure. But in Seattle, man, when you look at that game, which all of a sudden basically at one point turned into a one-possession game, it was a one-possession game with it ended, Clint. If he's a C instead of the F or D that we put, if he's a B-, then maybe that game is like he doesn't throw that bad pick at the end. We just got to get some level of consistency in the field. It's a lot of all or nothing what has been this year with CJ, and we got to get in the middle there.
Yeah, look, you got to get when the competition stiffens, you've got to get more out of C.J. Stroud. Now, what does that really mean is you got to be better up front. The play callers got to be better. The O-line's got to be better. The wide receivers got to separate and get out, throws. But the more C.J. Stroud trusts and commits to getting through – I've said this before, Ron. I mean, it's when C.J. Stroud can come to the line of scrimmage and realize, hey, man, they're coming off my right side, and boom, 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 he can immediately adjust the protection and has the confidence to do that. That'll translate. That'll transition to the next game. The ability to come to the line of scrimmage and realize, like, hey, man, I got this route over here to my left, but they are clearly shading coverage that way. And when I snap the ball, the linebacker shuffles that way. I've got to get kicked back to the right side right now. I can't wait and see. No, it's over. Boom, it's over. Get to this right side. The more reps CJ can get at doing that, the better he's going to be, and the more often he's going to be able to overcome stiffer defenses bringing pressure. And so. Yeah, that reps, like time on task, is what reps in that system, and getting more and more confidence is huge. And this past week will go a long way to giving us a chance to win more games down the stretch here.
Yeah, he was fantastic. Someone texted in B-. I need to see CJ against a team like Denver. Jeremy Wilson tweets that in. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? When I said a level of consistency, right? We've seen against the Ravens, who maybe had some guys out. We see against the 49ers, where the protection was great throughout the day, and obviously against the Titans for the most part. But against better opponents, better defenses, the ebbs and flows. Can he be solid in some of these games? Because his defense, their defense, solid will win against some of these teams, right? Solid would have maybe given them a chance against Seattle. Solid would have maybe given them a chance against Jacksonville, right? It just got the ebbs and flows. I believe he's got like 3 A's, and I think you've given him maybe 3 F's this year. They played 7 games, right? That's somewhere we got to meet in the middle on that. All right, coming up as we continue, hey man, we want to hear from you. It is Monday. This has become a thing. Every Monday, we want to hear from the Drive family. Tyler will open up the phone line, 713-572-4610. And this is kind of where I want Sunday game, just a good game, or was it a great sign? Was it a good game or a great sign? We'll hear from you coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Monday nights at Twin Peaks, y'all. We're talking about tonight.
to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a Victory Monday, and the Texans climb back in at 3-4. Feels a whole lot better than that 2-5, especially with the Colts continuing to do what they do. They do a number on the Titans again as they move to 7-1 in the AFC South. But more importantly, the Texans, they get a win. Cincinnati screws off that game against the Jets, which helps you in the AFC standing. So pretty good day for the phone lines on a Reaction Monday are open. 713-572-4610. We want to hear from the Drive family. 713-572-4610. And the question I'd like for you to go off of is, was Sunday's game just a good game for the Texans, or do you think it was a great sign, a sign that they could maybe make a run for things as they beat a 5-2 first place at the time San Francisco 49ers team? Was it a good sign, or was it just a good game? 713-572-4610. You can get in and give your thoughts. Clint, what do you think? Do you think it was a good sign or a good game?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good sign. I mean, I think if you just look at where we know the Texans are really good, that's on the defensive side of the football, to be able to go out there and hold Christian McCaffrey, one of, if not the best, most versatile player on the offensive side of the ball in the league. You're to be the first team to hold him under 100 yards and do it convincingly. I think it was 68 total yards, I think is what it was, something like that. To do it convincingly, I think that is a really, really good sign, especially when, there's been a couple of games where the opponents ran the football better than expected against the Texans' defensive front. And so I think that alone is another sign, another step in the right direction, with this team just being an unbelievably dominant defense that can attack fences in different ways. They tackled tremendously. So I think that in itself is a step in the right direction. And then offensively, anytime you can get another game under your belt of calling from Nick Caley to quarterbacking from C.J. Stroud to the entire unit executing that death by 1,000 cuts identity that they are, I think is a step in the right direction. So yeah, I gotta. This is bigger than just a good game for me. Not to mention, you mentioned the record. You fall to 2-5, it's all but over. You get to 3-4, now you can see the light at the end of the tunnel of getting back to 500 and even getting north of 500.
Gives you confidence going these next two home games.
Yeah.
Denver and Jacksonville,
absolutely.
Two AFC teams.
Yeah, you got the Tennessee Titans behind that, so you can make a big time shift. So yeah, I think this was a great sign at this point in the season for me, but more so than just a good game.
Text line coming in, just a good game. I'm overthinking it. It could be a good sign, LOL. If they back it up with the Broncos game, I'll see it as a sign. I'm with you. I want to say a good sign, fellas, and we'll get to your calls here in a second. I want to say a good sign because, Clint, I'm not at all surprised that they won the game. Hell, I picked it, 17-13. Tyler and Clint went the other way. I just wanted to make sure. I'm not surprised they won, but, Clint, I would have never thought, all right, they won this game primarily because their offense and coaching staff was so much better. I'm not saying their defense did play a role in this thing, but their offense was so good. I mean, they had 6 plays of 9 plays or more. They held the ball for 6 drives, of 9 plays or more. They held the ball for over 41 minutes. They were 7 of 17 on 3rd and 4th down. Like they were and their offense. Nick Caley did a number on Robert Saleh. I remember saying it at the half to B. Scott, to you. All right, now we'll see what Robert Saleh's adjustments are in the half. And I remember B. Scott said, "Do you think Nick Caley will have any?" Well, I don't know what the hell happened, but he continued to kick his ass in the second half. So to me, that felt like a good sign that against a team like the 49ers, who are coached and led by their sides of the ball by Kyle Shanahan, who is one of the most respected offensive minds in the game, and Robert Saleh, who's one of the most respected defensive minds in the game, Nick Caley, Matt Burke, and DeMeco Ryans clearly won that battle. And I think that's a potential good sign, that the way they won.
Absolutely. There is no doubt about it. I mean, I've said it before. There's obviously the value in the reps, Ron, but also, the ability to just stay the course and for 4 quarters never get excited, never get to where you're holding the ball too long or you're running around trying to make plays, trying to do too much. If the defense is going to allow you to just sit there and pick them apart with quick out routes, with little sits over the ball, with checking the football down, and then take it. And that is, I'll argue that C.J. Stroud can throw the ball down the field with the best of them. In situations where the game dictates that C.J. Stroud's got to sit in the pocket and throw the football down the field, C.J. can play with anybody out there. Right? It's the being disciplined, taking the boring, committing to that approach, and he got 4 quarters of reps doing that on Sunday, and that's extremely valuable. Outside of a win versus a fully healthy top team, a day like yesterday was about as valuable as it gets.
All right, let's hit the phone lines. Jarrell, you're leading us off. Do you think yesterday was a good sign for things to come, or just one good game?
Man, I got to be honest with you guys. And I've been a Texas fan since 2002. I'm one of the elite, the rare. And I believe that yesterday was just a good sign, not a good sign, but a good game. And the reason I say that is because we can't let our eyes deceive us. The Texans haven't done anything this season to make us believe that they're a Super Bowl contender. They got a Super Bowl ready defense, but they haven't done anything to make us believe that they're a contender. Don't let your eyes fool you, man. You see it every week, week in and week out. From week 1 when we played the Rams, they lose to all the good teams. Anytime they play some teams with a bunch of injuries, they seem to raise their level of play. I mean, it's obvious.
Appreciate the call, Jarrell. Listen, to think through. I will say that the Niners did have injuries, but they are good. They were 5-2 and have had some good wins with those injuries that they've had. But listen, I don't think it's unfair for you to say when they play the Rams, when they played the Jags, when they played the Seahawks, it didn't look great.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think if you're still in because the way Gerald started that is you started off with championship talk. I mean, if you're still in that,
yeah, I was going to say.
Which look, by the way, I'm fine with it. Hell, they spent the money, they got the dudes. That was the expectation at the beginning of the year, so I'm okay. I've just chosen to kind of move the goalpost a bit, if you will, or move my conversation, shift my conversations to, hey, I know who they are right now, and my conversations have shifted to, what do they really need? And yesterday was what they really needed. So I think it's progress in the right direction. But if you're still of the mindset that this is championship or bust type deal, I could see where you would think yesterday was just a game. Sure.
Yeah. All right, Corey, let's hear it from you. Corey, was yesterday a good sign for things to come, or just one good game in your opinion?
I think it's a good sign for things to come, especially for our quarterback, C.J. Stroud, because let's be real, last year people said that he digressed a little, and this year going off the Seattle game where he threw that pick, he needed this mentally, because yesterday I seen some throws that he made where he stayed in the pocket, especially on that first touchdown. He threw an absolute laser beam for the touchdown. It's like that's going to help him mentally coming up, knowing that it'll be the 5-2 team. So going forward, that lets them know we can do it. Plus, the blessing in the skies was, I hate that Nico got hurt, but now it makes TJ trust his receivers more. And yesterday, he started stripping in the ball and getting it to everybody. So I think it was a great start for him and for Nick Caley. But we still got to work on our special teams. Thanks.
All right, good call, Corey. No, I mean, listen, I think CJ's always, if anything, jump starts CJ for him to start to look like the CJ that I think everybody expected to see. after year one, then that is a game changer. That is a good sign. That is something for more to come forward.
Yeah, I mean, and if you want to take it a step further with this kind of game, I mean, I think Xavier Hutchinson is exactly who we thought Xavier Hutchinson is. He's a reserve receiver. He can be a 2, probably fits more in a 3 range, and is extremely valuable, stepping up, knowing what to do, where to be, when to be there, very quarterback friendly, very dependable. It doesn't surprise me that he went out there and made plays given what San Francisco's defense was doing. But the Jalen Noel part of this is big. I think Jalen Noel and Braxton Berios getting in there and making plays and kind of being quarterback friendly and getting loose underneath several times was a big part too. I mean, that let's not forget Nico. When Nico gets back, we're going to have that, right? And when Christian Kirk comes back, you're going to have that. But in the meantime, you need some of these other guys to get really comfortable in this offense and get the rhythm with DJ Stroud. And I think that there's the games like yesterday go a long way for cats that are either trying to get run like Braxton Berrios or are young and trying to earn the respect and earn the run like Jalen Noel. So
that's a good one. The confidence that he's getting in those young dudes,
no question,
had to go up.
And I'm gonna tell you, man, don't sleep on the how good those kind of games are for Dalton Schultz too. Because keeping Dalton Schultz dialed into what's going on offensively. I mean, Ron, I don't know if you watched it yesterday, but in a couple of them runs where he's coming back, the split zone concept where they're handing the ball off to the right, but he's coming underneath and he's kicking out the backside end, and a lot of times he'll slip out in the flats for a catch. I mean, he was dropping it, man. He was bringing the wood yesterday a couple of times, and that is a different level of Dalton Schultz. So another good production game from a guy like that's changing the way the physicality that he brings every day. That's valuable as well.
All right, let's go to our guy, Southside Al. Al, let me hear it. Was it a good sign or just one good game?
What's up, gang? Clint, I hunt you down today. I talked to you yesterday, man.
Yes, sir.
Great show yesterday. Hey, Ron, look here, man. Let me say this here. You know I'm going to put it to bed. Hey, Larry, I need you to get in here, too. I don't know what that guy talking about a while ago, Ron, but you know I'm H-Town till we die, baby. I'm sick of hearing these excuses with people talking about they was this, San Francisco this. They had one thing on their mind, Clint. They had Christian McCaffrey, and we all know he can wreck a game by himself. Yep. I'm just saying, defense wins championships regardless. But with the defense, I think we're going to be all right. But I will say this here about what's going on, Ron. Here's the switch to the dynamite. This is what I want to see. I ain't going to take nothing in a win that I wouldn't take in a loss. The thing of it is this. I need to see that O-line give him some more protection because when you give C.J. Stroud that kind of look, I don't think he had no sacks, Ron. But the thing of it is, if the offensive line, and I was telling Clint yesterday, if that O-line can just hold up, man, and be average, I wasn't advocating to trade too much of other positions, Clint, yesterday. I was advocating that the O-line with C.J. Stroud, if you put him on any one of these teams with a good line and what they got in Indianapolis or them other teams, Tampa Bay, the man will be off the charts. The line is my X factor, Clint. If these guys can withhold these blocks and couldn't put 3 guys can't block one, we're going to have a problem. If they can just give me some hold-up, Ron, I don't care who we play. If the old C.J. Stroud is a game wrecker, I don't care what that's. When you know what you know with a quarterback, you got a quarterback. We got some good receivers, and we got 2 good running backs, Chubb and that other boy, that rookie we got. And the sleeper is the Noel guy. You know, Nico going to do what he can do, but Ron, I just think if we can, I'm just looking for this O-line. If they can meet the matchups with defenses, getting that pressure, walking in C.J. lap, if they can contain that play, I ain't worried about it. And I hang up and get your take.
I got you, Al. I appreciate it. Yeah, listen, I mean, it's clear a difference from the offense when they get some semblance of protection. And yesterday, I would argue, was outside of the Ravens game, was the best protection he got. All right, no sacks. I don't even know how many times he got hit. But he no sacks in that game. And yeah, we do see a different CJ when he's protected like that. Yep. I think we saw a different Clint Stoerner at Arkansas and in Dallas. And I think most quarterbacks we see that. And yes, the O-line is big time when they protect him. All right, Ron, we'll let you get the last in. Is it a good sign, yesterday's win, or just one good game?
I think it's a good sign, but look, one word for me that's out there, you guys have thrown around a little bit already, is consistency.
Yep.
How can you go from 1 week planning and executing the way that they do, and then Ron, you said it earlier, it's an A or an F. There ain't nothing in between, right? So I don't understand why there's that diversity of it. I get it, you're playing a different opponent every week, but they came off 15 days of rest against Seattle and laid a goose egg. If the defense don't hold us in that game, we ain't got jack diddly doo-dah squat going on in that one.
The hell
right? We're getting blown out. We are getting blown out. So a couple things that I agree with that were said earlier, like it's promising. And again, I hate the fact that Nico's down, and some people have talked about it. Not only is that chemistry good, but I think it's confidence that those guys are getting the developers with him. It's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. Getting that I know where you're going. How many times – Clinton, I'm sure you know this better than anybody else. How many times does a wide receiver just have to look at that quarterback and you know what he's thinking? You know what you're kicking. You know what the read's giving you. That bam, that ball's out before you can even blink. Like, how many times you see it on Sunday? He didn't even turn his head around and the ball was already thrown. And he's getting that chemistry. And I think that when you put Nico back in there, I think it's got a great opportunity. And then, look, let's give some props to Woody Marks. Man, you got to give me some more Woody, and I don't want any comments from T-Mail in the background on that way.
You're going to
get some more. We got to get some more Woody, man. They used him in a way that I think is more effective yesterday than I've seen him using. Coming out of that backfield, being that drop down, I was impressed. I love how he pass blocks when you put him in there, and he pancakes guys. So I'm encouraged, but I need to see it consistently.
Real quick, Ron. Real quick. You sound like you was itching to do it. An impersonation of me. Let's hear it. Let's because you sound like you tried to pull it out for a half a second there. Let's hear it. Go ahead, Ron.
Man, I can't deal with the show. I can't hang with you. What you talking about? But
all right, thank you, Ron. Like Ron did a version of
that was an awesome call.
Of a black guy that he could just really. All right, we do it every Monday. We hear from you. All right, that was good from the callers. All right, coming up. You can text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Give us your Man Eye Institute players of the game. A lot to choose from. Who?
Player of the game is when you're renovating your place of business or your house. It is certified.
Wi-Fi, video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is a Reaction Monday and a Victory Monday right here on Sports Radio 610 and The Drive. Remember, we are out early today because the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans will get going at 5 o'clock, so make sure you stay tuned for that. The best Coaches Show in all of the National Football League, the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans.
Hey, 4 segments, boys, 3 positive. 4 segments, 3 positive.
Coach Show should be hella interesting. I know.
4, just out for all the ones out there that they're counting the negatives. We're 250. 25% negative, 75% positive here.
And there,
for all you sensitive stroker wanting some bucks.
What you saying? This next one, it's only meant to be positive.
Which one is that? What are we talking about?
The Man Eye Institute player of the game.
We're talking about play. Hell, it's 4 or 5, boys. I mean, damn. What happened? Was that old negative midday crowd just kind of bled over into us in that first segment, or is that folks that just didn't?
And I always thought Reggie was so damn positive.
What the hell's going on around here, man? What are you doing so positive today, Ron? Did you have a good weekend?
I had a great weekend.
Huh? Courtney was good to you, huh?
Well, she's always good to me, man.
Oh, I wouldn't insinuate she wasn't, but I just extra good.
Mom was in town.
Oh, maybe not.
Had a good time.
Teresa probably got the same kind of vibe Linda does when it comes to the
shout out.
You know what I mean?
She came down here 3-0, all the kids' games. 3-0, all the kids had a game.
All of them won.
Granny, all blowouts. Kind of like the NFL Sunday yesterday.
Hughley House raising winners.
Yeah. Well, listen, it was a good week. They've not all been great weeks.
Man said, well.
It was a good week. It was a good week. Shout out, sorry, man. Old Pioneer Ridge or whatever they are. They got their asses destroyed by the Stallions by every level. Every single level. All right, let's go with our Man Eye Institute player of the game. You can text yours in 713-572-4610. Your player of the game. Remember, Man Eye Institute player of the game. Let's go with you, Clint. You started off. Who is your player of the game?
Well, we've talked a lot about him today, and we've seen greatness from him before. And we're seeing flashes of it this year, and it's C.J. Stroud.
God bless, brother.
Killer game on multiple fronts. Statistically, 30 of 39 for 318 yards, 2 touchdowns, 77% completion rate, 7 rushes for 30 yards, a couple of those for first downs. You look at the 77% completion, that could have been low 80% easy. I can count. I mean, I just from quick memory that 3 balls that he missed on throws that he typically makes in his sleep. So it was actually could have been even better. Monster game statistically. The commitment level, because I think this is a struggle right now, guys. I think as things get difficult, defenses stiffen up. I think CJ naturally wants to get more aggressive. CJ naturally kind of wants to go do his own thing. Committing to the identity of this offense, which is that death by 1,000 cuts, committing to that for 4 quarters is not easy to do for C.J. Stroud, and he accomplished it yesterday. And then I said it earlier, Ron. Early in this game, I remember seeing 2 different occasions where C.J. Stroud, in a very animated fashion, switched the direction of the protection, made sure he was protected to his left side, and got the football out on a 3rd down. That right there in itself, first time I recall seeing it from C.J. Stroud, not saying it didn't happen, I'm just saying he was animated enough in the process that I could see it from the press box, and that is big for C.J. Stroud. That's a big step for C.J. Stroud. Somebody mentioned earlier the locker room post-game game ball to the O-line, I believe. That is a step in a positive direction of being a little bit more vocal in those moments. Now, it's easy to do it after a win like that. We'll see what happens, when it's tough sledding, but that's a step in the right direction. So my Man Eye Institute player of the game is none other than QB C.J. Stroud.
There it is, C.J. Stroud. All right, I see some people checking in. Woody Marks is there, player of the game. Black Greg says Will Anderson wrecked the game. Another good one. There were several guys out there. Someone says Jalen Noel. Big plays over the top. You talked about Jalen Noel being offensive. They did. They found ways to get him the ball. Tyler, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
There were a few to choose from, which is a welcome sight comparatively to weeks past for these Texans. Sorry, that was not completely positive. Was a positive Sunday at NRG. I'm going with Xavier Hutchinson. He had a career high, I believe, in targets, receptions, and yards in a game. 5 receptions, 69 yards, 1 touchdown. That's his final stat line. So I'm going with X. Throw up to X.
Yeah, nobody at all was surprised with his 69-yard output that you would pick him as your player of the game.
That one was
at all with his 69.
Anytime something lands on 69, Tyler's in it.
We all should be.
You're right. Rob Torres, British Brooks should get a look for what he did to that D lineman. Good God Almighty. 90, I believe it's 90 or 92. One of you just got your ass depleted, and then he stood over you and just, damn. Yeah, that was nice, British. All right, my Man Eye Institute player of the game is Nick Caley. Nick Caley is somebody who we have talked about fairly, has had some struggles to say the least during this season. And walking into this game, the thought was him against Robert Saleh with no Nico Collins, no Christian Kirk, a team that just seemed out of sorts last week and really have seemed out of sorts once they played better competition. That was a recipe to get away from him. Instead, he dominated that matchup. Nick Caley had it going. You wanted him to see him get the ball to Jalen Noel in different ways. He did, from screens to down the field to in the middle of the field. And what I loved was they were able to run the football different type of ways. He got under center at times to run the football, used them both, and then used that play action perfectly off of it. And this is something you see in the NBA a lot when, all right, man, just gonna keep doing it. And those little slants, inside routes, those quick shots, that worked all game long. And anytime they needed something, and they just continue to go with it. Didn't try to get cute, did what they were doing well. So I think Nick Caley was fantastic.
That's a good one. He had a day, man. I mean, you can argue that it was more important for him than anybody. I mean, he talked about it last week, as you mentioned, kind of getting away from the run too early and getting a little too aggressive, maybe panicking when you got down kind of thing. This was a game where they just stayed right there in rhythm and kept his quarterback in rhythm, and whatever communication was going on the sideline clearly was really good because they just stayed right there in that pocket and kept chipping away. And that's I tell you that the times that they've been good, it's been that just chip away, and then they've been really good in taking their shots. You know, create some kind of creative shot to get somebody open, mid-range to deep on the field, and they've been really good at dialing them up, and CJ's been really good at making those throws. So, again, it's just a matter of does it transition to a Broncos defense that held a Cowboys offense to a couple of season lows yesterday? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. That's a different challenge, but
big game next week, man. Gonna be fun. Yeah. It's fun coming off of a win.
Damn it, yesterday he dominated one of the best defensive coordinators in the sport, Robert Saleh, and didn't seem to have any adjustments in the second half to slow them down. All right, coming up, weekend best, weekend worst. Who was yours in all of the sports world? Hell, outside of the personal. Well, hell yeah, I guess you could. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Who's your weekend's best, weekend's worst? We'll get to that next.
The Texans take on the Broncos in an AFC battle on Sunday. And we want you to be in the building, sitting in the front row. How? Just be listening tomorrow in the 7 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. hour for 3 chances to win. A pair of seats in the bullpen could be yours. All you have to do is keep your radio on your favorite sports station in town. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers. Tomorrow on Houston's
designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we get rolling here on a Victory Monday and a Reaction Monday as the Texans, maybe they need to stay with these jerseys. The Texans,
hey, it's worth trying.
Played their best game in these H-Town blue jerseys. Maybe they need to stick with these damn jerseys in that field that way to keep rolling. But we are reacting to their double-digit win against the 49ers. They were the better team from start to finish all the way throughout and really dominated this game for the most part. But as we move on, we will get back to the Texans. But let's do a little weekend's best, weekend's worst. I see some people jumping in, doing their thing. Oh, yeah, before we get there, Clint, you need to let the people know you're going to be out today, ain't you?
Yeah, Twin Peaks, baby, 6 to 8 p.m., getting you tuned up and ready for Monday Night Football. Twin Peaks 290 up on the northwest side, Northwest Freeway 290 location. Twin Peaks, come through tonight. I got a gift card. I'm buying some cold beers. We will be up there 6 to 8 p.m., having us a good old time. Now come on through and say hello.
So you're saying if Southside Al wanted to come out there or Ron, who just did our impersonation, they would, Jarrell or Corey, they wanted to come out there and have a drink with you, they can get one.
Hang out. Whoever wants to come hang out. And look, we're going to have a little promo out there. We're going to have a little promo out there, and we're giving away U of H, Florida State. They're going to play at basketball at the Toyota Center this year. We got some tickets to that game to give away, and the Globetrotters are coming to Toyota Center as well. We got some tickets there to give away as well. So we got a couple of little giveaways. We got some cold beer that I'm going to buy, and we got Monday Night Football to get ready for.
All right.
Appreciate that, by the way.
Yeah, there you go, man. Let them know, man. Get out there and get you a drink. All right. Well, that is Monday's best. What about your weekend's best, Clint? What is your weekend's best after a crazy sports weekend?
My weekend's best, well, there's a lot to choose from. U of H and Cougs, they took down ASU.
They did.
To get to 7-1, climbing up the charts in the Big 12 right there. Texas, they came back in dramatic fashion. I hope Arch Manning's okay. They win in overtime versus Mississippi State. Ole Miss takes down OU at their place, and Lane's got them rolling. Vandy stays hot with Diego Pavia. He keeps his Heisman hopes alive, and boy, he has caught him on a couple of shows, and he's got Theo Vaughn in the background. They're just kicking it, man. So he's living that Johnny Manziel life right now. But I got to go with college football. I got to stay right there in that lane. Tyler, them Aggies. We've talked. Look, we've talked a lot about these Aggies over the years, and they always do something throughout the year. Typically, it's losing a home game to an opponent that you have no business losing to, especially if you're going to go to the college football players, if you're going to make a run and win the SEC. They've just, for the last several years, they've done that to us, right? And not only have they cleared that hurdle at this point, which bought them a little grace as we get down the stretch, but they went to Baton Rouge. And I know this ain't Les Miles' LSU. I know this ain't Ed Orgeron's LSU, but they beat the absolute brakes off of the Tigers in their stadium, beating them by 24 points to get to 8-0. They fire their head coach, even though I think the reports are out there that they're deciding on the AD and the head coach. Some insiders are saying that it may not be final yet, but I don't know how you recover from that. Needless to say, my weekend's best is the Aggies at this point in the season going to Baton Rouge and putting their foot in that ass to the tune of a 24-point victory. I don't know how it gets much better. These cats are for real, and they've shown us, they've proved to us that they're more than just a talented Aggie football team, which we've seen several times in the past. These cats right here are for real, and they're getting better. They're getting better every week.
And clearly LSU had everything on the line.
Yeah.
And they came out there, you're probably going to get their best effort, at least their coaches. And their ass is going. They got the quarterback that many people think is the best quarterback in the draft, best draft prospect. And they went in, like you said, and they whooped their ass. They got road wins in South Bend and in Death Valley, which are you look at the schedule and like, all right, then they get those. You look at the rest, man. They've got at Missouri, which Missouri's been tough, but that looks a little easier. So their quarterback is out for the year.
Yep.
And then South Carolina, Samford, and then Texas at home. Texas not shown to be a great football team all season. So they may be able to run the table in this thing as they're sitting third in the country behind Ohio State and Indiana. This looks like a real magical run potentially right now for A&M.
Y'all are turning me on, man. It was belt to ass in Death Valley, and it was beautiful. They hadn't won in Death Valley, the Aggies that is. They hadn't won there since I was literally 3 years old. Enjoyed every second of it. Beautifully done, Clint.
It was, yeah. Big time for them. My weekend's best is Austin Reeves. He went insane yesterday. He's an Arkansas kid, so I know you. I know you. Austin Reeves, no LeBron, no Luka, and no problem. He goes 51 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 turnovers. How many shots do you think he took to get to 51?
Shoot, I have no idea. Let me check your notes.
22. 22 shots to get to 51. And it took 22 free throws, but 22 shots to get to 51. That is incredibly efficient. Like what was it? I think Durant was 9 of 16 in that game to get to 23 points, and he shoots 22 shots and gets 51 points. Big time performance from Austin Reeves, and they won the game against Sacramento for his performance. That was a crazy performance. All right, weekend's worst. Clint, what's your weekend's worst?
Not necessarily a bad performance, but this is my weekend's worst on 2 fronts. One, it was a nasty injury, the Cam Scatterbo injury.
I have not seen it, but I just
I knew it was either a mid-shin break or it was a dislocation, and I think it would. I don't know, but I think you'd rather it be a dislocation. But it's a dislocation of his right foot. Got folded back underneath him. He's undergone surgery. He's beginning rehab immediately. But the injury itself was nasty.
I've not even seen it. And
you don't
the way it's been described.
No, I can't believe you hadn't seen it. Hell, every time I look at the TV,
I avoid it.
It's all over social media. Like most of those, they try to not show. With this one, it's like they just keeps popping up.
Yeah.
But the injury itself was nasty, so that's a weekend's worst. But then, between him and Jackson Dart, those 2 guys have really made me want to watch the New York Giants more than I ever have, which is at all. I mean, that story was really cool. I don't give a damn who you were. The joy that those 2 brought, the way that they were kind of attacking this NFL thing and having success and going shirtless and probably just ravaging whatever part of New York they're in, it was taken from us way too soon, man. So that my weekend's worst is the injury to Cam Scatterbo and the fact that football fans from all around aren't going to get to enjoy that Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterbo,
and Neighbors. Hell, they lost Neighbors too. He's out for the year. Those 3 potential cornerstones, and I wonder, does Brian Daboll, do they look at this and say, "Man, this thing was rolling," and then you lost Cam Scatterbo, and you lost Malik Neighbors, and Jackson Dart was rolling, right? We'll see. We'll wonder if he loses his job due to this, but that was nasty. My weekend's worst is kind of connected to your best, and that's LSU and Brian Kelly. As you said, that was embarrassing, and you needed everything. You had to have this. Clearly, this was even more important than maybe some of them thought it was for LSU since their coach got fired from it. But they were trying to stay alive for their college football playoff lives, and they're at home, and they got a chance to get a signature win on the season, and they just get their asses handed to them. And that thing was never close.
Hold that tight.
I mean, it was dominant, and then Brian Kelly, of course, adds to it. He loses his job. Kelly has the 2nd largest buyout in the history of college football. You talked about the AD. Well, Woodard, he's also the same one who had the highest one, and that was Jimbo Fisher. He hired Jimbo Fisher in his $76 million buyout. But at $54 million buyout, they get him up out of there. He was 34-14 at 2 10-win seasons in his 3 full seasons, 3-0 in bowl games, and his ass is gone, Jack. And another part to that is, like, obviously we're seeing the shift in college football, man. I mean, you don't even get a recruiting class if you're a full recruiting class. 4-14, 2 10-win seasons, you won all your bowl games. I mean, I'm not saying that's the expectation of LSU, but like I mean, if he gets fired there, James Franklin's a college football playoff last year and won a game and got fired. Like,
hell, he won two.
Did he win? Yeah, he sure did. He did. Yeah, you're right. He was in the semifinal.
Boise State and SMU.
Yeah, in the semifinal, and had a tight one with Notre Dame that they lost. And he is out. Right? And I mean, nobody is safe, which is odd.
Well, word on the street, this doesn't surprise me at all. Word on the street is out there is he is a straight jerk. And I'll use that term to be nicely. And when you're failing to meet or exceed expectations in Baton Rouge, that ain't gonna last long.
Yeah,
that just ain't gonna last long. So I didn't think it was ever a good fit down there. I think there are a couple of places in this country, college football wise, where I don't know that the fit necessarily is going to determine like major failure or not. But I do think there's a couple where fit would go a long way to helping you establish kind of who you are and what you're doing. I think LSU is one of those schools, and he never was a good fit.
Well, yeah, and he didn't go in like starting off with the best.
Well, he went in, Ron. I mean, and you may feel different. I never was a huge Brian Kelly. I never understood the Brian Kelly is the best thing since. I'm wrong, but it was like when he came out, when he took that LSU job, it was like Belichick left New England and went somewhere. It was like, wait a minute, I never saw him as that. And then on top of that, bad fit. And then he goes in there and he's doing the dancing and he's got the fake, accent that he's Cajun accent that he's trying to throw around.
I think he'll work somewhere else better. Like if Matt Rule goes to Penn State and Nebraska becomes open, I could see him. I could see him working at more in the middle of the country. He had great. 34-14, 2 10-win seasons, winning all your bowl games isn't horrible.
Yeah.
Right? Just in the expectations at LSU. But at Cincinnati, he was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame, he was everywhere he has been, he's been really, really good. So I think, Penn State, he probably wouldn't be that bad over there. But you're right. I think LSU that would did with his family. All right, go ahead. What you got coming up?
All right, man, that was a big time win yesterday for the Texans. Much needed win. And I'm going to tell you, there's one thing that I don't want to hear. I just simply don't want to hear it. You can miss me with it. Fan how you want to fan, but I don't want to hear this about how the Texans won yesterday. All right, I want to hear this in response to how the Texans won yesterday. I'll tell you what that is. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, we got to talk about that hair you got, baby, or more importantly, the hair you don't have. If you're losing your hair and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the greatest, easiest, guaranteed solution.
TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Time dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily brought to you today by Branded Bills, a hat you see me wearing every day right here on the YouTube channel, right here on Twitch, and any photos and videos that we post. What?
It's not accurate.
Yes, it is. What do you mean? Oh, it's not. It's not. Oh, it's a demo. It's a demo for anybody out there that wants to sponsor. We are open, and it's Dirty's Daily, baby. You can bring the funk anytime, any way you want. But right now, today, it's all about Branded Bills. I do want to tell folks it is also about Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks up off 290. Twin Peaks up off 290. I'm going to be there 6 to 8 p.m. tonight, getting ready and watching early Monday Night Football.
They're taking off to set up right now.
Yeah, they just took off to set up. I'll be buying some beers out there. Got me old gift cards, so y'all come on out, hang with me. I'll buy you a beer. We're going to give away some U of H basketball tickets. They're playing Florida State in Toyota Center. I think the Globetrotters come to the Toyota Center in December as well. We'll give away a couple of those tickets as well. But most important, let me be buying a couple of beers and breaking some good bread. So we got some folks coming out. As Ron just said, Promo just shot out of the building to go to beat me out there. So meet me out there. Let's get ready for this ball game tonight, man. Monday Night Football is always fun, but when you catch it at Twin Peaks, it goes to the next level. I may get one of them 29-degree man-sized drafts. You know what I mean? 29 degrees.
I figure you will.
One of them big dogs. Tyler, not one of them little bitty ones that you match your little hands. No, I'm gonna get one of them big ones.
You can get multiple of the little ones, though.
Well, you could, but it was just. I mean, that's not the man that I am. You know, I like to go for them big boys. It's just what I'm gonna do. All right, guys. Look, the Texans got a much-needed win yesterday, and they won in dominating fashion. And so this is kind of where I want to take this reaction Monday, if you will, is first of all, I don't want to hear about the 49ers being undermanned or shorthanded. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that that's not a fact. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that they weren't shorthanded, but there's a couple of things here. One, we got to realize who we are as the Houston Texans. We got to realize that we're not talking about Super Bowl anymore. We're not talking about AFC Championship anymore. We're not talking about, let's be honest, right now, we're not in a spot to talk about winning the division. We are in a spot to talk about we are swimming in a swamp of wild card teams in the AFC. And can we keep pace with them? Can we continue to get better week in, week out when we get the opportunity to put ourselves in, claim one of those wild cards? If the opportunity does present itself to get back in the hunt for the division, so be it. But you're swimming in a pool of wild card teams that are a game, maybe two games better than you right now. And we're not in a spot to go out into every game and expect greatness from this offense. We're not in a spot. I mean, you can if you want. I'm going to tell you how to fan. But for me, I've reset my expectations. Again, I don't expect this offense to go out there and just light any and everybody up. I expect this offense at some point to become a respectable offense. And I think the only way you do that is you go through games like you did yesterday, like you did earlier in the year against Baltimore. And there were some brighter moments, obviously Tennessee, but there were some brighter moments even in the losses the first 3 weeks of the season. But first and foremost, Ron, on the offensive side of the football on this Reaction Monday, I don't know that a team has been more needed with a team to see success. You know, I've said this a million times. Like, I think in hindsight that training camp was handled poorly in how they allowed this offense to install in real time. Like, I thought they did a really good job schedule-wise of doing almost a baby steps, slow motion install all the basics and kind of baby steps. But then once it came to, okay, let's play team football, let's play 11 on 11, it was just a tee-off on CJ event at the end of damn near every practice.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, I think that's – and you're still trying to find yourself, and you're playing some pretty damn good defenses right out of the gate in the Jaguars, the Rams, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and it's almost more of the same. And it was just so much coming at these guys so often and so quickly. They didn't play in the preseason games much at all to see success there. And so you're just fishing to see some level of success in what it is Nick Caley wants us to do. Nick Caley, DeMeco, everybody's been preaching to the guys, to the team, this is going to work. This is going to work. Approach it this way. Trust us. Be coachable. Just take the game plan and the practice that we do throughout the week. Take it to the game field. Trust us, trust us, trust us. And more times than not, they've gone out there and they've struggled mightily, right? So right now, just to go out there and get good quality reps, just to go out there and to have good plays, good drives, and see results at the end, even if it's a field goal. We can sit around and go, I don't get too I don't get too hung up, Ron, on we really bogged down in the red zone. Look, you're not going to score a touchdown every time you get down there, right? Yeah. You're going to have to settle for field goals. And I'll be honest with you, in this game, DeMeco was aggressive early. Hell, I'd have tried to kick the 50-yarder when they went for it on fourth down and ended up getting it with the quarterback sneak. I'd have been that conservative knowing how good my defense was early on. So, Ron, I don't want to minimize in any way, shape, or form the significance and the value of what we got from Nick Caley and what we got from C.J. Stroud in this game. I mean, those two guys seeing results and feeling it and winning at the end of it and going back to the drawing board and being able to, sure, you correct some mistakes, but you do it on a week where you won. You can feel good about it. You approach it with a different vibe. Ron, I think that in itself is unbelievably valuable. If you look at now look again, if you're looking at this season as, boy, this team coming out of the chutes, we're supposed to be a 10-win team. We're supposed to compete for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, if that's still your mindset, then obviously you're not meeting expectations.
Then, yeah, you can poo-poo, you can minimize the win over the San Francisco 49ers. I just can't do it. I've reset my expectations and what I want from this team and what I think is really good for this team, and ultimately what I think is going to give the Texans a chance to compete down the stretch here is having a game like you had against Baltimore. Having a game like you had against the 49ers. I mean, you look at it because, look, I'm going to tell you, I've said this before, you can believe me or not, the Tennessee Titan game was very similar in a way of there was just a couple of balls that were misthrown early in that game. That would have been sideways in the first half as well, or at least would have been a much more impressive outing. So really, we're talking 3 of the last 4 games, right? 3 of the last 4 games over 5 weeks. There was a bye week in there. You laid the egg against Seattle, but 3 of the last 4, you played some good football. Now, can you take those reps and getting those valuable reps, can you take and apply at a higher level, right? Can you now go from football 101, Nick Caley football 101 to 201 or 301 or 501 or whatever it may be? Can you live in a different world of Nick Caley's offense as the opponent gets better as well? Ron, this was just a much-needed win overall, but a much-needed game for the offense in a sense of executing at a high level.
This was much different to me than the Baltimore game. I mean, both teams had injuries to important pieces, but I think it was different because this is a group. That Baltimore game, that's the first time they played without Lamar. They had played without Roquan Smith. They had played without Marlon Humphrey. They had played without Kyle Hamilton. They had played without Ronnie Stanley. I mean, that's all of them right then and there. That completely different team, practice squad guys. We watched San Francisco play with this group. Right, Fred Warner's missed a couple of games. We watched them beat an Atlanta Falcons team that had just whooped the Bills the previous week with this group. We watched Mac Jones go 4-1 coming into the game. So this was a team that is 5-2, and a lot of what they're playing with and what they brought into NRG is what's gotten them to get to 5-2, right? They had less guys when they played the 49ers, and they won on the road. When they played the Rams and they won on the road and beat them. So, I think this is quite a bit different, and I take this one a lot more serious than I took the Ravens.
Yeah, man, 41 minutes time of possession. You punted one time, which I believe was in the fourth quarter. 9 different Texans caught passes. CJ by far had his best, should have been 300-plus yards, 2 touchdowns. And if we're being honest, the interception was more of a, hey, man, let's see if we can make a little noise with 20-something seconds left in the second quarter. Let's see if we can get in field goal range. Luckily, it didn't bite them in the ass, but I don't necessarily count that one as boy, the game really swung, or boy, it was a poor decision by CJ, and he's got to be careful. That was an aggressive moment where you choose to be aggressive. The 9 different Texans catching passes. Now, I've said this before after the Baltimore game when I believe it was eight guys caught passes. This is the one thing right here that changes when you see a better opponent, is it becomes significantly more difficult for 8 or 9 guys to create separation. It becomes significantly more difficult for C.J. Stroud to just distribute the ball within rhythm, with the scheme, on schedule, on demand. Ron, this is the part to me that probably doesn't translate. The 9 different receivers catching balls, it's hard to see that happening. Even with Nico and Christian Kirk, they got to get better with 3 or 4 guys. But the 9 different receivers, the good part of that is you saw some guys that could potentially become one of your top 4.
Yeah, it was, but that was the other part. It was 8-9 guys winning.
Yeah.
Winning routes easily to get themselves.
Yeah, and by the way, you want to
he had your backup tight end down the sideline for one.
You want to talk about like what really turns you on about C.J. Stroud, and we had a couple of calls last night that have those conversations, but a couple of calls about is C.J. Stroud a franchise quarterback or not, and the a lot of the callers were about the physical part of it. Look, there's no debate, there's no doubt, there's no debate. C.J. Stroud physically is gifted at a franchise quarterback level, at a $50+ million a year level. That when it comes to throwing a football, he was born to stand in a pocket and throw a football at an elite level in an elite fashion. There's no doubt about that, right? The C.J. Stroud part of the are you a franchise, are you a $50 million guy comes when you start talking about the leadership stuff, the handling adversity stuff, the taking command and control of the offense, and not necessarily needing the greatest and best supporting cast around you. Like that's when you got to decide, can C.J. Stroud take your organization to a Super Bowl when there's less money to be spread around? Like that's up to them to decide. But the physical part of it is there, and I think it was on. I mean, Front Street. It was right there for everybody to see on the touchdown to Xavier Hutchinson. We talked about it Friday, Ron. I think it was like the ability to stand in there when you know you're going to get hit in the chin and deliver a throw. We see the great ones do it all the time. Even if you just want to talk about the quarterbacks that are playing at a high level. Not even just the Pat Mahomes and Josh Allens of the world, but just quarterbacks that are playing at a high level, whoever it may be this year. He's been a little rough accuracy lately, but Baker Mayfield's one of them. When you watch the quarterbacks that are playing at a top level throughout a game, there's 2 or 3 throws where they knew they were fixing to get center punched by a 250-pound pass rusher, but they stood in there and made the throw, right? That throw to Xavier Hutchinson was one of them I'm talking about. Now, I didn't go back and watch it to see if he got actually center punched, but he was definitely getting barreled down on and hit that short, quick stroke where he can throw it 15 to 20 yards down the field on a dime with velocity. That is like franchise quarterback type stuff.
You think that was his best game of the year for you?
This year? Oh, yeah. Without a doubt.
Because he was AFC Player of the Week against the Ravens.
Well, but to your point, I agree with your overall point, Ron. I've heard it. I think Sean may have said like this isn't the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, I almost felt sorry for the guys that were out there. I mean, it was almost like taking candy from a baby. Like, to be honest with you, CJ made a couple of throws in that game that you're like, don't try that against a better opponent.
Yeah.
Don't do like that touchdown to Nico Collins.
Nico said he fit in
a cut split over the middle with nobody controlling the backside safety. Like I don't know if I want to make a living doing that right there. This was one of those games where if he wasn't being disciplined, super disciplined underneath, the throws over the top were made effortlessly, and that's franchise quarterback stuff. Now, does speaking to the team or giving the O-line the game ball after the game is that really CJ kind of stepping out of his comfort zone and taking a little bit more control or taking the bull by the horn, so to speak, with this offense? We'll see. I'd like to see him do it in an adverse moment where he's getting heated up and he gets in that offensive line and maybe tighten some guys up on the sideline. I would like to see that. But is this a step in the right direction? That's the part that I think is undecided on CJ. That throw Sunday, that is what elite NFL passers do, and CJ can do it in his sleep when he has time.
Yep. Well, you said you want to look for some adversity with the line. Well, here comes the team that leads the league in sacks by a mile, the Denver Broncos. 36 sacks on the season. They lead by double digits in that category.
Really?
Anybody else?
They can bring pressure. They can cover down. Even though I don't know if Patrick Surtain, if he went out of the game last night, breaking his shoulder
come
injury.
back. Yeah.
So him being in or out, I don't think it's a game breaker, but it definitely changes.
Oh yeah.
The dynamic and the calculus, if you will, to use a Nick Caserio term, of what they do defensively.
All right, coming up, DeMeco Ryans. He had quite an exchange the last couple of days, and even more so today. We'll let you hear what he had to say in exchange with the media about that noise, that outside, and let you be the judge. Was your team DeMeco, or are you like, oh, come on, man, gotta handle that differently? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know all about Jiffy Lube. That is, if you're driving one of them old gas-powered engines, one of them gas-powered vehicles. You know what I'm talking about. Fast in-and-out service, made easier than ever expected. That's right. That's Jiffy Lube. They check that box. You want a premium, make sure you put premium oil in your rig. How about that Pennzoil oil change at Jiffy Lube? You can get that as well. Look, the bottom line is they got 60 locations throughout Houston, so it's always convenient. Mention my name. Mention Sports Radio 610. Clint Stoerner, Sports Radio 610. Get $26 off a premium oil change at any of the 60 Jiffy Lube locations. You heard me? Stay in touch, baby. If you check that sticker in that top left. Check that odometer. You need that oil change? Hey, man, Jiffy Lube is where it's at. They've been dominating that fast oil change industry since 1979.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Commanders and Chiefs face off in KC. Cue it tonight starting at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
I'm Chris Shapa, owner of Shapa's. For 42 years, our family has been
Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Y'all got to be ready to go, man. Take the drive.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, remember Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Coming up behind us, we are out an hour early because at 5 o'clock, the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans will take over. You got a chance to hear the head coach coming off the biggest win of the season right after we get done. And hell, if you were listening to In the Loop like you should every day from 10 to 2, you would have heard the coach earlier today. And just in case you did, there was a bit of a, I don't want to say a rant, but he expressed himself about the outside noise and how they react to it yesterday during the press conference. And then today, he spoke about it again. And I want you to listen to this throughout 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Did you have any issue with the approach and how this went and how DeMeco Ryans handled this? We'll discuss it on the other side, but did you have any issue with how he handled this situation?
Pushing away outside noise. I know that was a topic yesterday. What are the challenges, and is there a balance between like positive outside noise?
No, it really doesn't matter. I mean, here you can see it's a lot of negative talk about us. We get it. I hear people try to give it to me all the time. I get it, right? It's like, but it really doesn't matter, right? I talk about it. Everybody wants to write a hot story, and most of the time it's negative stuff that people want to talk about, right? Nobody wants to talk about the positive stuff that happens. And again, if you feed off of that and you're riding the pendulum of, oh, we're great because we won, oh, we suck because we lost, fight, like that's our business. I get it. But that's the nature of it. We keep moving forward. Really, it doesn't drive anything. It means nothing, literally nothing to what we're about. Like, it does nothing to drive our team. We just got to go out and play good football.
So you don't think you've gotten any positive stuff?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like, the first 2 years.
You don't think you've gotten any praise at all?
Guys, what's your question?
Everybody says negative.
I said that's what people thrive on is the negative stuff. Yeah.
You don't think you've gotten any positive?
I said people thrive on the negative. You guys are good. You guys must be the ones with the negative stuff. We're playing football. You talk about outside noise. I'll say it again. It doesn't matter. Good, bad. It doesn't change how we prepare. It doesn't change our week of preparation. We're going to work. We're going to work our best, the game plan our best, and go out and play good football.
But for the first couple years and a half, like, you've gotten nothing but positive coverage for the majority of the time. So when you say negative and not write about the positive, I don't know if how is that accurate when you've been here for a couple of years? You've got a lot of positive coverage.
You guys good?
You guys good. That was the dismount there. As I see, you heard that there, that exchange. Your thoughts? Had you any issues with how DeMeco handled that? Text line coming in, Rob. The questions were fair. DeMeco's responses were fair. Other folks jumping in. I can't read some of these, but other folks jumping in with their thoughts. You can continue. How did you think DeMeco handled that thing, Clint? You think DeMeco would like to have that one back?
Absolutely. I think he would like to have it back. I mean, here's the context that matters, right? I mean, at DeMeco's point in the moment today, and really every time he's brought it up, his point of saying, look, the negative or positive, it doesn't impact my team in any way. You know, that is if that's the messaging and that's the point, then so be it. Tip the cap, keep it moving. But there's a few things here. One, the only reason that literal questions are constantly asked about, not just like negative questions, but the point of negative coverage is because he keeps making it a coverage. Like, the context that matters here is every DeMeco, not every, but the majority of DeMeco Ryans, you know, audio that I listen to, somewhere in there, he's taking a shot at somebody in the audience. He's taking a shot of, you guys focus on the negative. You guys do this. Nobody wants to write about the positive. You guys want to write the negative. He's done that for weeks now, maybe even months now. And so I don't view it personally. I mean, everybody else can view it however they want. I don't view this as a reporter asked about negative coverage and got a little bit of a back and forth with DeMeco. DeMeco has come in and constantly commented to, brought up. He did it last night in the post-game presser, the negative stuff.
All we hear is negative things. Yes. All you want to write is negative things. Started with mix it.
DeMeco has fed into this constantly, and nobody's ever pushed back. And so much so to the point where you can hear, like, DeMeco Ryans is extremely short with Aaron Wilson, right? DeMeco Ryans has got to the point where he's really short with DJ Bieniemy. He has gotten to the point where I think he's always been a little bit combative with Landry. But I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. But if you're going to come in week after week, and I don't have any skin in the game, I just listen to it all the time, and I can sense DeMeco doing that. And it doesn't surprise me that somebody said, hey, you know, man, we've been covering you for 2.5 years, man. We stroked you for 2 years, and now it's a rough part of the season, and some negative stuff comes up, and it's like you just keep taking. To me, it's always seemed like from the outside looking in that DeMeco was the one that was pouring gas on the fire and always talking about it. And then when somebody pushes back a little bit, it's all of a sudden like, oh, y'all good? You don't want to talk about it. It was super weak to me. It was weak to constantly bring it up. Even if the media is bringing it up, responded is to pour gas on the fire constantly. I thought it was a weak move by the head coach. Right?
And that's my big thing, what you said there at the end. Listen, I think he's pissed and frustrated. One, by his team and their performance and where they are. I think he's probably a little bit pissed off by some of the decisions that they have made that put them in the space they are in. I don't think he likes to rotate left guards. I don't think he's happy about it. And I damn sure don't think he's probably pissed when he has to answer questions about something that he ain't happy about, that he has to come up with something silly to make it make sense. I don't believe he believes that stuff. That, hey, we think they've worked better on a pitch count. I don't believe he believes that. I think he is annoyed and frustrated with everything. And I think he is annoyed and frustrated that the talk has shifted and changed from the first 2 years. I get it. I get that. I think it makes him human. But I think John Harbaugh is annoyed and frustrated and pissed off by what I've done here for 13, 18 years. And I've won a Super Bowl, and I've had a really good team, and all of a sudden I lose Lamar and damn near every person on my team, and y'all trying to run me out, right? I think Andy Reid was probably a little bit annoyed after we went to 3 straight Super Bowls and won 2 of them. We got our asses kicked in the game, and now I'm getting questioned. It happens. When it goes bad and you got expectations, it's going to go that way. And for me, I guess I'm just surprised, Clint, that he elected to throw more lighter fluid on this and to throw more gasoline on. This should be a non-conversation.
Absolutely should.
So you heard what Landry, the question he posed, it is very easy to get out of that and to move on off of that and not make that become a deal but instead he then chose to put more on it. He chose to say, you all never say anything positive. That's what he said. He chose to say that. He chose to say maybe you two are the ones that are negative. He added more to it and brought him. I think he didn't think anybody was going to come back and check back. I think he was surprised. You can hear he was caught off guard by his comments, very similar to where he was last week when he was asked what's the identity of your offense, and you could tell he was caught off guard a little bit, wasn't ready to have to respond there. I think he was caught off guard a little bit there, but I am just surprised he didn't just easily shut that down or move off of that and create it.
Look, I mean, this is not a Monday, October 27 take for me. We've been talking about this for 2 weeks now of like, for a team and an organization that doesn't care about negative, media coverage, they sure spend a lot of time talking about. I mean, DeMeco does it, CJ does it. And it's not just like, if it really doesn't bother you, it'd be like, hey man, it don't matter one way or another. What's the next question? But it's always this long, drawn-out explanation of how people, when you lose, they don't like you, they want to fire everybody, and when you win, they want to like for a group that is so adamant about how it doesn't matter, they just seem to spend an abnormal amount of time explaining how it doesn't matter. That's typically if you don't matter to me or something you're doing, if sports radio talk doesn't matter to me, I'm probably just going to say, man, really, I don't listen. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend 2 minutes telling you why sports radio, what you said yesterday or what you said for the last 2 weeks bothers me.
Like me,
and then I don't listen.
Like to say, I don't give a damn what the text line says. Then I express that.
You call somebody an SOB on there. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's weak, man. It's a weak move.
I feel like DJ almost fell out of his chair when he said, "Y'all never care. Y'all never say anything positive." I think he almost fell out of his chair. What?
I bet you 2 years writing nothing but positive.
Yeah. He came. That's where that came from.
I thought it was just really weak. And I got a ton of respect for DeMeco and how he handles his business and the former player that he is and the coach that he is. I just got to be real. I thought that I've thought this again before that today happened. We've talked about this multiple. I've talked about this with multiple. Noticeable the annoyance and the dislike for certain media members. It's been growing over 2 weeks. Just in the communication and in the banter, you can tell.
Yeah, I kind of hope they make the decision that, hey, let's not add to this. Let's not make this a thing. All right, coming up, we'll discuss what we saw yesterday. Was yesterday's game just one good game? Just, hey man, they came out, they knew they had their backs against the wall, home game, just one good game. Or do you think this could be more? This could lead to a run. We'll discuss that next.
All right, check it out. Imagine selling your home in under a week. If you've ever had
now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we'll get to you, Larry, here in a second. Was yesterday's game a great sign for real potential moving forward now that they're 3-4, or was it just one good game? You can get your thoughts in with that coming up behind us. As we said, DeMeco Ryans and the Coaches Show be coming up at 5 o'clock right after us. And then you can catch a little Texans All Access after the Coaches Show. And then Monday Night Football, courtesy of Westwood One, begins at 7 o'clock. The Washington Commanders without Jaden Daniels. But Debo Samuel, Terry
Marcus
McLaurin
Mariota's out there,
Marcus
man.
Mariota, he gets Debo and Terry McLaurin. Scary Terry back in the building. They will go. So that's coming up on right after Mark Vandermeer, John Harris get done with the Coaches Show and Texans All Access, courtesy of Westwood One. T-Mill's Best Bets, very, very Monday Night Football heavy. That's coming up here in a matter of moments. Larry, your thoughts on the big win yesterday?
Hey, so Clint, I think that's yesterday was a positive sign in the right direction, because that's the kind of win we've been looking for all season. So I just wanted to get that little bit out the way before I get to what this call is about. I'm seeing them boys over there on Kirby a little sensitive and a little soft about this outside noise, huh, Coach? Hey, man, you're going to need a propane tank if I ever get those media credentials, because I'm going to come in there and be asking you them kind of questions that I really be wanting to ask. Because here's the thing, man. The outside noise is y'all fault. And for you to say, and I think you would want to have this back, Coach, but for you to say it don't matter to y'all which way or one way or the other, hey, man, it matters to 70,000 folks who have to spend their vacation time and all their hard money to come over there and watch y'all not perform at the level that y'all told us y'all was going to play. Look here, man, I've been a Texan fan for 23 years, and I've had season tickets for 23 years that it cost me thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and almost caused me to have to take my ass to therapy after that Seattle Seahawks game. But I'm going to tell you something, Coach. It's real for us out here. And if y'all haven't figured out real quick, your ass better tougher, because football is king here. And we expect big things from you, Coach, because you played here and you understand that. And as far as CJ goes, yesterday was the first time that I've seen him and his body language look like an elite quarterback this season. And I was on the news yesterday saying all I want CJ to do is go out there and play like he was the Rookie of the Year when he was Rookie of the Year. And he took his ass out there and did exactly like that with one of the games that they played, the best games he played this season. Look, you can't be sensitive when you playing a grown man sport. And we in the city of Houston have suffered since 1968 or whenever the Oilers were here to never get a Super Bowl. And if you ain't going to want no outside noise, don't go out there and play games like you play sometimes. And I'll tell you this, yesterday gave me hope, because when I was hearing all that outside noise, I was smiling ear to ear when y'all ass was in that locker room celebrating and I'll holler.
All right, that is Larry and Stafford. And before we get to T-Mill's Best Bets, that's my thing. Like, for me, and I will take this back if there's something else shown, I just don't think it's been personal. Like, I don't think it's been outside of the lines of football, unless it's been brought that way, right? Like, last week when DeMeco said certain things that didn't go well, it didn't go the way he thought it should go during practice, and they didn't execute in the game. But then you had CJ and Derek Stingley Jr. go the other way with it. I mean, that's just something that has to be responded to. They said it, right? So I don't think it's been personal. And I would walk back what I'm saying if there's been some personal stuff that he's talking about. But I mean, when you go 2-4 and just look awful on offense for most parts of the season, and that was the biggest thing that you were trying to turn around, and the moves you made all just stunk it up. And like somebody on our show last week said, trash, trash, trash. When it looks like that, like that's the conversation, whether it's written or spoken. And then when it looks like it did Sunday, it's, hey, here they go. They look good. Can we? This is the team you're supposed to see.
Larry makes a great point. I mean, which is really the way that I think. I guess I expected DeMeco Ryans to kind of handle all this, which he didn't have to handle much of it in the first couple of seasons because, one, there wasn't much expectations when you first started, but you end up winning 10 and go in the second round and do the same thing year 2. You know, you got to look at it as, you know, the negative coverage is a response to the product that you've put out there, right? Yeah. And whether that be a poor offensive product or that is silly decisions like rotating left guards, or it is the coaching staff, right, wrong, or indifferent, it just, and you got to know that it's going to invite real questions. When you constantly, we're a year and a half. I mean, we're damn near 30 games into, oh, these guys will just execute. It's not the system. It's these guys will just execute. They're doing what they're coached to do. Like, whether that's true or not, that is inviting, like, well, damn, what's going on? Like, why would are you saying you got a group that's not very coachable? Right? Is that the deal? Like, if they're not coachable, they're not doing what you guys are telling. So it almost invites it. And so it's just to Larry's point, I think Larry makes a great point of all of it is a response to what everybody sees on the field. And anybody that's being real, when you see positive, you talk positive. And you see, you know, but when it's mostly negative, it's mostly going to be negative unless you're trying to stroke DeMeco because you want to be his buddy.
Yeah. You know, like yesterday, he snuck it in. I think Nick Caley did a good job today, and he's done a good job all year. No, he hasn't.
No, right.
like we're going to respond to that. That's not.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see, man. Look, the 2-4, 3-4, losing record, a disappointing season, start to the season. You can still turn it around. But when it's disappointing like that, to the tune of losing twice the games that you win, obviously there's going to be some negative conversations.
All right,
hopefully you're having negative conversations in the building that ain't real comfortable too.
Yeah, check out T Mill's best bets if you are looking to find those. As he had a really good week last week. He might be. Go to at T Mill Real Deal to go check out his bets on Monday night. See if you can win some money. All right, Clint, great job as always.
Twin Peaks, $2.90.
There you go,
right
Twin
now.
Peaks. Yeah, right now. You can buy you some beers. Buy you some to drink.
Cold beer.
Cold one. There you go. Great job, Clint. Tyler, great job as always. DeMeco Ryans show coming up behind us. I am Ron. The show as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
Then I look at you.
It's so weak. It's the bully that constantly bullies, and then when somebody punches them back, runs to the corner. I've done it to women in my life. Create a problem, gaslight the hell out. The minute they bring it up to what the hell are you talking about? I just went to my buddy's house. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Knowing damn good and well there was 3 different trips I went and did. You know, I mean,
you guys good?
You can miss me with this freaking nonsense.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
The Texans take on the Broncos in an AFC battle on Sunday. And we want you to be in the building, sitting in the front row. How? Just be listening tomorrow in the 7 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. hour for 3 chances to win. A pair of seats in the bullpen could be yours. All you have to do is keep your radio on your favorite sports station in town. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers. Tomorrow on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713. Data is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound before FM 1959. It's an accident that has 2 right lanes blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play spins and a chance to score. Speed 21 on. With Ryan Kelly out at LSU, I think there are 6 candidates for the job. First up is Lane Kiffin. And if Lane says no, then you also must make Dan Lanning say no as well. And then after that, there are 3 other names to look at, and those 3 names would be Kenny Dillingham, Brent Key, and John Sumrall. And one final name to monitor could be Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady. I'm Zach Gelb.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This planet is so gorgeous and so incredibly beautiful that I can't get enough of it. I did 950 miles on the Pacific Crest Trail and then decided I wanted to go hike in the Himalayas. I was not 20 years old. I was 64 years old. Good Feet was with me all the way.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Dale actually live the life in the way.
Your passion's important, but if your body aches and if your heel feels like you've got a nail stuck in it and won't come out, trust me, it's going to wear you down. The Good Feet store knew what they were talking about and took the time to really dial in what I needed. At 64 years of age, I hiked 84 miles in the Himalaya and to do it pain-free. You think I'm not grateful for arch supports from Good Feet? I mean, come on. I'm Dale, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Stop by one of our 7 Houston locations today, now including Meyerland, or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You'll hear radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they want and need to get the job done every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans, and welcome to the DeMeco Ryans program. Mark Vandermeer, soon to be joined by John Harris as we welcome in the head coach. In just a moment, we have some other goodies for you on the show, including but not limited to Xavier Hutchinson scored a touchdown in the win over San Francisco. 2 games ago, had 2 touchdowns against the Ravens, so that's cool. And we will have him on the post-game show with John Pendergast and Clint Stoerner, who you are used to hearing in this block on Sports Radio 610. So that's pretty cool. That'll be later on in the show. Also, Braxton Berios, he came up large with 5 catches, left the game, came back. Johnny Harris caught up with him in the locker room after the game. A loud, celebratory locker room. That was awesome because you got the win over the 49ers, much needed. This is a team that came in with the number 1 passing attack in the NFL. I know that sounds strange. They did? Yes, they did. Number 1 Patrick Jones playing most of the snaps this season. Brock Purdy missed his 6th start in the game against the Houston Texans. It didn't matter that Jones was playing well coming in because the Texans derailed him and the 49er attack, keeping Christian McCaffrey in check because the 49ers were facing the number 1 defense in the NFL. Points per game, yards per game, those 2 crucial categories. Texans are number 1 in each of them. And the last time DeMeco Ryans had a defense this hot was his last year in San Francisco, and it was the first time in 49er history they had a defense that was ranked 1 in points and yards allowed. And the Niners have won a few games, as you all know, won a few championships, as you all know. Okay, here's the head coach. Johnny and I catch up with him in studio, DeMeco Ryans. Coach, congratulations. How's it going?
Going great. Feels good after a win.
Feels good after a win. Well, let's talk about it because the game starts, Texans have the ball, and you go on the longest drive of the season time-wise and play count-wise. Didn't get the big points, but that kind of set the tone that you could control things a bit.
Yeah, that's the main thing we wanted to show. Of course, you want to finish with a touchdown there, but to really show that you have command and control of the game by being able to run the ball, had a couple nice throws in there as well, just to methodically drive down the field. Nobody panic. Everybody, we were taking our time and just executing. Kaylee, get to your best play call that you feel is best in this situation, not really pressing to go tempo or hurry up. We just wanted to be in position to go score.
Coach, there's one thing. It's one thing, like you said, to be methodical. It's another thing to look up at the scoreboard at one point and go, we have 31 minutes time of possession to their 6. Like, you can dominate time of possession, but not quite like that. Did you realize that it was to that degree that you really had only had a handful of plays defensively, and you had 31 minutes of time of possession for you?
You don't know the time. I kind of felt it because the defense was doing a good job of getting 3 and outs early on, and you felt the long drives from the offense. But really, to end the game and see that, I think we finished with 41 minutes.
Yep.
That's pretty impressive.
That's wild.
We'll talk more about the offense, but defensively, what was the key there? Because they had Mac Jones, who had won games for them. They have Kittle. They have McCaffrey. We talked about him last week. What was the key to stopping them?
Yeah, the main key was McCaffrey, right? Knowing that he would try to get a ton of touches. That's been the guy that really was their catalyst for winning football games and keeping them in games. So I think we did it early on by playing physical versus them. When they tried to run the football, we had a ton of guys at the ball playing physical versus McCaffrey. And then we knew when it came to the passing game and throwing it, we just needed to be sound and disciplined, be who we're supposed to be, and allow our D-line. We really wanted to rely on our 4-man rush, getting out there the offensive line, and our guys did that. They caused havoc. They sped up the quarterback, and our guys did a good job playing sound and coverage.
Coach, when you get the 26-15 lead, they've got to now drive the ball, and they challenge Kamari. He comes up with the big pick at the 1-yard line. It feels like every time we watch Kamari week in, week out, what have you seen from him in his second year?
I've seen growth and I've seen consistency. Like when those deep passes are being thrown to his side, typically we've seen that from Sting, and a lot of people don't try Sting on the deep passes anymore. And now you go over to Kamari and you try to. He's improved so much with his technique, just being able to put a body on a receiver and also get his eyes up to go pinpoint the football and actually go up in what we call high pointing. Get your hands up high, attack the football. He's done that now 2 times this year, once in Baltimore and again here versus the 49ers. So it's impressive to see when you put that on tape. Teams aren't going to try you as much, not knowing really what's going to happen.
You've talked about Kamari's practice ethic, right? How hard he practices. You always talk about Will. I was going to ask you, who are the practice stars, but I guess all of them really. But that's so important to have that kind of intensity during the week.
Yeah, that's how Kamari, he's locked in, he's intent every single day of practice and walkthrough. It's the same. Like, he's always the same guy. And when you take every rep as a meaningful rep, as a deliberate rep, you get in the game and you don't have to make something up, or you don't have to panic when you're at the moment of truth. When it's time to make a play, you don't panic because you've been there before. You've practiced this multiple times throughout the week, and you're comfortable being in an uncomfortable position, and you know you're confident to go make the play.
Coach, I don't know if you do what I do after games. I always like to see the Omar and his group send out post-game quotes from our guys, from you and a few of the key guys, and CJ. Oh, I didn't get to see the press conference because I was talking to you, but about 4 or 5 questions in, Kyle Shanahan was asked about the Texans and the Texans defense, but just Texans in general. And he said, and I quote, "They kicked our ass." When you're a coach of a team that did that to another team, is that just a different feeling other than just winning the game, that you see the coach acknowledge, yeah, they physically beat us up, they kicked our ass?
That's always the start of it for us. That's always the plan as you go out. You want to impose your will. As I say, and that just goes to guys playing discipline and playing as physical as you can possibly play. And I felt that, especially from the way Jalen Petrie was tackling, the way Kamari was showing up. Aziz had a couple of nice physical stops in there. You can feel that presence where we're knocking guys back. And that's always the key on defense. To impose your will, you got to knock guys back, and you got to swarm the football. And that's what we did, and it made it feel that way, like we truly got after them.
It was a game unto itself, but how much does it help that you had all that experience facing Kyle Shanahan in practice and working for him all those years, Coach?
Not much. It makes it even more nerve-wracking, honestly, because I've seen so much, I've seen so many things, but never truly having a game plan against Kyle. So this was the first time, and he makes it difficult because he has such a variety of things and so many different motions, and especially when Juice is in the game, the fullback is in the game, it's just he aligns all over the place. So it's really hectic, right, trying to prepare for Kyle and what he's able to do because they put a lot on their plate and they have a ton of nice plays. But our guys did a great job of just remaining disciplined.
Yeah, you mentioned Juszczyk. They put him in the slot all the time. He's a fullback. Play some fullback. He's in the slot. He's lining up wide. He's all over the place.
Yeah, he's doing more receiver, tight end things than he is doing true fullback things. But, it can really mess with defenders and mess with their eye, mess with your rules. Okay, what is it? Oh, it's the fullback. Okay, what adjustment do I make when the fullback aligns that receiver?
Yeah, right.
That makes it difficult, and guys have to really be keyed in on the game plan. I'm proud of our guys for doing a good job of not panicking with all of the motions and shit. That's what happens a lot when defenders panic, when guys move and they're off just a hair. That's when, offenses are able to capitalize on that and make plays. But if you are sound and your eyes are in the right place, you can really defend anything.
And then the guy in the backfield, Christian McCaffrey, with what he's able to do, where he can line up and the different motions and shifts and different things. And yet it felt like he had a couple of catches, later in the game that got him some yards, but it felt like, Coach, wherever he went, he had a body and a half on him. You're physical against him in the run game. In your opinion, what was the biggest key to slowing him down and keeping him well under his numbers?
Yeah, starting in the run game, I thought Will, Daniil, those guys did a great job of setting the edges, knowing they were an outside zone team. And I talked about the cutback run throughout the week. Yep. And our backers and Petrie, they did a good job of just filling those cutback lanes. So when we stopped it on the outside, there was really not he had made and gained a ton of yardage there. In the passing game, thought Henry had some good coverage snaps on him, and one where he was able to break up the pass, and also just we got loose there towards the end of the game where he caught a couple checkdowns. One went from over 20 yards where we can just improve our tackling there and be more urgent to finish the game.
Well, with everything that was going right in the game, all of a sudden it's a one-score game somehow, and you're up 8. You needed a big drive to make it a 2-score game, and you got it. It was a field goal drive, but how important was that march for you?
Oh, that march was huge. It was huge, and when we needed it most, that's what we wanted to see our offense step up. When we needed it most, they stepped up, drove the field. What I loved about it, everybody was just even keel. Nobody got too high or too low. We made plays. We went back a few yards. It didn't really matter. And that's the resolve you have to have, right, on any given Sunday. Whenever you're playing, you have to have that resolve. And it goes back to my messages for the entire week was about just doing your job, and it's all about how we finish. Mm-hmm. We've been in some tight games. The games, of course, they're always close, but how do we finish? And we do a better job of finishing, which we did. Now that allowed us to be on the winning side.
Coach, you're inexperienced receivers. Is that the right way of saying it? No Nico, no Kirk. But you got to throw Braxton Berios in there amongst those guys as well, stepping up. Jared Wayne with a couple of catches. Your Cyclones seemingly caught everything thrown to them. What are your thoughts about the way they showed up, Christian, on field?
Yeah, they showed up prepared, ready for the moment. And they showed up, and they showed up big for us. You talk about third down conversions. Yeah. Braxton had a couple huge ones. Jalen Noel, a couple huge plays as well. CJ and the receivers, their connection just on the pressure and finding the hot answers. I thought he did a really nice job of delivering the ball and the receivers being on the same page, running the proper route versus our hot answers to, mitigate any of the pressures and blitzes that we had. And again, the O-line did a nice job as well, protecting inside out, doing a good job, not allowing CJ to get hit. And those guys caught it all. And I really like the distribution. The ball went to whoever was open. Everybody was able to get a touch. And all those guys, they caught it really well.
What about the ability to run the football? Because I know it all starts with that, Coach. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, for sure. It starts with the run game always. You can run the ball. We were getting some nice, 5-yard carries, 6-yard. It was some nice, tough runs. And that's what it's going to look like. It's going to be grimy. It's going to be tough. I thought the backs, Chubb and Wooded, thought they finished really nice in the runs. And I thought our receivers, tight ends, again, did a great job of blocking, staying on guys, attached. We can still get better with some of the runs, but, to run for over 100 yards is tough in this league. And to be able to do that, it was a collective effort, and I'm proud of the way the guys, they battled and they strained up front.
Now, having worked for the 49ers, you know that they travel well with their fans, and they had a bunch of fans in the building yesterday. It's just going to happen. Yeah. I called it Battle Red Day in addition to Reputation. touchdown day one because they have the red jersey, so they like it. But you tell me the offensive performance really helped in keeping things under control that way, too, just so the team wouldn't get a rise and their fans, whoever was in the building, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we didn't allow the fan base to bother us, right? You know, they had a ton of fans in the building, right? You quiet the fans by executing, by just having those long drives, making plays, making the plays we're supposed to make. That's how you quiet those fans. And our offense did a good job of just not wavering, not allowing anything external to really affect what they were doing on the field.
Coach, I want to ask you about Blake Fisher, because he got a number of snaps, stepping in as the sixth offensive lineman, the tight end, whatever it might be. What's the value that he's given to you in that role?
Yeah, the value of adding Blake as our extra offensive lineman really gives us a stronger, stouter body at the end of the line of scrimmage, right, where we got to go against some of these really good edge players, right, who are physical, do a great job of knocking guys back. So we find a good balance of allowing him to block some of those bigger defensive ends as opposed to always putting our tight ends in those positions who are kind of sometimes they get physically outmatched, which rightfully so. Those guys are bigger, but our tight ends, when they're asked to do it, they are straining. They are trying to finish. But Blake has done a good job, and I think Kaylee's done a good job of just mixing it up, right? From a strategy perspective, when an extra offensive lineman comes on the field, you got, okay, game plan wise, what are you doing? Or is it all run? Are they mixing in passes? You kind of close to speak when you don't know really what's coming at you. So us being able to throw out of the jumbo package, and also just being able to, when we want to run the ball, we can get big, strong, physical, run the ball, and really control the line of scrimmage.
Coach, what can you tell us about the kickoffs and how you want to improve there? What do you want to see? It's tough to know because sometimes, all right, we'll give them the 35-yard line because we have confidence in the defense, but you tell me how you're feeling about that.
Yeah, kickoff-wise, we have to improve our coverage, and that's escaping and getting off of blocks and also finishing. We've had multiple times on our kickoff coverage where we've had guys free to the ball and we're not making a play. So that's where we just have to improve, like how are we condensing the lanes, how are we getting off of blocks, and when that moment of truth, are you making a tackle or not? We just got to have more urgency to finish that and make the tackle, and that's one of the plays that really gave them some life when they were able to, right there before the end of half, when we kicked it off and we don't get off blocks, we're behind each other, we can clean it up and we can play much better there. One guy who's done a good job in the kickoff game is British Brooks. He's done a good job of showing up, making tackles, playing physical. So we just got to get more guys to the ball.
Wait, will you show the British block in the TV? It's got to be in there, right, Coach?
You know that's one of my favorite plays of the game.
I mean, wow. Isn't that the kind of thing, Coach, that fires guys up when they see that from their guys? Like, yo, did you see what British just did? Not to a linebacker, not to a safety. It's a tackle.
Wow. Man, I was just watching that play with our offensive, and I mean, that was a beautiful play, right? It was for British, fullback who's much smaller guy. It's all about angles and pad leverage. You want to play with low pads. That's what British does on that play, and he really, he caught the defensive lineman, got him off of both of his feet.
I was joking that was going to be the only play you'd show the whole game. Like,
that might be it. That'll make my meeting much shorter. This is how we all have to play.
Coach, listen to Mac after the game. He was asked about facing the defense, and he had some nice things to say about the defense. But I felt like Mac caught on to something that maybe other teams haven't or other people haven't noticed. And because everybody, when they talk about the defense, they want to talk about Will, they want to talk about Daniil. But Mac made a mention of, hey, their inside guys are as good as it gets. You may not know them by name, but they're as good as it gets. Your interior guys, Tommy, Sheldon, Timmy, Mario, the guys that are playing inside, what are you seeing from them that's giving defenses some issues?
Yeah, we rotate those guys. So we have a good mixture of guys who have different talents, starting with Settle. He's done a great job of just playing more stout at the line of scrimmage, playing physical. And you got Rankins, who is a penetrator. He's explosive off the ball. So it's such a variety. And you have Tommy in there. It's hard to trick Tommy on any of the plays that we get, whether it's screens or traps, whams. Like, Tommy is just the most consistent guy of being exactly where he needs to be. And then Rio is just like a wrecking ball. So it's a healthy mix of guys, but they all right, they play physical, right, and they're just relentless, right? They're rushing the passer. Those guys are relentless. They've been doing a better job of getting their hands up at the line of scrimmage. So it's just really cool to see when your interior is playing really well. Like, it makes it tough to run the football. Also, passing. The edge guys get a lot of the credit, but if we don't have the pocket pressed back from our two interior rushers, then there are no sacks to be made. So everything starts with those guys, and they've done a great job. Coach Rod has done a great job with the entire D-line.
All right, so you have the #1 defense in the league in scoring and in yards per game allowed, Coach, and now you face Denver, and they like to run the ball. J.K. Dobbins is really good. They have R.J. Harvey, among others. So tell us about that Bronco ground game. It's a bit different from San Francisco, different from when you stopped Derrick Henry. What are you facing this week against Denver?
Yeah, I mean, Sean Payton has variety in the run game, right? He's going to mix it up a lot. Been doing it for a long time, calling. So we just, again, for our guys, just remain at this. We understand they have two really good backs, right? The rookie back is doing a really great job, explosive player, run game, and in the screen game. So we got to do a great job of tackling again. That's going to be every week. If we go out, we tackle well, we get off of blocks, we finish, swamp to the football. That's how you stop their run game, and then we put it on the young quarterback. Right, no, he's made a few plays. We put it on him, and we put it on our rush to get after him.
Quarterbacks from Auburn.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that should get you going a little bit. I mean,
that does get me going.
I mean, he finished at Oregon. That's a
It's kind of weird, though, because he played so much football in college, and we were talking about him this morning. You play at Auburn, then you play at Oregon. These are two gigantic programs. So by the time you come into the league, you've played a lot of football already in your life. I know it's the NFL, but at least you have some experience coming in.
He's older than CJ, isn't he?
Yeah, he's about a year and 3/4 older than CJ.
Yeah. And that's what I've seen, like the trend for guys who are staying a little bit longer in college, and you're getting that experience, and you're able to play a ton of football in college, just banking those reps as a quarterback. It truly helps them, and that's why I think you see guys like, Bo Nix come in, and he's successful early on. Also, Brock Purdy, he played a lot of ball at Iowa State. He was able to come in and be productive because they've seen a lot of defense, seen a lot of different things, and that allows them to, not get big-eyed in the big moment. They can play the game the right way from the quarterback position, and that's so to get better, you got to get the reps, and that's what those guys have shown. They've done well.
Yeah, Coach Greg Olson this week said something interesting, and it happened on the first drive of the game. He was talking about the new kickoff rules as it pertained to kicking field goals down inside like the low red zone, that he thought that a strategy coaches would use going forward would be to eschew the field goal, because essentially you kick the field goal and then the other team runs it back out to the 30 or 35-yard line, one pass, and they're in field goal range, so it kind of negates the field goal in some sense. I don't know if that philosophy is, he just thought that was going to be a strategy that coaches were going to have to face. Yeah. B, you wanted to get points up on the board. Why was it important at that point to make sure you got 3 up on the board at that point?
Yeah, to me, it's like you have to make sure you guys reap the benefit of having such a great drive. Right. You want to, there's a part of me, you want to go for, but at the end of the day, let's finish each drive with points. Right. No matter how it looks, if we finish with points, and we finish a ton of our drives with points, we would love to get 7, to get in the end zone on a lot of those, but to finish with points is still a positive.
Sure.
Right? It's positive to see our entire sideline. It just lifts the entire team to see, we got something for the work that we put in.
Yeah, interesting. Coach, Janice McNair gets inducted into the Ring of Honor this weekend. Very special. I know it's halftime and the team's undergoing a game, but thoughts on that, Mrs. McNair, co-founder of the franchise, going up?
It's an awesome moment for our franchise to see Miss Janice McNair get inducted to the Ring of Honor. Her and Bob McNair, for them, to be able to bring football back to Houston, that's a huge deal for the city of Houston to have our own team back again. And she was a huge part of that. And she's been really huge for our entire organization. You talk about somebody who supports our team, who's fired up for our team.
Training camp practices.
She's always out at training camp. She always tells me she can come play linebacker if I need a linebacker. So it's always fun talking to Ms. Janice and the energy and the love that she shows every single time. So happy for it recognized and get into the Ring of Honor. It's a huge moment, and I know it's a proud moment that we're all happy for her.
Well, it's Legends Weekend, too, and, of course, you have all these former players coming back to watch you play, and I know that's got to be special to have them in the house as you play a game.
It's always special when you get all the former players back to just show that, man, we're still all in this together. Like, once a Texan, you're always a Texan, so to see the guys back, supporting the team, repping the team, I always am fired up for that moment to see a lot of former teammates back in the house, and just for them just showing the love and support that they have for us, and like, hey, man, we got your back. Like, keep it going. You're doing a great job. It's always fun to see those guys.
Okay, well, you thought you were off the hook, but I got one more. Amity Bank Ask Coach question of the week, and here it is because it's Halloween week, Coach.
I knew it was coming.
So,
I knew it was coming.
Snickers is a partner, and I do think Snickers is the GOAT candy bar.
Yeah.
But But you leave them aside. You can pick them if you want, but MVP candy for Halloween and one that you would cut. Put on waivers.
Ooh.
You're off. You're out.
All right, MVP candy. Man, took Snickers out of it.
But you can pick them if you want.
Yeah, Reese's for me. I would say Reese's is go-to candy. One you can cut is the candy corns.
Johnny.
Did I crush you, buddy? I'm sorry.
Oh, my gosh, man.
Candy
corn is polarizing because people either hate them or love it.
It's like cranberry sauce for Thanksgiving. You either love it or hate it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on the hate side, but that's all right, man. It's good.
It's a free Halloween.
All right,
Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck this week.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy.
All right, there's head coach DeMeco Ryans, but that's not it. Wait, there's more. We have more with the head coach, including some DeMeco at the podium, DeMeco in the locker room, and DeMeco with Johnny right after the game. So we'll get to that. Plus, Xavier Hutchinson will be on the show, Braxton Berios. It's all coming up here on the DeMeco Ryans program on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amity now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amity will be there for me for my next steps.
Amity Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Safety Plus Awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, or get $3,000 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson and Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end November 3rd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
Football is all year round for the Houston Texans. This January, we're hosting 2 life-changing football showcases for high school male and female athletes who will leave it all on the gridiron to earn a college scholarship. Over $160 million in Scholastic Aid has been generated through these programs, making it possible for these athletes to pursue their dreams on a collegiate level. Follow their journeys or learn more about registering at HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Critical infrastructure connects and powers everything we do. Resilience isn't optional, it's essential. 1898 & Co. can help. As part of Burns & McDonnell, we bring unmatched global experience in power transmission and distribution planning and cybersecurity cybersecurity solutions that protect critical systems and power smarter, stronger operations. Learn more about our growing team at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
The Texans got back in the win column against the 49ers.
DJ takes a knee. It is over. The Houston Texans get the job done in a big way.
I would say we had a complete 4 quarters, and I think that was the goal. Control the line of scrimmage, run the ball, other things to kind of balance it off. So I thought we did a great job of that.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Right back here in the Hyundai Texans radio studio, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and the head coach visited with us earlier. We just had that segment on, but we're going to hear more from him in a few moments here as Johnny Harris visited with him after the game. I always love that one-on-one with Johnny and the head coach after the battle is over. But right after the battle was over, they went into the locker room, and DeMeco Ryans greets.
Man, I couldn't be more proud of you guys, man. Like, for our game plan and what we wanted to do and how we knew we had to win this game, it was like we talked about controlling the game, right? We got 30 runs. Outstanding job offense. That's a good football team. You guys control the ball. You guys had the ball for 41 minutes. All right? That's how you control the game and just keep pressing. All right, keep pressing. Outstanding job all the way across the board. Got one ball here. Offense, CJ. Outstanding job, bro. Outstanding job. All right, over 300 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. Like, great decisions all freaking day, man. Keep it going. Keep it going, man. Hey, and guys, the way you guys play on defense, Kamari taking the football away. Outstanding job by you. All right. We had a lot of different guys. We can highlight a lot tomorrow. Hut, where's Hutch? Outstanding job by Hutch. All right, most catches he had in a career, and he also got in the end zone again. Yeah. Oh, man. But hey, I couldn't be more proud of you guys. Love the way you guys work. And remember our formula. Don't forget our formula, man. It's just remaining disciplined, one snap at a time. Everybody remaining locked in. It doesn't matter who we play. This is how we got to show up each and every game. All right? Stay together. Keep it tight. We're a family. We keep it tight. We protect each other. We fight with that. All right?
I got this game ball. I'm going to get 5 more for the O-line, man. Y'all did y'all thing. We need 6 of them. There ain't no me without y'all, baby. I'm proud of y'all boys, man. Keep fighting, keep crawling. Man, who cares what people say, bro? It never matters. We on the field, bro. It don't matter what nobody say, man. Keep the confidence, keep the faith. It's easy to have faith when it's easy. It's easy to have faith when it's easy. Now, y'all boys have faith when it was hard, man. And we been out there, we beat a good team, man. So let's keep on doing that. Let's keep stacking, let's keep rolling. Love y'all boys. Family on 3. 1, 2, 3. Family.
Very nice. A longer post-game locker room speech than usual as DeMeco Ryans greeted the players and C.J. Stroud gave away footballs to the offensive line. And there was much celebrating. And we hope there's much more celebrating against Denver on Sunday. Texans taking on a hot Broncos team that is in first place in the AFC West. The Chiefs playing on Monday Night Football against Marcus Mariota and the Washington Commanders. Now, even with a victory, the Chiefs are still not in first place in the AFC West. That spot belongs to the Denver Broncos, who, despite having some bad moments in games, have come out on top more often than not. The Chargers have screwed some things up, but they're coming off a victory. We're not going to go through the whole division here. Just know that Denver's really good, and they're coming in here on Sunday at noon. Now, after the game against the 49ers, Xavier Hutchinson visited with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner in studio, part of the post-game show, and it was really cool to have X in the house after his 30-yard touchdown reception, 5 catches on the day for the third-year wideout, and the conversation started with Sean, the locker room was after the game.
It was amazing, man. You know, anytime that you can get a dub in the NFL, you know that locker room's going to be ecstatic, man. And it's just nothing but great energy and love in the locker room.
Man, is that cocoa butter or some kind of cologne you got going?
That's the Essos body lotion, man. I literally just put it on.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the fresh smell.
Right,
I'm just making sure I need to make an order on Amazon or something over here.
I'm a big body lotion guy.
Yeah,
I can appreciate that. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Hey, how big was this needed, man? I mean, and look, I understand, man, where you guys are laser focused, one game at a time, but big picture, man, and not even talking about the record, but the offense you're installing, it's a week to week thing. There's inconsistencies. It's got to be frustrating. Just how big of a performance was today? Because y'all were hitting on all cylinders, man, all day long, doing whatever the hell you wanted to do. Everybody getting involved. How needed was today?
Much needed, man. You put so much time and effort into it. So, when you go out there, man, you don't execute, it feels almost like a slap in the face. But when you're able to execute and go out there, man, it feels like everything is right in the world, right? And, that's just kind of, the way that the NFL goes. So to be able to go out there today and execute, man, that's huge for us. Just to instill that confidence that, we're doing the right things. Now we just got to keep it on track.
Xavier Hutchinson is our guest here on Texans Postgame on Texans Radio. This is 2 out of 3 games for you now, getting into the end zone. You had the 2 touchdowns in Baltimore a few weeks ago, and now you get into the end zone. Just huge today, the time that it came. It seems like things are rounding into form for you. Like, what's been the difference here so far this year compared to your first 2 years in the
from the gut for me? Just like, mentally staying in it. Staying engaged, and also really just believing in myself, and not letting anything like outside noise or anything cloud my judgment or doubt of myself. Truly understanding that I'm here for a reason, that I'm good enough, and I can go out there and make plays. So that's really been the whole thing that I've been battling. My first 2 years. So this third year, I went into it, man, and just blocked everything out, man. Went to work in the off season, and I feel like I'm starting to reap the rewards of that.
Hey, what is I want to say how difficult is it, but I don't want to make it a difficult versus not being difficult or ease question. You know what I mean? But I think someone that's never played the game and played the position and had to perfect the pass game. How difficult is it, or how much of a challenge is it for everybody involved to commit to that death by 1,000 cuts? Take what the defense gives you. Be efficient, and then be calculated when we're going to take that strike down the field, because it takes a lot of, I'm an old quarterback, so for me, I was an idiot that thought I was good enough to throw down the field all the time, and I wasn't. So, I don't think people realize how difficult it is for a group of guys that want to make plays to commit to that kind of offense, and that's what y'all did today.
Yeah, honestly, man, I think like what you said, man, it starts with the quarterback, first of all. And Seven did exactly what he was supposed to do within the game plan. He executed it flawlessly, man, so that's kudos to him. And then secondly, man, the big guys up there, man, they can get tired on them long drives, man. But really, they locked in the entire game. I saw a different side of them that, I haven't seen for a while. It was all gelling together, understanding, the common goal. And, obviously, we've seen that defense because our defense kind of runs it. So we knew what to expect. And I feel like that gave us a sense of, comfortability with what we were going to be able to do.
You looked at the drive chart for how many plays you guys ran today? You guys were on the field a ton today.
Yeah, I saw the 17. I didn't know it was 17, but
the first drive, yeah. All the rest of them, all the scoring drives were at least 9 plays or more. I mean, you guys were out there.
Yeah.
You dominated in time of possession, man, for sure. Xavier Hutchinson's our guest here on Texans Postgame. Obviously, one of the big storylines from where we sit on outside of the building was Nico wasn't going to play in this game. Christian Kirk is dealing with the hamstring. So it's an inexperienced receiving core right now. You're of the Iowa State guys, you're the senior member of the crew.
For sure.
Is that something you guys think about at all, or is it just next man up? We don't think about that too much.
Honestly, man, obviously you're going to think about it a little bit, right? But, at the end of the day, you're the one who has to go out there and play. So, obviously, we all saw it as a different opportunity for us, some new exposure that maybe certain players haven't gotten before.
Yeah.
So, you kind of licking your chops a little bit for that game, right?
Sure.
And then you see the game plan, man, and you're even more ecstatic because you can go out there and make plays. Yeah. So I feel like, really for us, it was really just understanding that we were going to be out in a different scenario, different situation. But for us, it was really going to start earlier in the week. Man, we had to execute on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Mm-hmm. And that was going to give us the best chance to go out there and execute on Sunday. And we did that this week.
Hey, talk to us a little bit about Dalton Schultz, man. I think the biggest, for me personally, watching the film all the time and watching off this year's Dalton Schultz, not just him, the season he's having from a catch and run, production perspective, but also, I mean, he seems to have brought out a different kind of dog in the the run game kind of deal. From your perspective, what have you seen there?
Honestly, man, like you hit it on the head. Dalt has really dived into the running game. He's owned it. And honestly, bro, he's excelling. And then when you do that as a tight end, and then now we're able to do, PA boots and all this different stuff. Now you're getting the opportunity to catch the ball in space. So it's like, man, it's just going hand in hand for him right now, man. He's playing great ball for us. He's consistent. He's being a leader. And really, Dalt is just being Dalt, man. Like, kudos to him. He's just playing amazing right now. And we really needed that from him. And I think, he needed that for himself as well. Obviously, I don't want to speak for him. But, man, he's playing great. And he just got to keep it going.
Yeah, got to keep it going. Xavier Hutchinson joining us. All right, so before we get you out of here, what is it like having all these Iowa State guys on there? The three guys starting out there today, all Iowa State. Yeah. Were you guys doing radio up in Iowa this week all the whole time, doing interviews and things like that?
No, sir. No. They had to focus on their game, man. They had a big game this Saturday. But, man, it's huge, honestly. I feel like, maybe it's more big for me than it is for them. But, honestly, just, being able to be there for them whenever they need someone to talk to. Obviously, it's my third year. I've been through it, that rookie year. But, man, they've, excelled at everything since they've got here, and that's because of, the culture in this building as well. But just to see them every day, man, it just gives you, I don't know, bro. They're just hilarious. They understand me. They know who I am. So it's just you always got someone to, just vibe with, man.
They were inseparable at camp.
Yeah, they were.
They were attached to the hip.
I almost thought they forgot about me for a little bit.
I did, too. I was trying to take up for you. I'm like,
where's my love? Yeah, where's my love?
Yeah, you're Unc.
Yeah.
That's
I know y'all. Have y'all been back to campus yet for a game or anything all together?
They have. I haven't. I need to get up there, man, but the time schedule just hasn't been working.
Y'all got to get a camera crew, man. Y'all, that's unfair. That is unfair, man. Come on. That's unfair.
Xavier Hutchinson gets in the end zone today, 5 catches, 69 yards. As long as I got you here, too, there was a batch of letters that were delivered to you guys from some kids in an elementary school here in town 3 or 4 weeks ago, encouragement letters. That was my wife's elementary school that sent that over. Yeah, so I just wanted to tell you, because y'all shot some videos reading the letters. Yeah. Yours was their favorite one. Yeah, they liked your reaction to it the best. You were into it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good one, man. Anytime you don't take things for granted like that, man. Especially just little kids, man.
Yeah.
I remember being in that situation, so just to see that and hear that, man, it's amazing. So it genuinely touched my heart.
It worked. Well, you guys have won 3 out of 4 since the letter showed up. So I'll make sure that they take credit for it.
Is it a coincidence?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Xavier Hutchinson, Texans wide receiver, 5 catches, 69 yards, and a touchdown. Congrats on the win, X, and go get one next week against Denver, man.
Yes, sir, for sure. I appreciate you guys, man.
Good stuff.
There's Xavier Hutchinson with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. The Texans beat the 49ers, and I'm hoping for another happy interview next week at this time after the Texans take on the Broncos Sunday at noon. It's Legends Week, so homecoming, and they have close to 100 former players coming in for this one. This is a monster turnout, the largest ever for one of these games, and in large part because Janice McNair is going into the Ring of Honor. That is so cool on Sunday at halftime, and it'll be interesting in the broadcast booth. We'll get to that inner story a little bit later on in the week. And not so much later on, in fact, in just a few moments, Johnny Harris and DeMeco Ryans right after the game, after the battle was won. The two caught up. We'll have that for you next, plus Braxton Berios and Johnny in a celebratory locker room. That's all coming up here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. From the Text Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
The Texans got back in the win column against the 49ers.
TJ over the middle, caught, 15, 10, 5, into the end zone, rock and roll, touchdown, Houston.
It's a truly complete game, starting with the offense. Ran the ball well. CJ had an outstanding game just all around. You talk about really good offensive performance. Guys did a great job.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
The Whataburger Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back, and it's still bigger and better than any chicken sandwich out there. More chicken strips, more Monterey Jack cheese smothered in buffalo and ranch, all on a 5-inch bun. There's so much crispy, cheesy, saucy goodness, you may find yourself speechless when someone asks what's your favorite part. Not because it's hard to talk when your mouth's full with this much deliciousness. The Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back for a limited time. What a burger.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $8 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
H is up, H-Town. The Houston Texans are bringing the heat on the gridiron, and we want you to keep turning the temperature up. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Nico Collins, and the rest of your Texans need you to be loud and in the stands this season. Be a part of the action, and don't just watch Texans games from your couch. Experience them with thousands of other fans live. But hurry, tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-23.
Now, more Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
It's the final segment of the DeMeco Ryans Show. We'll catch up with Johnny and the head coach in the locker room. Johnny and the head coach, good name for a show, after the game, after the victory over the 49ers. But first, Braxton Berios joined the team in the offseason. He's been around the league a bunch, played at the University of Miami, Jets, Dolphins. He's here. Good slot receiver, heard from often yesterday with the 5 catches, got a little banged up, came back, he's okay. And in the locker room, let's listen carefully to hear if John Harris asks the question we all want to know. I'm kidding around here. We all know who Braxton Berios' girlfriend is, well publicized. Doesn't matter. This is about football. This is about after the game in a very happy Texans locker room.
All right, guys, down in the locker room, Braxton Berios, John Harris. Braxton, hell of a game offensively. Let's just talk about offense first, the execution level. It just seemed like it was at a season high today. What was the key that went into that?
Honestly, execution. I mean, we knew the game plan back in and out, and it was going out there and doing it. And that's always what it is. But today we executed at a high level. We were cohesive, and when you do that, everything starts to open up. The run opened up the pass, and we did a good job today.
You guys were excellent on third down. A lot of that early in the game was going to you. Did you know that you were going to factor that much into the third downs, and then when you kind of got the first catch, that kind of break the seal in a way for you to kind of keep making some big plays?
Yeah. Absolutely. You're in that flow state, and you obviously, I hope to have that kind of impact today. You never know the defense, what it's going to do, where it's going to have CJ throw the ball. So, the ones that came my way, just obviously trying to make a play with them. But yeah, I mean, credit to CJ, credit to the O-line. We had a lot of time today.
I know you're doing a great teammate thing, but you did a hell of a job today catching the football.
Thank you.
I know this past week was tough. We came back from Seattle. There was a lot of noise. How did you guys block that out to play as clean as you guys did today?
Yeah, man. It's the only thing that matters is the people in this facility, right in this building. And we did a great job. We know who we are. We know where our ceiling was. We know what we did in Seattle wasn't up to our standard. And so it was back to the basics. It was back to executing, right? If you got to block that guy, you got to block that guy. If you got to run that route at that depth, you have to do that. And so really, it was truly back to the basics, and everybody really bought into that, and we did a great job at that.
Braxton, congratulations. Hell of a game. I know CJ got a game ball. You could have got one. A lot of guys could have. But, man, congratulations. Thank you for a few minutes.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
There's John Harris with Braxton Berios after the game in the very happy Texans locker room. Braxton undoubtedly will be watching Dancing with the Stars tomorrow at 7. If you're confused, look that up, and we'll talk later. I am not confused about this. I always want to hear what DeMeco Ryans has to say after the game with John Harris when those two get together, especially after a victory like the one they had against the 49ers. Undoubtedly the win of the season as the Texans took it to them, dominating in time of possession. C.J. Stroud over 300 yards for the first time in national media taking hold of this, calling it the best game Stroud has played since his rookie season. Sean Pendergast thought it might have been his best game as a pro. I don't know how to rate it. I know it was very good. We saw some throws that just looked so laser-like, and you want to see a whole lot more against the Denver Broncos on Sunday at noon. So here's John Harris asking DeMeco Ryans to take him through the week, what it was like regrouping after the late-night flight, the early morning arrival on Tuesday following the loss to Seattle, and getting it together to beat the 49ers.
For us as a staff, as a team, we got even tighter. We got closer together, understanding, right, the